Without the plants, the red mist had smothered the entire cave. Fortunately, Han Sen had his Dongxian aura to help him see things clearly. After they entered the cave, the minks returned to where they were born. Then, they started digging with their little paws. They wanted to burrow through the stone. The little minks had just been born, however, and they were only barren class. They were still very weak, so they could only leave small scratches across the rock. Han Sen commanded them to fly back inside his pocket. Then, he pulled out his ghost teeth knife and activated his jade skin light. Then, he got to digging the ground in their stead. All 7 of the minks popped their heads out of his pocket. Their fluffy heads all lined up to watch Han Sen dig through the stone. Han Sen, after a little while of digging, had created a pit that was 2 meters deep. Suddenly, there was a dong noise. He wasn't sure what the knife had hit, but it sounded like it had struck metal. And furthermore, whatever it was did not sound broken. Han Sen examined the bottom of the pit and saw something of a gray and white color. Han Sen dug up the stones around it, and he realized it was a bone. Only 1 inch of the bone was showing, but it was obviously much larger than that. What the bone might have belonged to, he wasn't sure. So, Han Sen swung his ghost teeth knife and resumed digging. When he unearthed not one but multiple bones, he was given a shock. It appeared to be a complete skeleton that was more than 4 meters long. It was that of a creature with 4 legs. It looked like the skeleton of a red mist mink. It was dead, of course. And there it was, with only the bones remaining. The ghost teeth knife was incapable of breaking the bones, and only faint marks were left on them. You could tell that its level must have been quite high before its passing. Han Sen examined the bones for quite a long, but he found no source of xenogeneic genes. This was surprising. Weird. Did someone kill this xenogeneic and take its xenogeneic materials? Han Sen thought that was incorrect, though. If it had been killed, why would the bones show 0 signs of damage? Han Sen did not know what to do, so he allowed the 7 little minks to hop out of his pocket. Han Sen thought their purpose here was to check out these bones, but when they entered the pit Han Sen had dug, they went into a specific corner and kept on digging. Han Sen was not a patient fellow, and he had no interest in waiting for them to complete the task of digging. So, with ghost teeth knife, he took over the spot they were digging. He dug out 2 feet of stone before he came across something else. A red mist started to ascend from it. Before Han Sen could see what it was, the 7 little minks jumped inside. They all ran into the red mist and disappeared. Han Sen looked closer, and there, he noticed an orb that was around the size of a grapefruit. It looked very clear, as if it had been made of crystal. But the red mist there made Han Sen believe it wasn't real. And now the minks had vanished. Han Sen dug out the orb and took a look. He was given another shock. Inside the orb, amidst the mist, there was a red palace. It looked like a suitable habitation for a god. For some reason, the 7 minks had gone inside the crystal orb. They appeared before the red palace, and then resumed trying to scratch their way in. They were trying to dig into the palace. There were no gaps in the walls, though. They were too weak, and they could not push open the doors to the place. Han Sen looked at the nameplate of the palace. There were 3 words on it, but Han Sen could not read them. They weren't of a language belonging to the humans or the crystallizers, and neither were they from a language that existed in the Geno universe. How did they get inside there? Han Sen was playing with the crystal orb, trying to activate it. Nothing he did seemed to work. If this was a treasure of some kind, it might require a very special element to activate it. If those 7 little minks could enter the orb, that must mean that their power is the same as the orb's power. I can cast powers with my Dongxian aura. Perhaps I can simulate the life force of the little mink and get it to work, Han Sen thought. Han Sen was wondering how to get the 7 minks out first, though. It was then that he realized the mist inside the cave was starting to fade. The spring was on the precipice of erupting. Han Sen quit his stalling, put the crystal orb in his pocket, and ran out of the cave. The valley's mist was starting to fade. Something was sucking it all away. Han Sen followed the subsiding flow of the red mist until he reached a place where the red mist was going into the ground. There was a big hole there now, and the red mist was drifting down into it. The mist around him was getting thinner and thinner, and it was then that Han Sen heard the sound of fighting. It must have been the Viscounts, rushing into the valley. Nothing was coming out of the spring, though, so Han Sen stood there as if he was guarding it. He waited for a flow to begin. Not long after, Sword No made it deep into the valley. The red mist in the valley was almost all gone, and that was when he saw Han Senator. He coldly laughed. Han Sen, it is useless, even if you did come early. You still have to wait for the spring. Many Viscounts were approaching behind Sword No. Many Xenogeneics were on their way, as well. They were all fighting hard. Han Sen couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he just sat down to wait. Sword No was next to the eye of the spring. He found a decent spot, and he got to killing the Xenogeneics around him. Whenever the Xenogeneics came within 10 meters, he'd kill them quick. Earl. Han Sen frowned. Sword No had not used spirit power, but his sword light power was better than that of a Viscount. Han Sen reviewed the documents and read that only Viscounts could come. Why are you here if you are an earl? Han Sen shouted over to Sword No. Sword No hummed and said, I was a Viscount when I came. Am I not allowed to level up? After that, Sword No looked at the other Viscounts sent by the other kings. Then, he coldly laughed. I'm not the only one who became an earl here. Han Sen looked around. He saw a few Viscounts that were stronger than what Viscounts should have been capable of. He also saw Moonwell King's daughter Rebecca. You guys have really worked hard for this, Han Sen coldly said. Stay away from me, in case I hurt you by mistake. You know I have only just leveled up to Earl, so I can't really control my newfound powers all that well, Sword No said threateningly. Han Sen quietly drew out his ghost teeth knife. He stood near the spring and waited for it to erupt. Sword No frowned, but he didn't attack Han Senator. He knew the kings were watching him. If they fought Han Sen now, Isha wouldn't be very forgiving. Don't think Knife Queen's protection grants you the ability to do anything you want. When the spring erupts, you better not stop me. I will fight you for it, Sword No said grimly. Han Sen continued to ignore him, and he just focused his attention on the spring's eye. Sword No, seeing Han Sen being so arrogant, was enraged. He was an earl, and Han Sen was just a baron. That made him very upset. He wished to say something, but someone came closer to the spring's eye. It was Moonwell King's eldest daughter, Rebecca. The person directly behind Rebecca was the Viscount of the Tago. He had also become an earl now. The change happened after he fought the Xenogeneics. Not long after, 7 or 8 earls arrived. They had all just become earls, as well. They didn't make it obvious like Sword No had by making themselves earls as soon as they arrived. But they knew what they were each trying to do, and so no one raised a fuss to blame one another. The people that the kings had sent were the earls that needed to take the spring water. The Viscounts did not come. They took a path through the mountains, to prohibit the Xenogeneics from coming in. They were killing all that dared to try. Suddenly, near the spring's eye, the red mist vanished, revealing a black tunnel. It was only around the size of a man's fist, and it was difficult to determine how deep it went. After the mist faded, a red light shot out of the cave. It fired straight up into the sky like a red beam. The beam was around an arm's thickness. It rose into the sky, but it did not spread out. It looked rather weird. The viscounts and the earls knew the red mist spring was now erupting. The earls quickly positioned themselves so they could steal the water. Get away. The Tego Earl came at Han Sen, holding a big knife. The spring eye was too small, and the surrounding area was fairly limited. 7 to 8 people were already there. Han Sen had taken the best spot, and the Tego wanted to push him away. Han Sen stared at the man, because he was not going to budge for anyone. The Tego Earl's eyes looked cold. He swung his ghost head knife at Han Senator. The black knife looked like the gaping maw of a tiger, ready to swallow him up. Rebecca and the others were shocked. They weren't expecting Tego to go all in. He really wanted to kill Han Senator. Genuine fights often made the avoidance of death a difficulty, but Han Sen was Knife Queen's student. Even if Rebecca was the one who wanted to kill him, she'd have to think twice about doing such a thing. It was rare for the Tego to do something like this so recklessly. But the Tego Earl had been sent here by Shadow King. The others now thought that this might have made sense. Shadow King was a very cruel individual. He controlled the Rebate's Dark Moon Hall, and often committed to acts that destroyed families. He wasn't like any of the other kings. His men were fearless, unlike ordinary nobles. Han Sen merely moved his legs and evaded the Tego Earl's attack. He quickly leaped above the Tego's head. Good. The Tego had expected Han Sen to move away with that speed. His left hand punched upwards, though, with a lion's roar to accelerate it. It was something that was even scarier than the blade he wielded. Now everyone realized his proficiency actually lay in fist skills and not knives. The attack was just to trick Han Sr., scary guy. He must be a part of Dark Moon Hall, Rebecca thought to herself. Han Sen is either going to die or be heavily injured, Sword No and the others guessed. Han Sen was fast, but the Tego Earl could anticipate and match his speed. They were so close to each other, and the latter was a far stronger fighter. If he wasn't going to be merciful, Han Sen was a dead man. Seeing the Tego's facial expression, though, it seemed unlikely that he'd be handing out mercy. As the fist-like tiger come up to Han Sen accelerated. In the air, he flew around like a hawk and avoided the Tego Earl's fist attack. Then, he used his ghost teeth knife to slash the felon's neck. The Tego Earl's neck had a small slice. It wasn't a deep cut, but it was bleeding. And what's more, it emitted a purple mist. What are those shoes Han Sen has? They're so fast. That speed is equal to the best even a marquise can achieve. Rebecca and the other earls were all in shock. They looked at Han Sen's rabbit shoes with ravenous greed. The Tego Earl had been struck with teeth power. The wound was small, though, and he was an earl, so the power spread slowly. It'd be a little while before much damage was inflicted. The Tego Earl roared with anger, and he wished to strike Han Sen again. But then, the spring eye flashed red. A red ball shot into the sky. It was so fast, not even Han Sen could react to it in time. But as it went higher, it slowed down. When it reached 100 meters in the sky, the red ball exploded. It was like a firework, and the spring water came out with it. There was a scatter of 7 to 8 drops. The Tego Earl did not have time to fight Han Senator. Rebecca and the others were rushing up into the sky to collect the red water drops. But after rising a mere dozen meters, something suddenly flashed and sent them back down. They couldn't even eat dust. Rebecca and the others were shocked. Han Sen was far too fast, and he was going to take 2 to 4 drops of the spring water. They had clearly underestimated Han Sen's speed. Han Sen was flying like a phoenix, with the speed of shooting shadow. He managed to take every single water drop, and not leave a single one for the others. Everyone was so mad, they wished to fight Han Senator, but then, another orb came shooting into the sky. Everyone was shocked, and they all tried to get the spring water that would be inside this second ball. Before they could do anything, Han Sen had already flown over towards the ball of light and grabbed it before it could explode. The red thing looked like a glob of jelly in Han Sen's hand. Without a single mote of hesitation, Han Sen shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it. Rebecca and the other earls were infuriated, but another red orb was coming. That is the third drop of spring water, so there must be much to earn here. Rebecca and the other earls wished to grab the coming ball. But the same thing happened again, with Han Sen moving too quickly. Before the ball of light could even explode, Han Sen had grabbed it and gobbled it down. The red, jelly-like liquid surged with power inside Han Sen's belly, and such overbearing strength felt as if it could tear Han Sen apart. So, Han Sen quickly used his yin-yang change. He turned that power into energy he could use, and then he let the story of genes absorb it. Transforming that energy was difficult. The spring water's incredible power was swelling inside his veins, and it coursed throughout his entire body with a ceaseless cycle. Every time it did, a certain amount of it would be converted into energy that was suitable for Han Senator. As this occurred, Han Sen's blood vessels endured stress that was akin to being repeatedly cut by knives. It was very painful. Han Sen kept quiet as he suffered the pain of this exchange, though. He looked at the spring's eye, and he hoped to see more spring water coming out. The spring water had been surprisingly quick in the beginning, and it was now coming at the speed of light. No one could react when the water first appeared. But whenever the water drops finally began to slow down, Han Sen was still the first to react. Han Sen was far faster than the earls, and they had no hope of competing against him. Pang! Another red flash came out of the spring's eye. Another red orb of spring water shot skyward out. Rebecca shouted, "You guys go and stop Han Sen. I will take the spring water, and then split it up. Otherwise, with Han Sen's speed, he'll keep us from getting anything." Those that had been chosen to come to the spring were not stupid. The other elites were earls, and it was why they had been selected by the kings. After hearing Rebecca, the earls immediately moved to prevent Han Sen from obtaining any more of the water. Suddenly, a great deal of scary power turned to target Han Senator. The earls summoned their strength, and although they did not expect to kill Han Sen outright, they at least thought they could stall him for a time. In the meantime, Rebecca sprinted after the red ball. If another earl had volunteered to go after the red ball, the others might not be so trusting, but Rebecca was Moonwell King's eldest daughter. She wouldn't break her promise to share the spring water, as that would cost not only her own reputation but her father's as well. Suddenly, dragons roared. Scary lights, smokes, and shadows were pursuing Han Senator. Han Sen's movement changed again, as if he was dancing. His body accelerated and flickered right past the attacks of the earls. As he passed Rebecca, he snagged the drop of spring water that had almost been within Rebecca's grasp. His speed is like that of a duke. Rebecca and the other earls were flabbergasted, in addition to being furious. He was just a baron, and even so, he had those scary shoes that granted him such unbelievable speed. Against it, the earls did not stand a chance. It made them incredibly angry. It was worse to know that as soon as Han Sen grabbed a droplet of water, he would swallow it whole without leaving behind even a single scrap. Even more confusing was the fact that when Han Sen swallowed the spring water, his body should have been impacted by the overwhelming power. It should have been ravaging his insides and making him feel like he was dying. Yet Han Sen had swallowed so many without showing any reaction. He wasn't exhibiting any emotion, so it was like he wasn't enduring any pain. Ordinary people, after swallowing one droplet, could become barons. A baron that swallowed a dozen could become a viscount. Han Sen had swallowed 4 or 5 of the red orbs. Each of those contained 7 or 8 drops. He must have consumed at least 30 of the drops by now, and yet, nothing seemed to have changed. They had no clue what was going on inside Han Sen's body, though. Secretly, it really did feel as if he was getting cut up. But Han Sen had endured a lot of pain over the years, and he could handle and hide it far better than most people could. That was how he could refine the spring water and still fight Rebecca. Rebecca and the others could not detect this, but the kings could. Knife Queen has a brilliant eye. He can endure so much pain, and yet he remains so calm. He hasn't made a single mistake. I don't think I could have performed so well when I was in my youth, Black Moon King said in admiration. Night River King, on the other hand, looked awful. He said, "So? There have been 4 or 5 of the red mist orbs. He must have claimed around 30 drops without leveling up. With that talent, do you honestly believe he can become a king? Who knows? It is hard to tell." Black Moon King smiled. Flower King and Moon Will King were watching the happenings of the valley, too. Flower King frowned. This red mist spring offers a lot. It might even erupt a few more times. Han Sen's shoes are too weird. They give him the speed of a duke. Rebecca and the others aren't able to collect any of the spring water. Moon Will King smiled and said, "Maybe not." Flower King looked at Moon Will King with shock. Moon Will King didn't elaborate, but Flower King could guess what he was hinting at. Pang! Another red orb came out of the spring water. Han Sen fired his power to get over towards it. 7 or 8 earls roared together and unleashed their powers, but they still couldn't match Han Sen's speed. He moved directly in front of the orb. Rebecca wore a complex expression. She was holding a spell card that was in the shape of a turtle. Light glowed from the symbols on the card. It looked as if she didn't want to use it, but she gritted her teeth and threw it at Han Senator. It traveled through the air and landed on Han Senator. Han Sen couldn't dodge, and the spell card attached itself to his body. When the turtle spell card landed on Han Sen, he felt his body become heavy. He began to slow down, and gravity dragged so heavily on his body that he almost fell from the sky. Han Sen's blood was boiling. So, he reached out a hand and grabbed the red mist glob before he fell. The Jade Turtle Spell. You already had a plan for slowing Han Sen down? Flower King asked, looking at the spell that had been cast on Han. Senator Moon Will King said coldly, "The speed of those shoes may not mean much to us, and they wouldn't work if there were dukes on the field. Against lower-level opponents, however, they make the boy undefeatable. So, I had a plan to mitigate that." Flower King was shocked, and he said, "The Jade Turtle spell comes from the remains of a deified turtle. There are only 1365 of them in existence. They can only be used once to suppress creatures and slow them down. Not even kings can withstand them. After all these years, very few remain. It is a waste to use one on a baron." Moon Will King looked tired, and he said, "That is why Rebecca did not use it at first. She did not expect this spring could provide so much. But since the spring was so abundant, and the shoes were proving too much of a challenge, she had no choice but to use the spell. She made a good decision. From how the spring has performed thus far, I'm guessing that it will erupt another 3 or 4 times. It was worth using it. If we failed to bring back a single droplet, I doubt our wives would soon forgive us." Flower King and Moon Will King both looked at each other. Han Sen's body was near the spring's eye now. His legs felt as if they were made of lead. He used all the power he could to fuel his rabbit shoes, but he was still as slow as he would have been if he wasn't wearing the shoes at all. Han Sen wished to detach the spell card, but it stuck to him tightly. It was like it was magnetized to him and he couldn't remove it. In addition to his decreased speed, his jumping and flying abilities were restricted. But those aside, Han Sen could still use his power. Seeing Han Sen get hit by the turtle spell and fall next to the spring eye, Sword No and the others were delighted. The Tego Earl ran forward with his tiger fist to strike Han Senator. When Han Sen had been able to use his rabbit shoes to full effect, he had not been afraid of the attack. But now that he was so slow, he could not dodge the fist and its hammering light. Han Sen was next to the spring's eye, yes, but he was not worried. Han Sen summoned something from his sea of soul. A red mist suddenly wrapped up his right hand. It was like a glove made of silk. This glove was obtained from the red mist mink that Han Sen had killed before. It was a glove beast soul that increased the speed and power of Han Sen's hand. Perhaps it was because he had yet to match the Earl class of the item itself, but it only wrapped up one hand. But to Han Sen, that would be enough. The nobles he contended with were earls at best, and what's more, they had only just become earls. They'd only be slightly stronger than the glove at best, and it was likely they were weaker. Han Sen donned the glove and clutched his ghost teeth knife. Seeing the incoming strike headed for him, he did not try to evade it. Instead, he threw his own attack directly towards it. Because Spell was not a viscount yet, Han Sen could not use Jade Skin, Mutant Blood, nor the Dongxian Sutra. He could only use the story of genes to fight the Taego Earl. Everyone there, seeing Han Sen fighting the Taego Earl, frowned. There was no way a baron could hope to defeat the Taego Earl. Han Sen was not wearing his Marquis armor either. He could be killed with a single punch. The Taego Earl saw Han Sen slashing towards his fist, and he looked cold. He increased his speed, hoping to finish Han Sen for good. A black tiger punch of light came roaring towards Han Senator. It was probably going to turn him into dust. Ghost Teeth Knife's blade was purple-black. Without any god light or godly presence, the attack that came forward to meet with the fist looked ordinary. Catcha! That scary attack looked incredible, in the eyes of others. But it was cut open by the ghost teeth knife. From top to bottom, it was sliced in two. Ghost Teeth Knife and the Taego's fist came against each other, and a dong noise sounded. Han Sen stood where he was, unmoving. The Taego, on the other hand, went stumbling back 4 steps. The fist had an obvious knife mark, and blood leaked between the Earl's fingers. Impossible. The Taego Earl was shocked. The other Earls were stunned, too. That glove. There is something amiss with his glove. It is a powerful treasure that increases his strength and speed. Rebecca was the heir of a half-deity. She knew far more than an ordinary earl, and she could immediately identify the problem. Pang! Before anyone's days had been broken, the spring's eye unleashed another red light. More spring water was up for grabs. His movement speed is being suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell. He cannot steal any more from us, so ignore him. An earl shouted. But Rebecca and the other earls had already realized this. Silently, they rushed after the spring water. Rebecca and the others could tell that Han Sen's hand speed and power had increased, but he was still slow to move. He could not fly or pose a significant threat in battle for them. But this belief made the earl that made the call too comfortable. It's what prompted his shout. The others were moving already. A red light shot out of the spring's eye, as quick as lightning. Rebecca and the others were prepared to steal the water this time, but just as the light came firing out, a hand snatched it a mere 2 meters above the ground. Then, many more red balls came out from the red mist spring's red beam. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Han Sen's hand. He was standing near the spring's eye, and they stared at him in a daze. The spring water was random. When a droplet rose from the spring, it was initially moving at the speed of light. Not even a Marquis could capture one of those droplets at the moment it spawned. But Han Sen had managed to grab it with his bare hands. That was shocking. Coincidence? Rebecca wondered, not able to believe what she was seeing. It's not a coincidence, Night River King said, as his eyes froze on Han Senator Moon Will King, and the others had realized this, too. It wasn't by chance, and it shocked them all. We cannot let him stay near the red mist spring. Sword No was furious now. He slashed towards Han's senator. The Tego came at Han Sen from the other side. Sword no swordlight became a star in the sky. It descended like a meteor shower, drenching Han Sen's entire body in the starry swordlight. From the other side, the Tego Earl was like a tiger. His punch leaped forward like a beast, with Han Sen as its prey. Han Sen was under fire from both sides. He couldn't speed up, and neither could he hope to evade. He didn't want to leave the spring's eye either. With his immobility, he had to stop the spring water the moment it appeared. If the droplets made it past him, he wouldn't stand any chance of retrieving them. But there was a chance that the red beam was harmful, so he couldn't stand directly over the spout. Even if he could, he knew Sword No and the others wouldn't let him stay there. Rebecca and the other earls did not fight alongside Sword No and Tego Earl. They believed Han Sen's power might have been the equivalent of an earl, but his skill most certainly wasn't. Furthermore, his movement had been restricted until he was slower than a baron. He'd be lucky not to get killed by those two earls. Han Sen wasn't disheartened by those odds, though. He put the spring water into his mouth, while his other hand wielded ghost teeth knife. He spun it in a circle. Sword No starry swordlight impacted the twirling knife and vanished into the blurring circle. On the other side, the Tego Earl's fist was falling towards Han. Senator Han Sen moved his hand and pulled the knife circle closer. The starry swordlight emerged from the knife circle, prepped to strike the fist. Boom! The swordlight and the fist light shattered, creating a large shockwave. Sword No and the Tego stumbled back. Han Sen, on the other hand, was unharmed. He remained standing exactly where he had been. Everyone was frozen. No one had expected this result. Empty mouth, white teeth. That is the hardest technique of teeth knife. It can exchange black and white, yin and yang. Even the few dukes that have practiced teeth knife would not dare risk using this. No one dares to use it because success is not guaranteed. Han Sen has just used it, though, and he did succeed. Rebecca stared at the scene in disbelief. Rebecca wasn't the only one thinking this way, either. Flower King and Moonwill King were in just as much shock. Empty mouth, white teeth was not difficult to practice, but it was extremely difficult to use in combat. The user had to have true understanding of their own power and their enemy's power as well. They had to know a lot, too. If they didn't, they'd only end up bringing harm upon themselves. Out of all the rebate, the only one who could use this ability in combat was Knife Queen. A few of the dukes that had practiced teeth knife had given it a try in the past, but they all failed. And since a miss in combat could result in death, few others were keen on trying it. Amidst everyone's shock, the spring's eye gleamed with another red light. Another orb of spring water was shooting out. Han Sen reached out his hand and grabbed the droplet. It was really pleasing to see him do this, like watching someone catch a fly with chopsticks. I have to get him away from the spring's eye. Rebecca turned into a light, and she shot towards Han. Senator Sword No and the Tego Earl were running towards Han Sen, too. They wanted to get him away from the spring, they'd kill him if they had to. Dulisha and the other viscounts were still dealing with the Xenogeneics. Dulisha was still a little weak, though, and Moonwill King had not permitted her to become an earl there. So, she did not go to the Red Mist Spring's eye. Still, she was able to keep an eye on the situation unfolding there. Han Sen had taken all the spring water alone, and he had managed to do it while beating back the Tego Earl and Sword No. Needless to say, she was surprised. But when Rebecca decided to join the two attacking Han Sen, what happened next made Dulisha believe she was dreaming. The purple-black ghost teeth knife moved in the same way Han Sen did. It was difficult to predict. He was fighting back the earls, and despite Rebecca joining in to help, they could still not remove him from the spring's eye. The scariest thing about all this was that when Han Sen and Rebecca were fighting, Han Sen wasn't looking at the spring's eye. But when a red orb flew out, Han Sen would lean in and grab it really quick. He was faster than lightning, and in a flash, he'd have put it in his mouth. Not only Du Lisha was shocked by this. Rebecca, the other earls, and all the kings that were observing the events were in shock. Han Sen's teeth knife was like a raging beast. His skills were very serious, and he looked like a champion. The teeth knife skill was helping Han Sen a lot right now. He was surrounded, but even so, he never slipped up once. He wasn't even rushed or panicked, and his performance was flawless. Despite the difficulty of performing empty mouth, white teeth in combat, Han Sen used it 20 times without fail. Now they knew that Han Sen was really like Knife Queen. He could use the ability in combat, to a degree that exceeded the chance of being a lucky fluke. Boom! As the observers watched the fight, Han Sen and his knife seemed to merge. Han Sen was Han Sen, and Ghost Teeth Knife was Ghost Teeth Knife, but now they were combined. They were one, like an evil-looking beast with a grin. It gave people the willies. Teeth Knife Knife Mind. Suddenly, Night River King let out a scream. Yes, it was a Teeth Knife Knife Mind, the purest example of one, actually. And it was coming from a baron. Moonwell King and the others were speechless. Even with their years of experience, they had no idea how Han Sen could practice Teeth Knife Knife Mind in such a small amount of time. But this was the Rebate's teeth knife. It was something most Rebate could not practice. Han Sen was just an outsider, and he had learned it all within a month. Moonwell King and the rest wouldn't have believed it if they weren't there to see it themselves. Is he a knife skill genius? The kings looked at him with complicated expressions. Rebecca was shocked, too. The scariest thing was that Han Sen's knife mind was gradually increasing. Chapter 1921 Knife Mind Shocking the Sky. Han Sen lifted his knife. There was no shiny knife light, no spiritual glow, but the knife mind was so scary. It felt like a beast that had come to swallow the sky. It could not be avoided, and even space above would find itself fractured. Although it was a wrong feeling, it shocked everyone with awe. It was a feeling they couldn't escape. Catcha! Han Sen slashed towards the Taego Earl. He cut through his foe's armor and drew a deep cut across his chest. His teeth power was buffed by his knife mind, and a purple mist began to envelop the wound, tearing it wider. Sword Nose meteor-like sword light and another Earl's spear came striking at the same time. Han Sen did not move, though. His ghost teeth knife began whirling up another spiral. He caught the sword light inside the circle, and then he threw it towards Rebecca to slow her down. At the same time, Han Sen's left hand grabbed the red mist spring water. He put it in his mouth and swallowed it. All these actions were performed in one uninterrupted sequence. It looked simple and smooth. So many earls were attacking Han Sen, but he made it look like he was shooing off a bunch of kids. What the hell? Flower King's eyes were open wide as he stared at Han. Senator Han Sen didn't just generate a normal teeth knife mind. His knife mind was growing quickly, becoming something greater than usual. Even Flower King, who had lived for 1,000 years, had not seen anything like this before. Moonwell King and Night River King looked at Han Sen, but remained speechless. 3 months of a major gambit had been reduced to a joke. Han Sen had only taken 1.5 months to develop a terrifying knife mind. The most talented dukes had taken several years to make a remotely similar amount of progress. Isha's eyes looked bright as she watched. What she was thinking, though, you could not tell. Catcha! Han Sen cut Sword Nose's arm off as he grabbed another glob of spring water and shoved it into his mouth. Everything was so seamless. If Sword No and the others weren't the ones being subjected to this treatment, they'd undoubtedly have praised the marvelous performance. All they could feel now, though, was shock. It was unbelievable for a baron to use sword skills like that, even if he was being slightly buffed by the treasures he used. Han Sen kept on fighting, swallowing the orbs of spring water as he went. He had consumed at least 10 of them, and he used yin-yang change to convert them into power. His energy and spell armor began to turn red and give off a strange mist. He looked so very weird. Rebecca and the others did not want to retreat in such a state. They used all the power they could muster to fight Han Sen, but it meant naught. They still couldn't keep up, and they hadn't been able to claim a single drop of water for themselves. Han Sen had taken them all. The storage capacity of that particular red mist spring was beyond anyone's wildest expectations. It was still releasing spring water. So what? Even if he does have tremendous skill, he has swallowed at least 100 red mist spring water drops. Even if he was a bug, he should have been able to become a Viscount a few times over by now, but he hasn't yet leveled up. How does he expect to level up? I don't even think this guy will even be able to become a Duke, Night River King said, as he coldly looked upon Han Senator Black Moon King's side. He greatly favored Han Sen, but what Night River King said was true. Even a minuscule insect should have become a Viscount by now, but Han Sen had not. His ascendance required far too many resources. If it was that difficult for him to become a Viscount, it would be even harder for him to level up and hit loftier tiers. Even if Isha was willing to keep growing him, the chances of Han Sen ever becoming a king were super low. It is a shame to have such talent and yet be shackled with a geno art and body such as that. Moon Will King sighed. He felt very sorry for the lad. Flower King looked at Han Sen with admiration. He sighed and said, "It does not matter how good his skills are, if he cannot attain a higher level, it is all for naught. 13 spring water drops could create 10 Viscounts. And yet, he has not leveled up. I don't think he will ever be a king." The red mist inside Han Sen's body was getting thicker and thicker, and it was as if it was getting hacked at by blades. But his spell armor remained quiet, and it wasn't releasing any energy at all. Han Sen kept fighting and drinking all the water he could grab. The spring continued to erupt and supply him with drops. Everyone thought each glob of water would be the last, but their expectations were shattered by the emergence of another, each and every time. When Han Sen had swallowed 17 or 18 globs, the spring's eye began throwing out even more water. How many xenogeneics were killed here in ancient times to produce such a large quantity of water beneath the surface? Black Moon King said in wonder. Night River King's eyebrows kept on twitching. Han Sen had swallowed so much spring water, and he found himself having difficulty holding back. He had thought the spring water would have emptied by now, so he had held himself back each time. But every time he thought of that, more water came out. Right now, the 20th glob of spring water was emerging. Night River King was now full of regret. He regretted not making a move of his own any sooner. He could have grabbed at least 10 water drops. Now, all of the spring water was inside Han Sen's belly, and he could not even produce a fart. It was a waste of a rare material. When the spring erupted again, Night River King finally couldn't keep himself restrained. He did not care if there was any more spring water coming or not, he was going to make a move. If he didn't, he believed his heart would be buried by dust, and that would affect his training. Moon Will King and the others were shocked. If a red mist spring produced 100 water drops, it was considered very large. This spring had produced almost 200, and it was still going. The scariest thing was that Han Sen had swallowed so much of that water, and yet he had not become a Viscount. Sword Nose's eyebrows jumped, as if he had just heard something. His face changed, but he decided to spit out some blood and jump towards Han Sen like a bloody arrow. Han Sen slashed towards the blood arrow and cut it open. But inside the blood arrow was a red bug which continued flying towards Han Senator. It was so small and so fast that it hit Han Sen's forehead, even with his spell helmet on. As this occurred, the spring's eye was shining bright. A red light came out of the red spring, but this time, it was not water. It was a red soul. The red mist soul. All the kings screamed. But before they could do anything, Han Sen grabbed the soul and swallowed it. Chapter 1922 Spell Evolution. Han Sen kept fighting and consuming the spring water he could get. His mind was thinking about the little bug on his forehead, so he wasn't paying attention to anything else. Han Sen thought what he had taken was just a larger water drop. It sure tasted like ordinary spring water, but after swallowing it, he acknowledged that something might have been wrong. It was as if he swallowed a vat of lava, and his entire body flared up with pain. He was burning on the inside with a sensation that was worse than any cut. But Han Sen kept on casting his yin-yang change, trying to convert the horrible substance. His other hand was reaching for his forehead, to try to remove the red bug. The bug looked like blood. It was only the size of a needle head, and when it touched Han Sen's forehead, it tried to drill through the helmet. Quickly, a hole had been punctured through the spell armor. The fiend was going to go right through. Han Sen used his other hand to cover the hole, but the bug was already inside the armor. He couldn't get a hold of it. Han Sen frowned. Before he could think about how to deal with the bug, Sword No and the Taego Earl were coming for him once again. They were just like Han Sen right now, in that they did not know about the red mist soul. They didn't know that after the red mist soul, there would not be any more spring water. The red mist soul was extremely rare. It was an angry spirit that the spring itself had generated. The red mist spring worked on viscounts. It was not effective when you reached Earl, but the red mist soul was. It could trigger an evolution for an Earl. The chances weren't very high, but the mere prospect of it being a possibility was quite scary. If normal viscounts used a red mist soul, they could easily become an Earl. It was a guarantee. The kings watched Han Sen swallow the red mist soul, and they thought it to be an even grander waste. None felt this more than Night River King. He wished he had allowed Sword No to use the blood-brain bugs sooner. Blood-brain bugs were a harmful xenogenic. As a parasite, they could latch themselves onto the brains of others. One of them would look like a normal bug, but when activated, it could ravage the brain of its victim. Its behavior could be controlled remotely, too. Seeing the blood-brain bug pierce the helmet, Han Sen's body shone. The spell armor was glowing white. The red mist soul in Han Sen's body, and the spring water, were converted into energy inside his armor. Spell's energy was finally released. It was going to reach Viscount class. Catcha! The spell armor was bathed in light, and in its radiance, the blood-brain bug melted. Nothing of it remained. Han Sen's ghost teeth knife glowed white as it was imbued with spell's light. It was a knife light. Han Sen's knife mind was also increasing. It was scary before, but now it was becoming something even greater. It was way past the level of a duke. Boom! The person and the knife combined into one. The knife light was like the light of dawn. It banished the dark and signaled the coming of a new day. And now, it was going after the Taego Earl. The Taego Earl was shocked. That knife light was scarier than any monster. It took over his entire world. The Taego Earl swung his fist like a tiger, but he himself wished to retreat. The knife light acted as if it had a life of its own. It smashed into his back and sent fractures all the way through his chest. He started to bleed profusely. When the blood spilled out, the purple mist began to spread across the wounds. The Taego Earl looked scared, and his wounds expanded quickly. His chest was torn wide open, and then, his organs fell out. Arg! The Taego Earl screamed. He had been ripped apart by the teeth power. Rebecca and the others stopped attacking. They looked at Han Sen, holding ghost teeth knife like a demon. He didn't look like he was going to stop. And he turned his murderous attention onto Sword No. In that fight, all that the other earls had wanted was a bit of that spring water. It was only the Tago Earl and Sword No that wanted to kill Han's senator, but he didn't look willing to stop. The knife he wielded was like a demon striker. The knife light was like a maw of toxic teeth, wanting to crush Sword No. Sword No knew he was injured, and far worse than the Tago Earl had been just before Han Sen killed him. He couldn't take Han Sen's strike, and he looked so scared. He flailed his sword to spawn another meteoric slash that could hopefully break Han Sen's sword light. Enough. The fight for the Red Mist Spring has ended. Night River King's scary power and aura landed. It covered the entirety of the Red Mist Valley. He spoke in a cold voice. Han Sen acted as if he had not heard him. He didn't care about the king's presence, and he still continued swinging his knife. The knife light cut through from the top of Sword No's head, down through his body until he flopped in two. Everyone was in shock. They never expected Han Sen could be so cruel. Even with Night River King there, he had mercilessly slain Sword No. Night River King was furious, and he said, "I told you to stop. And you are still killing." Night River King swung his palm, and his scary power came towards Han Sen to crush him. The mere presence that the hand possessed was terrifying. As rocks were broken, it felt like the end of the world. Han Sen was holding his ghost teeth knife. He stared at that hand that towered towards the sky like a mountain. He wasn't scared, though. His knife mind roared like a beast, but the king's power did not relent. Boom! Before the hand could land, a purple gust of knife wind came from Planet Blade. It traveled through space like a beam that crossed the universe. It broke through Planet Eclipse's atmosphere and cut through the hand. Arg! A scream sounded, and the big hand was sliced into dust by that fearsome knife light. Night River King's body disappeared, right from where he was on Planet Eclipse. "Please don't be mad, knife." Night River King was just angry, and he did not mean to hurt Han Sen, Moonwell King said, looking up towards Planet Blade. "I will decide the fate of my student. Others should learn not to interfere." Queen's voice sounded empty, but it was all over Narrow Moon. Moonwell King shook his head and then vanished from Planet Eclipse. The other kings left, too. There was no point in them staying any longer. If they tried anything, they'd be humiliated like Night River King had. Now Han Sen had his teeth knife mind, Isha could protect him properly. They weren't Moonwell King, and they were not deified. They wouldn't want to incite Isha's fury. Chapter 1923. The third form Han Sen was believed to have obtained his teeth knife mind in 1.5 months. What's more, his knife mind was very close to the proficiency that only a king could demonstrate. It dazed the Narrow Moon elites into a state of disbelief. They had seen this with their own eyes, though. And so they couldn't actually doubt it. They couldn't claim that Han Sen was cheating either. Isha was the only other that could practice teeth knife in such a fashion. Even if Isha was helping Han Sen cheat somehow, there was no way Han Sen should have been able to earn such a knife mind in such a short time. People were worried, though. And no one could doubt Han Sen's talent. Han Sen's performance with the Red Mist Spring was shocking. Many members of Moon Garden, such as Rebecca and Dulisha, now greatly feared Han Senator. The day after the events of the Red Mist Spring, Isha gave Han Sen a call. She didn't say much, but she provided him with a Geno art to practice with. "You performed well. This Geno art is your reward. But you cannot be cocky about it. You need to remember that if you do not obtain deified status, it will be useless. Your strength won't matter." She gave him some Viscount Geno fluid, too, so he could practice. Han Sen did not understand what Isha meant by this. But he was relieved that Isha had protected him, indicating that things were okay between them. Not long after, Moon Garden invited Han Sen to become a member, but Isha rejected it on his behalf. Isha had wanted Han Sen to join Moon Garden to gain support from the tribe, but she changed her mind after all that had happened. She didn't want him joining them. Because of this, the kings at Narrow Moon held another meeting. They tried to convince Isha to allow Han Sen to become a member of Moon Garden. Her response was cold. "My student is not any boy you can push around however you wish." After that, she left. She didn't save face for Moon Will King either. Moon Will King and the others wanted Han Sen to join simply because Han Sen's talents were too shocking. His mind far exceeded the capabilities of others at the same level. If he could join Moon Garden and practice with the members there, the others should also benefit and become stronger. Isha was no longer interested in this arrangement, though. And it wasn't as if they could force Han Sen to take part in Moon Garden. Han Sen was in his room, playing with the jade turtle spell. Normally, it was a one-time use item. It wouldn't come off after being used. Instead, its power would be exhausted after a day and the entire thing would shatter. When Han Sen returned to base, his body felt awful under the weight of the jade turtle spell. He tried to pull it off, but alas, he was unable to. Since he couldn't use Super King Spirit Mode, he ended up trying the Dongxian Sutra. He spread its influence into the jade turtle spell, then simulated its powers and removed it from himself. The power of the jade turtle spell was very deep. Han Sen only simulated a tiny part of it, but he was able to learn a lot. It also made him wonder where it had come from. Due to the power being too deep and profound, Han Sen was unable to learn it all. So, he began fiddling with the thing using the Dongxian aura to slowly learn more about it. The Geno art Isha had given Han Sen was a light-based art called Moon. As he practiced it, he found that it fit him quite well. Moon was fairly amazing, as well. It could use the powers of light to generate a moon of his own. The power was something like the ability of an earl to generate a spirit that wasn't actually a real spirit. Han Sen was quite interested in this Geno art. And since it was Isha who had allowed him to practice it, he didn't dare be lazy with the gift. He practiced with it whenever he was able to. The biggest reward he had received from the events at the Red Mist Spring was his spell evolving. Quite surprisingly, the Viscount class spell was able to unleash light powers of its own. Furthermore, it possessed a third form. Geno armaments had two forms, traditionally. One was the plain armor set form that was always there for him to equip. The second form came from reaching the second stage of evolution. In Han Sen's case, it was a lady form, the gunner called spell. Xie Qing King's book and Wang Yuhang's bike were the second forms, too. Very few, if any, had heard of there being a third possible form. Han Sen knew very little about Geno armaments, though, so he wasn't sure if it was how uncommon it truly was. Regardless, this was the first time he had seen or heard of such a thing. Spell's third form was that of a sniper rifle. Han Sen tried out the rifle and found it surprisingly easy to get headshots from a distance of 100 miles. The biggest advantage of having a sniper rifle was that Han Sen's power was concentrated into bullets. Future engagements wouldn't be so costly either, with the range of the weapon. The normal power of a Viscount came from sword lights or knife lights. It was very lucky if you could cast such strikes over a distance of a few hundred meters. But with that sniper rifle, Han Sen could guarantee headshots without his targets being aware of his presence. It was a perfect weapon for assassinations. The only limitation was that the bullet velocity depended on spell's power and Han Sen's own power. But that still meant that the stronger they grew, the stronger the bullets would become. He just couldn't use other sources of power to fuel it. All in all, Han Sen loved it. He could level up quite easily with the rifle, and headshots would not be difficult to get. See. Han Sen was playing with the jade turtle spell, and as he did, something moved in his pocket. It made a sound. Han Sen opened his pocket and saw the red mist orb inside. The 7 minks were re-emerging from the orb. When they saw Han Sen, they opened their eyes and began crooning at him. "Are you guys hungry?" Han Sen thought he understood what they were implying. The little minks in Han Sen's pocket nodded. So, Han Sen fed them some xenogenic meat. During the Red Mist Valley incident, the Viscounts had killed many creatures for him. He moved the flesh back to the base, and there was a lot. Because of this, he didn't mind feeding the little creatures. The 7 minks munched on the flesh, and while they were eating, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan their bodies and observe their energy flow. After watching them for a while, something gave him a shock. The minks really were just barren class, but their energy flows were complex. They were unlike any other baron he had seen before. Chapter 1924 Red Copper Palace Super Gene. Han Sen tried to simulate the energy flow of the little minks. He could do this by transforming the Dongxian Sutra's power into the power the little minks possessed. Han Sen didn't think it'd be difficult to do, as the little minks had only just been born. But it actually took Han Sen 7 or 8 days to simulate their energy. Around this time, the little minks got hungry. They came out to eat again. After every meal, they returned to the red mist orb. They always tried to enter the Red Copper Palace, but they failed each time. Seeing the little minks going back into the red mist orb, Han Sen finally finished simulating their powers. He then tried to put the new energy into the red mist orb. When the power hit the red mist orb, Han Sen felt the red mist orb respond, as if it had a weird power of its own. It sucked Han Sen right inside. Dong! The red mist orb fell on the floor, and Han Sen had entered it. He could see a lot of red mist, in addition to the big red copper palace. Han Sen walked through the mist and headed straight for that elusive palace. The 7 minks kept on looping around the palace, unable to find an access point that would grant them entry. Seeing Han Sen, the 7 little minks looked surprised. They surrounded Han Sen, jumping and screaming. They then ran for the main door. They lined up. Some of them used their claws to push, some of them used their bellies to push, and some of them used their backs to push. They tried their hardest to push against the door, but it wouldn't budge. See. The little guys pushed so hard to no avail, then turned their attention to Han Sen to ask for his help. Han Sen had seen things like this many times before. If the 7 minks wanted to enter that place so badly, there must be something valuable inside. He didn't hesitate. He placed his hand against the door and pushed with the minks, trying to force it open. But the door was like stone. Han Sen tried his best to get it to move, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Han Sen looked at the door and found no indication of a lock. He frowned. See. The little minks kept pointing at something, trying to tell him something. What are you saying? Han Sen looked at them, but he could not speak their language. He couldn't understand them. Luckily, the Dongxian aura could allow him to read minds, at least a little. The minks kept on running and pointing, and eventually, he heard a sound. It was a simple sound, but Han Sen could guess what they meant. Han Sen tried pushing the door again, but this time, he used the little mink's power to do so. He was simulating them, yes, but he could still use the energy flow far better than the minks themselves could. When he pushed, the red copper door slowly opened. The little minks were delighted. They lined up and helped Han Sen push. The door was opening slowly, and when the opening reached 1 foot wide, the 7 minks could not wait any longer. They hurriedly shuffled themselves inside. Han Sen couldn't wait either, and so he squeezed in through the gap. And on the inside, the palace really shocked Han. Senator Han Sen immediately noted how elegant the place had looked from the outside. It had led him to believe that it was some sort of ancient relic, but now that he was looking at the interior, the palace was shining with lights. It looked very scientific. It was different from what he was expecting. The 7 minks ran inside the palace as Han Sen followed. There were many strange tools and gizmos, and he felt as if he was entering the research quarters of some alien base. Han Sen saw there was a large throne inside the palace, though. There was a 10-meter-tall machine sitting on it, curiously enough. It looked like an old model of Alliance warframe. It was so old that it looked like a medieval knight. It was clad in heavy armor and everything. Upon further inspection, Han Sen realized that the knight did not have any electrical devices attached to it. It was built from what he assumed to be red copper. It sat on the throne, and it gave no indication of possessing a life force. Even so, it gave the threatening feeling that it could get up and fight whenever it wished to. The 7 little minks raced under its feet, then they climbed its copper body until they reached the heart. They pushed and squealed. What they were doing was anyone's guess. Boom! Amidst Han Sen's confusion and wonder, the knight did indeed stand up off the throne. It lurched to its feet with a jerking movement and shook the minks off of its body. In the knight's empty eyes, a red light started to gleam. The light looked like some sort of warning beacon. Near the knight's heart, the red light grew stronger. It fired a red light towards the red minks, and all 7 of them disappeared. And then, Han Sen saw the knight start to move. It was approaching him quickly. Its red copper body gave off a sense of foreboding. And shortly after, it was right next to Han Senator. It reached out its big hand and tried to pick Han Sen up. Han Sen frowned, and so he quickly retreated and evaded the hand's grip. But the armored knight bent its legs and unleashed a horrible power. It suddenly accelerated forward and ran before Senator Han Sen was shocked. He used the jade skin's godlight to punch against the knight's hand. A metal noise rang out following the collision, but the knight was not hurt. Han Sen's hand, however, was left feeling numb. Han Sen summoned his rabbit shoes and evaded the knight's hand that was coming for him again. He thought the armored knight could not catch up with him. But the knight's speed increased again, and it actually revealed itself to be faster than the rabbit shoes. It caught up with Han Sen way too quickly, and Han Sen was unable to dodge. It simply grabbed Han Sen's body as easily as one would a doll. Han Sen was shocked, but it was then that he realized the knight's hand was not exerting force. It put Han Sen in its palm and did not hurt him. The knight's hand moved near its heart. That was where the little minks had been sucked into. Han Sen simulated the power of the little minks and then placed his hand against the knight's heart. Quickly, the knight's heart lit up again. The light shone on Han Sen, drawing him in. Chapter 1925 Red Mist. King Han Sen felt as if his body was taken through the red mist. He felt as if he was sinking. When his body came to a stop, he saw the 7 minks wrapped up in the same plume of red mist, right next to him. The red mist then cocooned itself around him, too. As the mist was attaching itself to him, a strange message penetrated his brain. Han Sen found that he could read the little minks' thoughts, primarily because they were so small and so simple. Their emotions were easy to discern due to their simplicity, unlike humans that have a complex variety of feelings. It was something he couldn't have explained in words. The stranger thing was when Han Sen noticed that the armored knight was trying to communicate with him. It spoke about how one would gain control of it. That knight was called Red Mist King. Han Sen read its description and learned that it was like a wartime machine like the ones he had used in the Alliance. But Red Mist King wasn't built from circuits and electricity, it was actually comprised of xenogenic material and little else. He didn't need buttons to control it either. All he had to do was use his mind, in addition to the red mist power. It did not take much red mist power for a Viscount to control the machine. Red Mist King generated its own power, too. It had been built from a swathe of xenogenic materials, and it possessed incredible strength. But every time it was used, some of the energy inside it would be consumed. So, it would have to be imbued with more xenogenic materials to replenish its energy. Han Sen sensed that most of its energy had already been spent, and that it only had around 9% of its energy left. Han Sen did not understand how it worked, though. The 7 minks were getting very excited. Their thoughts could control the Red Mist King, too. The Red Mist King returned to the throne and sat down in its previous place. Han Sen thought the minks were merely taking a break, but the equipment in the palace started up. With a whir, the lights of the equipment began to gleam. Even the throne itself started to shine. And then the dimension near the throne began to twist. Before Han Sen could react, he saw the space of the place begin to twist. Red Mist King was sent out, and it appeared near a teleporter on a planet. The little minks merrily guided Red Mist King out of that teleporter, and what Han Sen saw surprised him. Machines that looked like Red Mist King were everywhere. They each had a different shape and size. There were some like beasts or bugs, and there were even a few resembling livestock. The buildings were built from a similar material, too. It looked like a mechanical planet straight out of a sci-fi movie. Han Sen had seen all sorts of different xenogenic materials. He knew that inside them, there had to be something like the little minks controlling them. Are there other minks inside these machines, too? Is it an entire race of them? Han Sen was shocked at the mere thought. But when Red Mist King walked out of the teleporter, alarm noises started to sound. Then, a language blared, one which Han Sen could not understand. At that moment, all the xenogenic material machines turned to look at the Red Mist King. Han Sen thought things had gone pretty awry. The next second, many xenogenic machines were coming for Han Senator. Furthermore, they were aiming at Red Mist King. Their weapons were like lasers, and they started to fire at Red Mist King. Han Sen could see that most of the lasers had Viscount-class strength, but there were a few that were Earl-class. Boom! After the chaos started to unfold, Red Mist King was sent soaring into a building with a crash. Han Sen felt every movement, but Red Mist King hadn't sustained any injuries. The little minks were rolling around in the mist. They looked rather annoyed. And then, Han Sen saw the joints of the armor begin to shine red. The minks controlled the Red Mist King's fists, which were now blazing with fire. It moved forward and punched an opponent. Boom! A giant beam of light came out of the fist. It destroyed the streets, buildings, and xenogenic machines all around. Everything was broken or melted under the force. A building that was a few hundred meters tall was vaporized, and a 10-meter deep crater was all that remained. The path of destruction kept extending out, though, as if it was the end of the world. It felt as if everything there would be wiped out. The red mist didn't seem bound to the planet's surface, though. It reached out into the atmosphere, as if it was going out to space. *T. That's strong. Han Sen was frozen. That punch was the equivalent of a king-class elite. That's scary. After the initial shock, a flurry of surprises continued to come. The Red Mist King was very strong, and furthermore, Han Sen could control it. That meant Han Sen could be that strong and not have anything to be afraid of. If Night River King came to provoke him again, Han Sen could punch him into the sky, regardless of whether or not he was King. But Han Sen's dream quickly came to a halt. The red mist had given him a lot of information, but one of the alerts was now warning him that the energy reserves were very low. It was lower than 1% now, at a figure of 0. 75%. F***CK. One punch took away 9% of its energy. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't dare hesitate now. He pulled the 7 little minks closer, to prevent them from piloting the Red Mist King any further. Han Sen decided to take control of it, and he raced it back to the teleporter. The dimension twisted once again, and they vanished from the area. When the vortex untwisted and deposited them back in normal space, they found themselves back inside the red copper palace. Han Sen was greatly relieved. The 7 little minks, however, were looking rather angry. Han Sen quickly scanned their minds, and it allowed him to understand why they were as angry as they were. They had merrily gone in there because, from what Han Sen could discern, they wanted to go home. But as soon as they teleported, they were treated like enemies. That was the source of their frustration. But then Han Sen thought about the punch. Han Sen thought that the creatures of that planet might have every right to be as furious as they were. Han Sen grabbed the 7 little minks, in case they decided to drive the Red Mist King back. Red Mist King had next to no energy, so Han Sen wasn't sure if it could return from another trip through the teleporter. Han Sen brought them all the way out of the red mist orb so he could keep an eye on them. He went on the internet to find out what he could about the red mist orb, Red Mist King, and the little minks. Chapter 1926. Watching a ceremony. Fortunately, now that he was a student of someone who was half deified, Han Sen had some level of authority across Narrow Moon. It gave him access to information that the ordinary rebates were not permitted to know. Han Sen could not find out anything about the origin of the Red Mist Orb, but he was able to learn about the Red Mist Minks and the Red Mist King. In the Geno universe, there was a race called Mecha. In truth, it wasn't one fixed race, but a title that included a number of subspecies and different blood lineages. So, because of their extreme diversity, the Mecha couldn't be considered a higher race like the Feathers were. Even if their strength exceeded that of some higher races. Even if one of the Mecha managed to light a Geno lantern, it wouldn't be enough to enable all Mecha to be considered a higher race. There were too many differences in the blood between them all. The Mecha's xenogeneic space included everything from pigs to snakes. There were still so many different types of creatures that were considered Mecha that it was difficult to keep track of them all. But there was one connecting thread, and that was a talent shared by all the Mecha. They could consume xenogeneic genes and create a new material inside their own bodies. The Mecha used these materials to create xenogeneic battle bodies, creations that were similar to the Red Mist King. But in order to be used, xenogeneic battle bodies required a power that belonged solely to the Mecha. So, if you were not one of the Mecha, and you had a xenogeneic battle body, you would not be able to operate it. Without a doubt, those little minks belong to the Mecha. They're related in some way, leastways. But if that's the case, then why were they born here? And why was the Red Mist King here? The Mecha need a lot of xenogeneic genes to create xenogeneic battle bodies, and the Red Mist Spring had a lot of spring water. That means many xenogeneics died here. These two have to be related in some way, Han Sen thought. But this was all he could conjecture. He couldn't make any further guesses, as the information he had discovered did not talk about the Red Mist Minks and the Red Mist King specifically. Han Sen tried to use xenogeneic gene ingredients to fill up the Red Mist King's energy, but he soon realized that it wasn't working. This was because xenogeneic genes had to be eaten by the Red Mist Minks, who would then release the energy they had gained. That was the top-up process for the Red Mist King. The Red Mist Minks were too small right now, however, so they couldn't eat much. And they were also slow to generate energy. Han Sen let them eat as many barren xenogeneic genes as they were capable. But by doing so, they were only able to generate 0.1% of the needed energy each day. And that was with all 7 of them working together. God only knew how long it would take for the batteries to fill up. Han Sen discovered that Red Mist King's planet, the one they had gone to, belonged to the Mecha's xenogeneic space. Red Mist King's arrival had been a big event for the Mecha, and there was a lot of news coverage on it. Han Sen was happy he had managed to get out of there quickly. If the Mecha King class sorts found him, he didn't know if he could have made it out alive. Planet Eclipse had been quiet for a while. After a few days, Black Steel sent him a message inviting him to planet Black Moon to observe a ceremony. The ceremony was about forging a knife. The knife was forged already, so this was more of an opening ceremony for the weapon. The Black family wouldn't invite others if it was an ordinary knife, but this was different. Black Moon King had spent 100 years to forge a king-class knife. And that was why he wished to arrange a ceremony that others could attend. Not just anyone was qualified to watch, either. Most of the invites were sent to king-class elites. A few lower-level subordinates could follow after their kings, but they weren't allowed to be there when the ceremony was taking place. No other viscounts like Han Sen received a direct invitation, and only 3 or 4 dukes received a direct invite. They were Black Moon King's friends. Although Han Sen was not particularly interested in attending a ceremony, Isha told him that Black Moon King was going out of his way to include Han. Senator Black Moon King had always spoken positively about Han Sen, so he had no qualms in agreeing to the invite and going. On the day of the ceremony, Black Moon King called for a spacecraft to collect Han. Senator Isha also received an invitation, but she wasn't going, so Han Sen had to go alone. When he reached planet Black Moon, Black Steel invited Han Sen to join him in watching the ceremony. Han Sen realized he was sitting in the same spot Isha was supposed to. That also meant he was sitting next to Moon Will King and a few of the other kings. Rebecca and Qing Li could only stand someplace in the back, as they hadn't been honored with seats. Han Sen wasn't very concerned about the situation, though. He had seen too much in his lifetime, so paltry things like social awkwardness no longer bothered him. He simply acted cool while he drank his tea. He wasn't unnerved by the proximity of Moon Will King and the others. But the kings took tears seriously. To them, Han Sen was a small fry, so there was no need to converse with him. That meant no one talked to Han Senator half an hour later. No one had yet seen Black Moon King or the king-class weapon he was supposed to present. Just as Han Sen was wondering when the event was going to begin, Black Moon King appeared atop the peak of a stone mountain. Han Sen was surprised, and he thought, I thought this was a ceremony. What is he doing up a mountain? Moon Will King smiled and said, that stony mountain is a whetstone. It is a xenogenic gene from a king-class rocky giant. A long time ago, a king of the Black family slew it. And ever since, they have used it as a whetstone. When a king-class weapon is forged, it is revealed here. This is the 3rd time I have seen this. Are king-class weapons that hard to forge? Han Sen was shocked. The Black family had a long history, but after all that time, they had only managed to forge 3. Moon Will King smiled. Not exactly. The Black family has forged more than 3 king-class weapons, but those were mostly created from creatures. They don't show them off. Only king-class weapons that are created entirely by the Black family's hands will have a ceremony. After a while, Moon Will King said, this ceremony is special. Black Moon King is taking this very seriously. The weapon is named after Narrow Moon. Han Sen was curious about this. He wondered what sort of knife would be granted the title of Narrow Moon. Narrow Moon was as big as the rebate themselves were. The blade had to be special to be named after it. Chapter 1927 Opening the knife. Black Moon King stood quietly on top of the mountain. He drew out a knife. Han Sen thought a king-class knife would radiate, but the knife in his hands did not. This was a knife that was narrow like a crescent moon, but it was black, and it did not reflect a speck of light. It was as dark as the night. Han Sen looked at the knife and figured that it was probably only about 3 feet long. He wondered why it would have to be ground and sharpened on a mountain-sized whetstone. Black Moon King had not added the finishing touches yet, so he put his hand on the mountain. And then, the yellowish mountain produced waves of water. The waves rose at the bottom of the mountain and surged up towards the top, headed for the peak. They gathered atop the peak, and atop a rock there. That rock had a deep groove, and when the water waves reached it, they poured down into it. Black Moon King stood in front of the watery stone. He held 2 knives and looked very serious. It looked as if he wasn't holding 2 knives, but instead, 2 sacrifices. The black blade was planted on the rock by Black Moon King. The knife was 15 degrees away from the rock, and at that angle, he began to grind it. When Han Sen was in the alliance, he became interested in blacksmithing. He wasn't, however, interested in forging knives. Z-steel products had to be refined to make them sharp, although beast soul weapons needed nothing of the sort. But creating a knife and refining it in the Geno universe was different. A weapon that had been created from xenogenic materials could fix itself. That was, assuming it hadn't been too badly damaged. But overall, there was no need for maintenance and refinement. They looked after themselves. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a xenogenic weapon being created. While he wondered what the point of the refinement was, a light sparked between the knife and the whetstone. That light was as warm as the sunrise. When you looked closely, the black blade had teeth marks on it. Black Moon King continued refining the knife, his movements slow and methodical. The grinding was like the moaning of a newborn baby. Han Sen was shocked. This was obviously not as simple as refining a Z-steel blade, so Han Sen was glad he had come to watch the event. Everyone watched intently as Black Moon King continued grinding the knife. No one spoke, as they were worried they might interrupt his focus. On its 3rd pass over the whetstone, the black knife began to glow with a strange light. It looked like a jagged moon rising. The warm and clear light was coming down, and it gave the onlookers a chill. Everyone felt like they were naked under the glare of that light, and they imagined it had shaved off all their hair. After the 4th pass, another tooth appeared on the moon-like knife. Every time Black Moon King ground the knife against the whetstone, a moon tooth rose. They were small to begin with, but a full moon soon started to take shape. And then, a broken moon. And then, it disappeared. The moon above the mountain kept changing. A lot of cold moonlight came down. It was like narrow moon and the moonlight were interacting with each other. It was hard to see when the moon and the shadows combined. It was like the whole world only had the knife and the moon left. It made people feel as if they were intoxicated. The grinding sounds reverberated in the audience's ears. Every time the knife scraped across the stone, moonlight came down from the sky to imbue the knife with a greater brightness. From dark to bright, from bright to dark. The strange scene began to fade, and the knife was sharpened. There was no more knife light to observe. It was black, like absolute darkness. At this time, Black Moon King pulled the knife away from the whetstone. It seemed to have been finished. The water waves on the mountain got smaller and smaller, and disappeared. The mountain returned to its yellow color. Han Sen felt strange about this, and he thought, has he finished grinding it? As Han Sen was thinking about this, Black Moon King began walking down the mountain with the knife. He walked in front of the pavilions that Han Sen was watching from. Han Sen could feel nervousness rising from the kings around him. Maybe there was some excitement, either way, it all seemed so strange. Moonwheel, can you open the spirit of this knife? Black Moon King held the knife in both hands as he bowed sincerely before Moonwheel King. Moonwheel King stood up and said, "If I can open the spirit of this knife, I would consider it an absolute honor." After that, Moonwheel King exited the pavilion and walked with Black Moon King. He accepted the knife from him carefully. Rebecca and Dulisha watched their father go to open the spirit of the narrow moon blade. They looked excited, as the other kings looked disappointed. Black Moon King handed the knife to Moonwheel King. With great seriousness, he said, "Please use your Moonwheel powers to open this." Everyone was in shock, and Han Sen had no idea what was going on, so he just watched intently. Moonwheel King nodded and took the blade in his hands. His body began to glow with moonlight. Black Moon King fell back to the pavilion. Han Sen looked at Moon Will King. He had heard Moon Will King was as strong as Isha, but Han Sen didn't really know much about him. And when Han Sen spoke with him, he didn't seem remarkable at all. He was like your average, middle-aged man. But he was now holding that prestigious knife, tasked with unearthing the knife's power. He was basking in the elegance of radiant moonlight. He was like an angel that had just come from the sky, and not a single speck of dust could ever fathom touching him. The moonlight floated into the black weapon. Its body soon lit up. It was not quite shining, as it was just moonlight. There was no sign of fire, but it felt gentle. It was quiet and warm. Bzzzt. Everyone's knife began to buzz. They all wanted to hop out of their scabbards. Han Sen looked at Ghost Teeth Knife. It did not make any noise, but it looked hostile. It didn't seem to be fond of its same kind. The moonlight started to get colder and colder, and all the knives in Narrow Moon were crying. It was as if they were really welcoming the birth of a new king. But Han Sen's biggest point of interest did not rest with the king-class weapon. It was all about the power Moon Will King had inserted into it. Moon Will King's power was pure, unlike Isha's. Moon Will King's power was soft. It did not feel intimidating, and it would be easy to ignore. Han Sen didn't dare underestimate that power, though. In fact, he felt more alert than usual. But the reason Han Sen focused on Moon Will's power was not because he was strong, it was because the power reminded him of Moon, the Geno art Isha had given him. Chapter 1928 Narrow Moon Knife Moon was a softer Geno art. To create light, you could not use pure power. When Isha gave Moon to Han Sen, she hadn't shown him how to perform it. Han Sen believed this was because she herself was not well versed with Moon, and even if she knew how to perform it, she couldn't do it spectacularly well. That was because Isha's power was too brutal. It lacked a softer finesse that was required. A Geno art like Moon needed a gentler touch, and therefore, Isha could not learn it. Han Sen had wondered why she wanted him to learn it. He hadn't shown her his gentle power, and Isha didn't excel at it herself. But even so, she had given him Moon to learn. After much deliberation, Han Sen was able to understand the reason. Isha was still suspicious of him. It hadn't gone away after Han Sen displayed his talents in the battle for Red Mist Valley. Moon might very well be another test for him. Han Sen tried to think of things through her perspective, and by doing so, it was not too difficult to understand. If he performed very well with Teeth Knife, but not well enough on another brand new Geno art, there was plenty of space for suspicion. Of course, Han Sen could not confirm this was truly Isha's line of thought. But even so, he kept on practicing with Moon to avoid being exposed. Now, seeing Moon Will King's power allowed Han Sen to understand a lot more about gentle powers. He could not directly feel the power that Moon Will King was using, however. If he had, he'd have been able to learn a whole lot more. Boom! As Han Sen mulled over all this, he suddenly saw a moon appear in the sky. The moonlight gathered across the weapon Moon Will King was holding. Moon Will King slashed up towards the sky. The curve looked like that of an actual moon, slicing through the air. And the moon appeared up there in the sky, unmoving. Everyone's knives jumped out of their sheaths, no longer able to control themselves. This surely gets things done. Moon Will King put away his light and passed the narrow moon knife back to Black Moon King. Black Moon King looked happy. He accepted the knife and said, "Thank you for your help. Without the assistance of your Moon Will power in unlocking the blade's spirit, it would not be perfect." Han Sen was looking at the knife light that was hanging in the sky like a moon. Instead of fading away in time, it just remained where it was, hovering like a genuine moon. That is powerful. The knife light has yet to fade away. If Moon Will King does not forcibly remove it, I am unsure as to how long it will last. Would it stay there forever? Han Sen thought to himself. A gentle power such as that surprised him. Teeth knife powers could break stuff, but that was an example of raw strength. It consumed its opponents through sheer force. Moon Will King's knife light wasn't like that, though. The power gathered up, and it wouldn't be affected by external forces. It didn't fade away, and that was scary to comprehend. In a fight, if a strike did not hit its target, the power would extinguish. But Moon Will King's knife light did not go away at all. It remained where it was, like a time bomb. If Moon Will King could still control it, that would be even scarier. This was similar to Han Sen's saving money, but without the time limitation. Regardless, Han Sen thought it was quite meaningful. He wanted to take the time to research Moon Will King's knife light some more. But alas, he could not do that. The knife light was still in the sky, yes, but he did not have an aircraft to get close to it. He still watched and stared at the knife light, and as he did, Black Moon King handed the knife to Flower King so the kings could each inspect it. Han Sen was so happy about this. If he could see it up close, he could research it. And if he did that, he might be able to learn a thing or two. Narrow Moon Knife had a soft moon power in it. That was likely because it had been finished through Moon Will powers. The end result was that the power the blade wielded would likely be similar to that which Moon Will King possessed. He couldn't research Moon Will King himself, but he might be able to research Narrow Moon Knife. I don't know if they will let me see Narrow Moon Knife, Han Sen thought to himself. Now, only a few kings were looking at it. The lower-tier folk were unable to get more than a glimpse. They most certainly weren't allowed to hold it like the kings were. There were a lot of kings there, too. And if Han Sen didn't get the opportunity to hold it for a brief time, he'd be unable to use his Dongxian aura to quickly scan it. He'd end up walking away without learning anything. Ordinarily, Han Sen would not have been allowed to hold it. He was so very young, and he was not qualified. But on this day, he had been invited to attend alone. In a way, he was there to represent Isha. So, there was a chance he'd be allowed. Han Sen started to pray. Please let me hold it. I don't know if I'll get another chance at this. Flower King, and the others, were all looking at it. Each and every one sang praises about it. There are many king-class weapons here, but only this one can truly represent us, Moon Will King complimented the blade. Black Moon King was so happy, he smiled and said, actually, I am thinking about giving this to Moon God's palace. It could be used as a sacrifice for the Moon God. Every king was shocked to hear this. Moon Will King said, you are so generous. The rebate are fortunate to have you. All the kings praised him. They never expected Black Moon King would be willing to sacrifice such a powerful knife. He was extremely generous, and this was not something the average king would ever think about doing. You are welcome. This knife was forged with the purpose of becoming a sacrifice, anyway. Until I succeeded in crafting it, I kept my work under wraps. I didn't want to say something prematurely, and then disappoint you. Han Sen felt bored hearing such talk. If Narrow Moon Knife was always in the Black Moon family, he could have inspected it through the friendship he shared with Black Steel. If it became a sacrifice, that would suck. Aside from the major priests, no one would be able to touch it. The kings that were looking at Narrow Moon Knife all complimented it highly. Han Sen, on the other hand, looked as if he was suffering. The kings, when they finished looking, handed the knife back over to Black Moon King. Han Sen's heart was thumping in his chest. There were only a few dukes, and Han Sen was unable to get a look. He didn't know if Black Moon King would be so kind as to let him make a proper inspection of the weapon. If Black Moon King allowed the other dukes to see it, he'd have no chance. Chapter 1929. The moon. After the dark clouds, Black Moon King's eyes soon came to rest on Han Senator. He smiled and said, Han Sen is here to represent knife. You will have to come take a proper look, so you can sing its praises to her and have her regret passing on the opportunity to come to the unveiling. After that, Black Moon King passed the narrow moon knife over to Han Senator. Han Sen was delighted, and so he quickly accepted the knife. He switched on his Dongxian aura to scan and observe it as soon as it touched his hands. The knife had been activated by Moon Will King, and its activity was still vibrant. It was gleaming with that Moon Will power, and the lunar power was still humming. Good knife. That is a good knife. Han Sen deliberately touched the body of the blade, feigning admiration for it. The kings there could feel Han Sen's power shroud the blade, though. People believed Han Sen was using some power to examine the knife. Everyone watched Han Sen closely, the dukes, in particular. They were waiting for him to finish, so they might get their own turn at examining the blade. People like Rebecca looked on Han Sen with jealousy. They had seen king-class weapons before, like the ones possessed by their elders. But narrow moon knife was an entirely different thing. It was a sacrifice, given in honor of the rebate at large. Aside from the most important priests, no one would be able to see it after it was given as a sacrifice. Holding it would be even more unlikely. Everyone was looking at Han Senator. Han Sen was holding it very carefully, and he kept saying over and over, "Good knife. Such a good knife." Han Sen kept saying those few phrases repeatedly. While he might have liked to say something more, he could not muster the words to speak. And at any other time, he would have spoken fairer praises about the blade. But right now, he was focused on the knife itself. The fanciness of his compliments took a back seat to his keen examination of the knife. Many people were watching him, though. It'd be pretty bad if he was just to stand there without speaking. So, Han Sen kept standing where he was, looking at the knife. He continued to repeat how good the knife was. His repetition of the phrases was into the dozens. The kings believed he wasn't an educated person, and so his lexicon was limited. He had been there for 10 minutes, saying such basic things over and over, after all. It made them feel rather disheartened, all in all. The other kings had only spent a minute each, observing the blade before handing it back over to Black Moon King. None of them had taken longer than a minute. Han Sen had spoken 2 sentences and stared at the blade for 10 minutes by now. The kings were not reacting well to the time that Han Sen was taking. Fortunately, Rebecca and the others were educated in decorum. No one was willing to speak out during circumstances like that. Ordinary nobles of elsewhere would be yelling at Han Sen by now. Han Sen did not care what the others were thinking right now, though. So, he kept saying, "Good knife. That is a good knife," for another few minutes. The dukes did look as if they were ready to murder someone, but their grimaces went uncared for by Han Senator. He kept looking at the blade, repeating his compliments. Half an hour went by. The faces of the kings had become livid. Black Moon King eventually said, "Han Sen, why don't you take a break? Black Steel has something he wishes to speak with you about." Han Sen knew he could not delay things any longer. So, he acquiesced and gave the knife back to Black Moon King. He didn't want to let go of it, though. Black Moon King had to pull it out of Han Sen's tight grip. Sitting on his chair, Han Sen looked depressed. He was reviewing all that he had learned from the knife. The knife had Moon Will King's power and moon power in it. After using the Dongxian Sutra, he had been able to learn a lot. It is no wonder Black Moon King allowed Moon Will King to be the one that opened the knife. Moon Will King's power is like that of a gentle moon. He was most suitable for its use, Han Sen thought. Han Sen had heard Moon Will King's story. Moon Will King was one of the rebate that was half deified, and he had not hailed from Moon Garden. The story went that Moon Will King was not talented in his younger years, and that he came from a commoner family. When he generated a Geno armor, he wasn't even able to evolve a second time. But then, he came into possession of a treasure that accelerated his second evolution, and also turned him into a xenogeneic. Moonwell King was a xenogeneic and not a noble. That was a rare status amongst the rebate. Because Moonwell King did not have much talent, the first Geno art he practiced with was Moonlight. It was one of the most common Geno arts the rebate could learn. But Moonwell King used Moonlight with a fusion of his own power, and he had become a king over time. Now, he was a half-deified legend. To the entire rebate society, Moonwell King was a mythical figure. He was practically an idol for everyone. He was different from someone like Isha, who was born with talent. The nobles admired Moonwell King more. They wished for themselves to be like Moonwell King, and because of this, his reputation was favored over Isha's. Moonlight had not changed over time, and he had used that Geno art to reach the status of being half-deified. Even Hansen thought Moonwell King was nothing short of awesome. Moonlight should have stopped getting any better when he reached Earl class, but after Moonwell King modified it, he had managed to create a higher tier for it. The rebate showed him great respect, and so in honor of his abilities and reputation, the rebate granted the higher tiers of Moonlight the title of Moonwheel. Moonlight was still kept as the name for the common version. Basically, Moonwheel was the use of a moon's power. Moonwell King's gentleness made people always wonder how he did what he did. Fortunately, Hansen had Dongxian aura to see Moonwheel and the knife's moon power. It greatly enthralled him. Most people, when pushed far enough, would concede. But Moonwell King's mind, while it was gentle, it was not soft. It was pure, but it wasn't dumb. He was like a cloud going by without leaving a trace. Very few could do what he could. Everyone wanted a smooth life like Isha's, but normal people would find themselves rolling around in the mud. But very few could emerge from the pit with a pure heart intact. Moonwell King had done this, though. His life's journey had led him through many different environments. His life could have forced him to compromise. His heart, however, was like the moon itself. It would never change. Seeing Narrow Moon's feelings and Moonwell power, Hansen saw a clear moon emerge. It was the moon coming out from behind the clouds. Chapter 1930 Moon. The Dukes didn't look at the blade in the same way Hansen had. They all looked at it for less than a minute before handing it back over to Black Moon King. The entire thing was done in a few minutes. The young ones were not allowed to look at it by themselves. After they had all seen it, the ceremony came to a close. Black Moon King invited a few kings and dukes over for tea. Some accepted and stayed, others declined and left. Black Steel invited Rebecca and a few of the other young ones to the garden for a chat, Hansen included. So, Hansen followed Black Steel to the garden. There, he sat down. Aside from Hansen, everyone seemed to be acquainted with one another. So, there was no formal etiquette to follow. Without Black Moon King around, they were prone to speaking far more openly than they ordinarily would. As they began chatting, not a single person was left out. But with that being said, Hansen did not say a word. Hansen did not know anyone there except for Black Steel, and so he retreated into his mind to mull over what he had learned with the knife. He didn't care for their topics of conversation. Dulisha, noticing that Hansen wasn't speaking with them, hummed and said, "Genius Han, you looked at Narrow Moon knife for so long. And you kept saying it was so good, you could obviously detect something we could not. Why don't you tell us what you saw, so that we too can learn it?" After Dulisha said that, everyone turned to look at Han Senator. They were curious whether Hansen really had learned something, or if it was all some sort of act. Hansen's eyes were closed, still reviewing what he had learned. He hadn't noticed Dulisha was talking to him. His eyes were shut tight, and it appeared as if he was ignoring her. Dulisha, noticing him ignoring her, looked mad and did not say anything more. Dulisha's silence did not mean others wouldn't say anything, though. She was Moon Will King's second daughter. She was pretty, and she was talented. She had many admirers. The young ones that sat there with them were admirers of Rebecca and Dulisha. Now that Han Sen had apparently ignored her, someone could not help but stand up for her. "Didn't he tell you what he saw?" a viscount called Cryman asked dubiously. "What did he say?" Dulisha asked. Everyone looked at Cryman, but everyone knew he wasn't going to say anything nice. Cryman laughed. "Didn't you grow ears? Genius Han said it was a good knife. He said it many times." Cryman spoke it in the tone Han Sen had, and Dulisha laughed. "Ha!" Cryman over-enunciated his words, laughing at Han Sen and pretending to understand, which made many people there laugh. The elegant one smiled. Han Sen sat where he was without emotion. He was deep in thought. He was afraid that occupying his mind with something else for a while would make him forget important details. So, he still did not hear them. Han Sen continued to ignore the group. Black Steel frowned and said, "Han Sen has his reasons for viewing the knife the way he did." Black Steel did not know how to participate in that particular debate, so this was what he said. Cryman did not respect Black Steel. He only wanted to stand up for Dulisha in the hopes of getting closer to her, and so he said, "Black Steel, you know knives. Similar actions from you might make sense, but I can't feel the same for other people." He looked at it for half an hour, repeating the same two sentences over and over. "If he is not educated, don't pretend he is. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so dumb. Cryman, mind your tongue." Black Steel's face looked grim. Cryman smiled and said, "I don't beat around the bush. If I have said something that is incorrect, then you can have him point out the mistake. If he can convince everyone, I will earnestly apologize." Sad Knight and Night Giant King, who had a grudge with Han Sen, looked over angrily and said, "Yes. If he saw something, let us hear what it is that he saw. If it makes sense, then we will apologize, too. What is the point in just saying that the knife was good, over and over?" Black Steel could see Han Sen still sitting where he was, not saying a word. He touched him and said, "If you are willing to, you can tell people." Black Steel understood Han Senator. He knew Han Sen had seen something the others hadn't, and that was why he stared at it for so long. What Han Sen saw wasn't anyone else's business, of course. Black Steel would not push Han Sen to explain if he wasn't willing to. But now that the people were saying things like this, Black Steel could not stand by and watch. He was worried for Han Senator. If Han Sen did not say something, his reputation would suffer. No one ever let a person's reputation go. Outsiders had a tough life in Narrow Moon. Han Sen had built himself a good reputation. Black Steel thought it would be a shame if it was destroyed now. After being touched by Black Steel, Han Sen woke up from his daze. Han Sen looked confused, hearing what he said. "And so," he asked, "tell people what?" He hadn't heard anything else that had been spoken. All he had heard was what Black Steel had spoken to him. But when that went into the ears of Cryman and the others, they misunderstood. They thought Han Sen was admitting he didn't know or see anything. Hence why he had nothing to say. Cryman laughed and said, "Black Steel, you heard him. I didn't misplace my blame. I admired Genius Han for one thing only, his shamelessness. He didn't learn anything, despite staring at it for half an hour. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing." Sad Knight coldly laughed and said, "Because he is a genius, isn't that right? He isn't like us. He is already so smart, he was able to tell us the shocking fact that it was a good knife. What more can we expect?" Han Sen heard that and quickly understood what was going on without even needing to ask Black Steel. Seeing Cryman and Sad Knight speak, Han Sen coldly said, I won't tell you, but my teacher did teach me something. Instead of using words, I can perform, and what I perform will make you smile. We would like to see what shocking performance you could do for us. You are not going to perform the astounding speech of good again, are you? Kryman spoke strangely. He thought Han Sen was changing the topic, hence why he was repeating the same insults. He didn't want Han Sen to escape this. Han Sen smiled. He casually said, I learned a Geno art called Moon. Chapter 1931. The moon's reflection on water. Han Sen's desire to perform Moon had little to do with satisfying Kryman. Han Sen thought learning Moon was a challenge from Isha, so he wanted to prove to Isha that he was a genius. He didn't want her suspicions taking root. Han Sen wouldn't have dared to perform Moon before today, though. After all, he wasn't smart enough to learn something from a brief look. He had practiced Moon for quite some time, and he knew that if he had done it prior to seeing Narrow Moon Knife, the quality of his performance would not have befitted a genius. Examining Narrow Moon Knife changed this. That was why Han Sen was now confident to perform Moon there. He was confident he could quell Isha's fears now. Moon. Rebecca and Du Lisha were shocked. It was Moon Will King's Geno art, and they knew it, too. They had learned it from Moon Will King himself when they were young, and it was something they were still practicing with. Kryman coldly laughed and said, You are daring to practice Moon in front of Rebecca and Du Lisha. That is hardly appropriate. Everyone knew Rebecca and Du Lisha were excellent with the art. They were surprised that Han Sen had expressed his desire to perform it. Han Sen smiled and ignored Kryman. Then he said, My teacher taught me Moon. I have been trying to learn it for some time, but my understanding of it has failed. I suddenly learned it when I looked at the knife. I don't know if this is correct, so please correct me. When everyone heard him say this, they all went quiet. Kryman swallowed the words he was going to speak, and coldly said, Okay. Let's see how Moon correlates with Narrow Moon Knife. Han Sen looked around and stopped his gaze on the teacup. He filled the cup up with water, then placed it back down on the table. Rebecca and the others were watching him, keenly wondering how he was going to do in his performance of Moon. Han Sen gave them a swift answer. He pointed to the middle of the teacup and fired an arrow of light at it. When the light entered the water, there was no impact. It was like a reflection of the moon, hovering on the surface of the water. What do you guys think of my moon? Han Sen lowered his hands and smiled. Kryman laughed mockingly and said, I thought you learned something amazing from the knife. The reflection of the moon is something only a beginner might have learned. You are much worse than Rebecca and Du Lisha. Then can I take a look at the moon of the two ladies? Han Sen looked at Rebecca and Du Lisha with great interest. Rebecca felt worried. Du Lisha didn't hesitate, though, and she simply said, Why not? After that, Du Lisha filled up her teacup with water. Then, she looked at Han Sr., This is just a beginner move on Moon. I was able to do it by the time I became Viscount. I can generate 3 moons, so I am worse than my big sister. Please do not laugh at my moon if it is bad. 3 lunar reflections. That is much better than 1. Sad Night looked at Han. Senator Du Lisha smiled and did not say anything. She used her right fingers. 3 fingers created 3 moons upon the surface of the teacup's contents. When the moons entered, no ripples were formed. But those 3 moons almost filled up the entire teacup. It looked strange. Sorry, I did that poorly. Du Lisha was actually satisfied with her performance. She was being cocky, and a little provocative to Han. Senator. Her eyebrows were raised slyly. Good. These 3 moon reflections are great. It is no wonder you are the heir of Moon Will King. Kryman loudly complimented her. Sad Night followed his example, too. He wasn't bluffing, though. Du Lisha really had performed exceptionally well. The people there had all learned moon, but like Han Sen, they could only cast one moon. They couldn't do two. Du Lisha was able to do three because she had learned the skill directly from Moon Will King. Sad Knight looked at Han Sen strangely. Genius Han, is that what you learned from the knife? Perhaps it is best not to compare it to Du Lisha. Even the rest of us, who didn't learn from Moon Will King or stare at the knife for half an hour, can still do a reflection like yours. We didn't need half an hour. 3 moon reflections. This is great. I have learned a lot, Han Sen said emotionlessly. Then, he stood up and told Black Steel, I have something to do. I will talk to you later. Han Sen said that and left. He didn't want to interact with those people. He'd rather practice what he had learned while the memory was still fresh in his mind. I will walk you out, Black Steel said. Han Sen shook his head. He didn't have a good relationship with the other heirs of kings, and he didn't want Black Steel to end up isolated like he was. Running off like that. He sucks. Kryman smiled. Of course. Did you expect him to just let you insult him? Someone laughed. He deserved it. I don't like people who keep pretending, Kryman said darkly. Han Sen was not in their circle, so it did not affect them too much. Now, they returned to being happier and more friendly with each other. Du Lisha felt really good, too. She had finally shown off in front of Han Sen with success. She was smiling, and she just couldn't stop. Rebecca didn't look so happy, though. She felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't put her fingers on exactly what was wrong. As everyone talked, a Viscount accidentally knocked over a Geno fluid and dirted a seat, so he moved to Han Sen's seat. Han Sen's cup was still there. The Viscount reached for the cup, wanting to swap it for a new one, but when he just touched the teacup, his face changed and he screamed, "What the F***CK?" As everyone was talking merrily, hearing him scream made everyone turn to look at him. Kryman laughed and said, "What are you screaming about? Look! Look at this cup." The Viscount pointed at the cup and looked at it strangely. "What about the cup?" Kryman asked. "This is Han Sen's cup. Look closer." The Viscount did not know how to explain, so he picked it up and moved it over. Chapter 1932. Gentle and pure. Everyone looked towards the cup that the Viscount was holding. They heard a cracking sound, then the cup shattered. The pieces and the water splashed down to the table. Rebecca and the others saw it shatter, and then their eyes widened. Amidst the broken shards of ceramic, there was a moon-like thing. It was still floating where the cup had been. Du Lisha was simply frozen, and could not speak. Rebecca's face changed, and she asked the Viscount, "Did Han Sen really use that teacup?" The Viscount said, "Yes, I was sitting next to him. I saw everything he did, and that cup has not been touched since. But he has been gone for half an hour. How can the moon still be there, and how could it have broken the cup? That surely isn't moon." Kryman looked at the sisters with confusion. The reflection in the water was the beginning of moon. Putting light in the water wasn't something that was supposed to last, as it didn't physically exist. It would fade away quickly without a source of power to keep pumping into it. Han Sen had been gone for half an hour, and the shape in the water still remained. That meant it wasn't just an illusion. The light was something solid. It had broken the cup, which no illusion could do. Rebecca stood up and walked over to Han Sen's seat. She looked at the light, examining it with a strange expression. The others came over to surround it, too. Kryman said, "Rebecca, is this moon? That guy isn't playing a trick on us, is he?" Rebecca looked down at the bright moon and said, "It is. And it is much better than what Du Lisha and I can do. It has the secrets of Moon Wheel in it." The secrets of Moon Wheel. Everyone was shocked. When Rebecca mentioned Moon Wheel, it got everyone's attention. Rebecca pointed at the light and said, "Do you see? This is a solid light. This isn't just a mere shadow. This is not a reflection. It is a real moon. But it should be impossible for a solid moon to enter the water without at least causing ripples. Everything that touches water should deform it, unless you had the extremely gentle touch of something like moon wheel. Rebecca, you and Dulisha can do something like this, yes?" Sad Night asked Rebecca. Rebecca shook her head. "My father practiced moon wheel to a half-deified status. This skill stems from moonlight, so it is easy to learn, but difficult to practice. Not everyone can bring it up to its highest tier. Dulisha hasn't practiced moon wheel at all. I have practiced it, but I am far from gentle enough to do this. You would have to be a duke or a king to avoid disturbing the water." Everyone's faces changed. Criman's face looked particularly bad, and he asked, "Is it really that hard?" Han Sen did not practice moon wheel, and he is just a viscount that practiced moon. How could he do such a thing? Look closer. He might have tried to trick us or something. Rebecca peered into the light for a while, before giving up with a wry smile. This is moon, yes. I don't know how he managed to do this. I have only seen a casting of such quality from my father. Maybe he really did learn something from the narrow moon knife. When everyone heard that, they were struck with speechlessness. Criman's face was twitching, and it burned. Dulisha blushed. She had been so cocky about her generation of 3 moons, but now, she realized her performance wasn't anywhere near the same level. How can such a genius exist here in this universe? By just looking at a knife and hoping to learn a Geno art? This is something most people might never accomplish if they spent their entire lifetime on such an endeavor, Sad Night said in a frustrated tone. Rebecca responded simply, "It is easy to discern the truth. The moon has been here for half an hour. The power is still here. That tells us he has a very strong, but gentle, power. If this moon can remain here for a few days, he must have learned the secrets of moon wheel. The light I can cast only lasts a day at the most. And on top of that, the water would be disturbed. We can't wait here for a few days," said the viscount that moved the cup. "I don't believe he could have learned the secrets of purity and gentleness from that knife. My father should still be around. We should seek him out and have him take a look. Then we will know the truth." Dulisha stood up and looked for Moonwell King. Everyone wanted to know whether or not Han Sen possessed the talent to be so pure and gentle. They did not stop her. Rebecca and Black Steel also went out in search of Moonwell King. Moonwell King was talking with a few other kings. He felt something, and Black Moon King said, "Let them in." Dulisha and the others entered and bowed before the kings. "Don't you guys think we old farts are boring? What are you doing here?" Black Moon King smiled. Dulisha hastily explained what had occurred to the kings. She grabbed Moonwell King's arm and said, "Father, come take a look and help us understand what Han Sen did." "Really? Let me come and take a look." Moonwell King and the others looked shocked. They followed Dulisha to the garden. When they returned to the garden, Dulisha pointed to the light and said, "This is it. Do you think this is moon, father?" Moonwell King had seen the light from all the way across the garden. He sighed and said, "Han Sen's skills are the best. He examined the leftover power I used to activate the knife, and from it, he was able to learn that much. This is very rare." Hearing Moonwell King say that shocked Dulisha and the others. They no longer harbored any doubt. "Father, how gentle is Han Sen?" Rebecca asked. "I will say 30%. I would be glad if you possessed that level of skill when you reach a duke. It is acceptable to only achieve it upon reaching king class," Moonwell King said. Everyone was so shocked, they could not speak. "It is a shame he has such good talents, but even so, he wasn't able to become a viscount without consuming 200 to 300 water drops. He had to swallow a red mist soul to get this Geno art and strength. If Isha gave him everything, he'd be lucky to reach Duke. There is no way he can reach King at this rate, Night River King growled. After hearing that, the young ones felt better. Han Sen's talent was so scary, it was hard not to be disturbed by it. Chapter 1933 Magic Moon. Will King was right. Han Sen's moon only had 30% of his own gentle power, and that was because Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra had only been able to simulate 30%. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra was still at a low level, though, so he was still pleased that he had managed to simulate 30%. If his Dongxian Sutra ascended, it would not be difficult to increase that percentage. Han Sen, you are good for causing people trouble. Isha sighed. She had already learned about the incident in which he performed Moon. Just as Han Sen had believed, Isha had given him Moon as another test. He had only practiced it for a short time, and he had only seen the narrow moon knife once. The fact that he had still managed such a breakthrough was astounding, and it allayed her fears. She no longer had trouble believing Han Sen, and she was sure he really was just that talented. It did give Isha conflicted feelings, though. Anyone would love to have a student that talented, but every time she thought about how hard it was to level up Han Sen, it gave her a headache. Isha sighed and spoke to herself, I need to make a plan to see where he can go in order to level up. I can't wholly rely on my finite supply of resources. It won't take him very far. Han Sen was back on planet Eclipse, and while the feeling and memory were still with him, he continued his practice of Moon. That gentle skill was quite useful, and it suited Han Sen well. When Han Sen had a chance at night, he'd return to the sanctuary to be with his family. Today, Han Sen went home. Luolan and Han Yufei looked happy. They spoke to Han Sen and said, a baby's coming. A baby's coming. Han Sen's body shivered. His eyes opened wide, staring at his parents. He complimented them, saying, Dad, you are still very manly. Are you saying I have another little brother or little sister on the way? What are you talking about? Luolan hit Han Sen across the head. She blushed, and happily said, it's Yenran. She's having a girl. Ah! Han Sen was so happy, he almost jumped. Go and see her. Han Yufei patted Han Sen on the shoulder. The family was happy that Ji Yenran was pregnant. It helped to reduce the trauma of Little Flower having been taken, and Ji Yenran particularly felt better because of it. She had only been pregnant for 3 months, though. So, it would be a while before the birth. Han Sen had told people he was off to kill Xenogeneics as an excuse. That way, he could spend a lot more time with Ji Yenran at home. People worked at the base, and he didn't really need Xenogeneic genes. His Viscount gene tally was already maxed out, anyway. Until he became an Earl, there was no point in eating Xenogeneic genes. Han Sen wanted to stay with Ji Yenran until she delivered, but the base soon had news. Isha was going to the Buddha, and she wanted Han Sen to go with her. Han Sen couldn't decline, so he packed his stuff and went to Planet Blade. There, he got on a ship alongside Isha. My queen, why are you going to see the Buddha? Since Han Sen was here, he wanted this to be over as soon as possible. Isha was flying the ship. She didn't look at Han Sen, and she wasn't using her ordinary battleship. She was driving a smaller ship, where only she and Han Sen could occupy it. Burning Lamp Alpha gives a speech every century. We are going to listen to him speak, with the Buddha, Isha said. Is he the leader of the Buddha? Han Sen asked. Isha nodded and said, Burning Lamp Alpha is the one that lit the Geno lantern. There aren't many of these alphas still alive amongst the higher races. Deified elites. We really should listen to his words carefully. Han Sen said. Surprisingly, Isha said, you don't need to listen to the speech. But you do have to go to the Buddha's heaven. Heaven? Han Sen looked at Isha with confusion. Isha smiled and said, after the Alpha has made his speech, he will open up heaven. People are only allowed to go there once in their entire lifetime. I have already been. I am taking you there so you can walk through their heaven. It might help you level up. What are the benefits of walking there? Han Sen asked, blinking. It is difficult to say. If you walk well, it might help you greatly. If you walk poorly, you might not gain anything at all. You will find out when you're there, so there's no point in me explaining it to you right now, Isha said shortly. Han Sen was curious about the Buddha, particularly because of Ancient Devil. He really wanted to know more about them. If what Ancient Devil said was true, Azura was somehow connected to the Buddha. And even the Shura of the Alliance and the demons of the Geno universe had some link to the Buddha. The Buddha were friends of the rebate, and they weren't too far away from each other. Isha drove the ship fairly lackadaisically. She wasn't in much of a rush. This planet is called Planet Magic. It is one of the planets of the Buddha. The planet is controlled by the magic. They are an interesting race. It's good that you will get a look at them. Isha parked her ship in the spaceport and took him to disembark with her. Han Sen wanted to get all this done as soon as he could, so he could get back to spending time with Ji Yanran. But he couldn't change Isha's mind, so he followed her around. When he stepped off the ship, he saw a creature that was reminiscent of a basketball. It wasn't exactly like one, but they were circular. They were around the same size as one, and they came in a variety of colors. Their textures were jelly-like, and they hopped to move around. They had big eyes, and they looked really cute. These jellies are the magic? Han Sen asked curiously. Isha nodded. They are a special race. They are not hostile, but their attack power is more surprising than you would think. When Han Sen wished to ask why, a pink glob of jelly hopped in front of them. It looked right at Isha. And then, suddenly, it made a pop noise. The pink jelly took on Isha's shape. Han Sen's eyes opened wide in shock. Aside from the weaker energy, the pink jelly became Isha and looked exactly like her. Isha did not seem to mind the mimic, and she even stroked the magic's head. It enjoyed the touch, and it rubbed her hands. Han Sen reached out to touch it, too, but Isha gave him a stem look. It was then that Han Sen realized that if he fondled the magic, it would practically be the same as him touching Isha. It was a shame, but he withdrew his hand. Welcome. Our magic baby was born not too long ago. Are you guys interested in it? The magic that looked like Isha spoke. *T. What is this? Are they selling kids? They have a planet protected by the Buddha, so they can't be doing anything that bad. Han Sen thought. Chapter 1934 Adoption. The magic that turned into Isha knew what Han Sen was thinking, and so it said, our lives are weak, and our lifespan is only 100 magic days. That accounts for one cosmic year, in the Geno universe. If we get adopted, our lifespan increases to that of our hosts. We live as long as they do. So, upon birth, most of us opt for adoption. Han Sen now understood. While it was technically adoption, it was similar to a parasitic relationship. He didn't know if they'd actually benefit the host, and if they did, what benefit they would give. The magic anticipated this worry. Seeing Han Sen's facial expression, it proceeded to explain, an adopted magic won't affect the life of its host. They only take a small part of the host's energy. And even so, it is down to the host to decide how much we absorb. If you just wanted to keep us alive how we are, a bottle of C4 Geno fluid will keep us going for a whole cosmic year. If you want us to evolve, you have to provide more energy than that. And providing and accepting energy is the cornerstone of our relationships, we'd never take anything without permission. AC4 Geno fluid is just a meal. It isn't much, at all, Han Sen said, as he looked at Isha. Isha smiled and said, the magic are a peaceful race. If you didn't want to give them energy, and they were deprived of nutrition, they would die. But even so, they wouldn't try to steal the resources from you. But overall, they are low maintenance and only require a small amount of energy. If you want a high-class one, though, then of course they require greater amounts of energy. And they are harder to level up than the average noble. In that case, why don't I adopt a few? Han Sen thought the magic were cute. They were not annoying, and Han Sen didn't want them all to die. Han Sen could also take a few home to Bauer to be her companions. And he had plenty of energy to spare. Dear customer, we are sorry. Only one magic per person is the custom. It's a precaution, the magic said. Okay, then I'll adopt one, Han Sen said. Thank you. Please come this way. The magic led the way. Han Sen and Isha followed it away from the port. While their port might have looked modern, the other portions of the planet all looked rather primitive. You could see big, grassy fields occupied by globs of jelly that were all hopping around. It was like something out of a fairy tale. On one of the grassy fields, the magic that looked like Isha pointed at Han Sen and shouted. Kids! These customers would like to adopt one of you. Who would like to go with them? Quickly, many smaller globs of jelly came hopping over. They were all jumping and bopping around Han Sen, saying, Pick me. Pick me. How do I decide? Han Sen, seeing this group of magic, did not know what to do. There is not much difference between them. How they grow is down to the host and the energy they receive. You should just pick whichever you like, Isha said. Pick me. Pick me. The magic had their eyes wide open. As they hopped around Han Senator, they earnestly wished to be the one selected. Han Sen chose a small one. It was a yellow blob of jelly, around the size of a fist. He laid it out in the palm of his hand and said, I'll choose this one. The other magic looked disappointed and left. They returned to playing around on the fields, waiting for the next chance of adoption. Please drip a droplet of blood onto its head. Then you can live with it, the magic said. Han Sen touched a drop of blood onto the yellow jelly ball. He watched as the blood was absorbed, then disappeared entirely. When it was absorbed, Han Sen felt a sudden connection form between him and the magic. It was like he could read the glob's mind. The magic was very happy, jumping around Han Sen's hand. What is its name? Han Sen asked. They don't have names. You can provide it a name, if you so choose, said the magic that looked like Isha. I will call it Bubble, Han Sen said. He wasn't very good at naming things, and he went for whatever rolled off the tongue comfortably. After he adopted Bubble, Isha took Han Sen away from Planet Magic. They continued on their way, headed for the biggest xenogenic space of the Buddha. On the way, Isha told Han Sen that having a magic would help him pass through the heaven there. That was why they stopped there on their way. Han Sen wanted to ask how the magic would be helpful, but Isha seemed to be lost in thought and not very talkative. The Buddha were richer than the rebate, and they owned many systems. The biggest base they had, however, was Buddha Kingdom. It was a xenogenic space that was akin to Narrow Moon, but not many planets were there. There was just a chunk of land in the sky. That land could still be bigger than a system, though. Its size was almost unimaginable. Han Sen and Isha didn't have to announce themselves. They entered the xenogenic space without being challenged. The Buddha Kingdom was very open, and there were many different races occupying the city. There weren't even that many of the Buddha there, actually. Han Sen was surprised to see that many of the Buddha and others had their own magic. It seemed to be a surprisingly common thing. Isha said, I have to do something before we listen to the speech. You should walk around this Buddha place for a bit, so you might learn a thing or two. I'll catch up with you later. After that, Isha was gone. She disappeared, leaving Han Sen alone on the streets. Han Sen did not know what to do, so he just decided to mosey around. That place was entirely new to him. There were many things there he had never seen before, so it was quite interesting. On the corner of a city block, there was a man clad in strange garb. He was sitting behind a broken table and holding up a sign that no one there understood. He was smoking, and each puff was done with squinted eyes. Not long after, an old Buddha walked past the broken table looking sad. For some reason, the sign the man was holding fell onto the Buddha's bald head. What is wrong with you? The old Buddha man rubbed his bald head and stared at the man. He didn't say anything more, and he started to walk away. Fellow Buddha, your eyes lack emotion and your forehead is black. You have some black smoke coming out of your head. Something bad must have happened to you recently. The man moved to grab the old man and spoke seriously. Chapter 1935 Buddha Wall Han Sen was wandering aimlessly on the streets. He looked forward and saw a Buddha woman in the midst of a crowd. She was clad in white robes, and her eyebrows were like those of a painting as she smiled at Han Sr., speechless Buddha lady. Han Sen was shocked. Mr. Han. If you want, I can guide you around the Buddha kingdom. Speechless Buddha lady came before Han Sen and spoke to him. Yes, please, Han Sen said. It was impossible to escape from the Buddha in Buddha kingdom. Han Sen had nothing better to do, and she was freely offering to guide him, so he wasn't going to say no. And that aside, Speechless was pretty to look at. Then please follow me. I won't let you down. Speechless smiled at Han Sen and then started walking. Han Sen felt strange. There were many people in the city, but it didn't seem as if anyone recognized Speechless. He wondered why no one gave him peculiar looks. Speechless knew what Han Sen was thinking, though. She smiled and said, "The Buddha aren't very interested in celebrity. I rarely go out with my rank on display. That's why." Han Sen nodded, and then asked, "Is there anywhere special I can visit? I'm sure you know the most interesting landmarks around here. You can call me Speechless, by the way." Speechless paused and then said, "I don't think ordinary relics would interest you, but there is a Buddha wall that resides 400 miles from here. It is a place that was visited by a half-deified Buddha king. You should take a look, sir." "Call me Han Senator. Being called sir is strange." Han Sen smiled. Speechless Buddha lady nodded and spoke about the origin of the Happy Buddha wall. She spoke well, and she was pretty to boot. It wasn't a boring listen. The Happy Buddha wall was not created by Happy Buddha King. It was a student that drew an image of Happy Buddha King across that wall. That was how it came to be known as Happy Buddha Wall. Happy Buddha King was a very famous half-deified person, but he left a long time ago. His name was still commonly heard in the city, though, and he was a figure that was most well known. The student that drew his image was not any ordinary person either. He was a legendary fellow. Out of the higher races, the Buddha society included the most outsiders. In the Buddha kingdom, only 1% of its people were full-blooded Buddha. The rest were outsiders, and many of them were quite famous. Some of the famous outsiders were even kings. The person that drew Happy Buddha King was an outsider duke named Silla. That person admired Happy Buddha King a great deal, so they wished to draw him a portrait. There were many different stories. Silla met with Happy Buddha King 10 times with the offer, and each time Silla was rejected. The 11th time, however, Happy Buddha King allowed Silla to proceed. The Happy Buddha wall was the result. Before finishing the drawing, Silla practiced for 3 years straight in complete isolation. When Silla returned, Silla did so as a king. Silla eventually went on to become half-deified, as well. There was a saying amongst the Buddha, Silla King was a famous king, but just like Happy Buddha King, history forgot them. All people now knew was the remnant of the Happy Buddha wall. Han Sen liked the story, and when it came to a close, they were on Sky Cliff. That was where the wall was. Han Sen thought that the place, due to its sacred importance, would be well protected. But there was not even a railing, and they were able to come right before the wall. The Happy Buddha wall was drawn on the cliffside. It was at least 10 meters high. It looked rather strange. Han Sen looked at the Happy Buddha wall from far away. He wondered, I thought this was an image of Happy Buddha King. Why are there two Buddhas painted on the wall? Which one is he? The wall portrayed a Buddha sitting upon a lotus flower, smiling. But there was also a Buddha lady next to the Buddha. She was holding his neck, and they were locked in a kiss. Speechless smiled and said, I thought there were a lot of gods in the beliefs of the rebate. Happy Buddha King is our lover god. Happy Buddha King is called Ming King, and the Buddha lady there is Ming's wife. They were both deified, and forever together. They were both called Happy Buddha King. I see. Han Sen may have said that, but inside, he thought, isn't this like a combination of two? I thought it was just one king, but it was in fact a horny old man and his woman. Nothing is sense, and sense is not nothing. Nothing is not sense. Where the senses are, is where the Buddha are. Speechless spoke to Han Sen seriously. I don't understand this. It seems as if I am not suitable enough for the Buddha. Han Sen smiled. Speechless smiled and said, I cannot tell you if this is suitable for you, but perhaps by looking at the wall, you may learn a thing or two. When Silla drew this picture, Silla King learned of what it meant to be happy. The happiness is inside this very wall. If this is your fate, then you will learn something, also. Han Sen examined the Happy Buddha wall, but could not learn anything. He gave a wry smile and said, It seems as if I am not suitable for the Buddha, as I am unable to glean anything. I have a way for you to see it, but I will have to help you. Are you willing to try this? Speechless beautiful eyes peered right through Han Sr., If you are willing to help, then of course. Han Sen smiled. Okay, then look into my eyes. Tell me what it is that you see. Speechless smiled at Han Sen, as her eyes began to show some form of movement. Han Sen looked at her eyes, but her eyes were too pretty. It was difficult to describe how beautiful they were. They were crystal clear, and looking at them made people want to stare in awe. Han Sen felt like his vision was becoming sucked into her own. Within the reflection of her eyes, he clearly saw himself. But the shadow was so strange, and he saw himself naked. He wore nothing in front of speechless Buddha lady. Boom! Han Sen felt as if he had just been shot in the head. So many thoughts rushed to his mind all at once, many of which made him blush. Speechless eyes continued looking at Han Senator. They became watery, and she looked at Han Sen strangely. Chapter 1936 Antiphasic. Ming's wife used her love to feed that cruel demon Ming King. She seduced him to open his mind and become a Buddha king herself. Even that cruel monster could not block it, so how could you? Speechless felt so very cocky. During the cultural exchange between the Buddha and the rebate, Speechless had been beaten by Gu Qingcheng. She was not happy about that. When Speechless heard that Han Sen was visiting the Buddha kingdom, she went looking for him. She badly wanted to exact her revenge badly. She planned to bring Han Sen to the Happy Buddha wall. With the atmosphere in front of the wall being what it was, and with her skills to disturb Han Sen's will, she knew she would succeed. Speechless would not stand for Han Sen becoming one of the Buddha. So, she made him fall in love with her. She was confident with the seed of love she planted. With Han Sen's mind currently shaken, she could take advantage of his dazed state and plant her seed. He would do whatever she bid him to do, and he would listen to her no matter what. The skill was called desire, and there were few people who could practice it with proficiency. Speechless was very talented with it, though, because of her connection to Speechless Buddha King. Speechless Buddha King had practiced happy skills, and she followed his example. Speechless eyes looked very attractive, and she thought to herself, come on. While your will is still a mess, I will nudge you into a situation that will embarrass you horribly when you come to your senses. Thinking about this made her feel so much better. She casually began to check out Han Senator. He actually looked a lot like a Buddha. Han Sen's face was more attractive than average, but it was too thick to look exactly like a Buddha's, though. It wasn't pretty. But Han Sen's talents were shockingly good. They were so defined. Even she was jealous of what he was capable of. What shocked her the most was Han Sen's eyes. They weren't pretty, but they were extremely attractive, for a reason she could not pinpoint. Something about them reminded her of a rising phoenix. Those black eyes were an enthralling abyss, and as she stared into them, Speechless suddenly found it difficult to look away. Slowly, Speechless' face started to blush. Her own eyes quivered strangely. She came closer and closer to him. Her eyes were so attractive, and her lips drew near Han Sen's. Why do I think he looks different, all of a sudden? Speechless wondered, and her heart was beginning to race. She suddenly needed Han Sen like she needed to breathe. He looked like the person of her dreams. Speechless' life force was all messed up. A moan passed her lips, as her eyes dropped into a soft look. It seemed as if she wanted to pull Han Sen closer. Her arms, beneath the white robe, wrapped around Han Sen's neck. Her lips were going to connect with Han Sen's lips. Suddenly, a finger landed on Speechless' lips. She was hastily thrust out of her daze. Don't try that too much, you'll become addicted. Han Sen smiled as he touched Speechless' lips. Speechless' cheeks burst into fire. With another moan, she stumbled backwards. Her heart was all tangled up, and she couldn't bring herself to even look at Han Sen now. She wanted to dig a hole and hide herself. I'm sorry, I have remembered that there is in fact something I ought to do. I will take my leave now. Sorry. Speechless was in complete shock, and it was obvious she wanted to run away. Han Sen found it funny that Speechless, of all people, would run off in such a manner. His will was like that of a deified being. It was too strong for someone like Speechless to easily manipulate. Speechless' desire skill could not shake Han Senator. Her attempt at seduction had backfired, and that was why she ran off. After she left, Han Sen sat down on some stairs and observed the happy Buddha wall. Han Sen couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. But now that she was gone, he could scan the wall with his Dongxian aura. I see. Han Sen looked at it, then deactivated his Dongxian aura. It turned out that it wasn't worth checking out. Just as he was getting ready to leave, though, a few people arrived. They had come there to see the wall, too. Han Sen looked at them and noticed how similar to humans they looked, aside from the horns on their heads, of course. Furthermore, Han Sen knew the leader of the bunch. Luo Ji. He's not dead. Han Sen was surprised. When he met Luo Ji the demon, he was on planet Kate. Luo Ji had invited Han Sen to join him at Demon's grave. When danger befell the pair, Luo Ji abandoned Han Sen and fled into the desert. Han Sen hadn't seen the man since, and so he presumed him to be dead. Apparently the man had survived, and to top it off, he had come to the Buddha kingdom at the same time as Han Senator. It looked as if he had practiced a lot in the time they had been apart. He was faster than Han Sen, and that was because he was an earl. When Luo Ji saw Han Sen, he too looked surprised. He asked Han Sen, "You are Knife Queen's student, Han Sen?" "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" Han Sen had used his dollar persona when he first met Luo Ji. The man didn't know Han Sen was dollar. I am Luo Ji of Demon. Luo Ji had brought a few demons with him. He smiled at Han Sen. You must be here to access the Buddha heaven, correct? How about we go there together? I have other business I must conduct. I am sorry to disappoint you, Han Sen said and left. Han Sen knew what sort of person Luo Ji was now, and he knew he wouldn't cooperate fully with him. Disrespectful. After Han Sen left, a demon behind Luo Ji spoke. Luo Ji waved his hand and said, that man's genes may not be stable, but his skill is profound. Knife Queen took him as a student, so it is best we do not offend him. This trip to heaven is important to me. We cannot risk failure. Please behave and do not cause me unnecessary trouble. Yes, sir. The demons with him agreed. Han Sen was walking west, but he didn't have time to stop and admire the views. He just wanted to return to the city where Burning Lamp Alpha was to deliver a speech. And after that, he wanted to get this heaven ordeal over with so he could return to his wife. Han Sen spent 2 days returning to the Buddha city. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar shadow appear in the crowd. Why is he here? Han Sen stared in shock. But then, the shadow disappeared. Han Sen walked to the alley where he had seen it, but he found no trace of the man. Are my eyes going funny? God's retribution cannot be here. There is no way he could come out here without my assistance. Han Sen retreated into thought, as the entire situation seemed wrong. But the shape of the shadow's body really did look like him. Chapter 1937 Buddha's Path. Han Sen walked around a bit, but he didn't catch sight of God's retribution again. Maybe my eyes are going funny. Han Sen shook his head, then went to find a place in the Buddha city to stay. The city was made of gold, and even the ground was paved with it. It was rather intimidating in its splendor. There were statues of the Buddha everywhere, and their presence made Han Sen feel uncomfortable. I wonder when Isha will show up again. Han Sen waited for another 2 days, and still didn't see her. He was getting impatient now. People in the city were starting to talk about Burning Lamp Alpha's upcoming speech quite a bit now. No race was prohibited from hearing the speech, and anyone of any status could go. It is no wonder she said it does not matter if I hear it or not. Since the speech will address everyone, surely nothing unique or valuable will be said. Everyone will know whatever he says, Han Sen was thinking as he approached a Buddha statue. He was walking on a famous Buddha path. It was a straight road that led straight to the Burning Lamp Alpha's palace. The way was 10 meters wide, adorned with 3,000 gold Buddhas fencing it. The rumors said that every Buddha represented a world. 3,000 Buddhas meant there were 3,000 worlds. There was a Geno art of the Buddha that was called 3,000 worlds. It was derived from the 3,000 Buddhas of that path. Han Sen didn't believe the stories, though. But he had nothing better to do with his time, and so he decided to come and take a look. Perhaps he'd be able to learn a thing or two. Because Burning Lamp Alpha would give a speech, many outsiders were there, just like Han Senator. They were all accompanied by magic of their own. Bubble began bouncing up and down, wild with excitement. The intelligence of the magic grew slowly, and their personalities were rather simple. They weren't complex beings. Reaching the level of intelligence of the one that mimicked the shape of Isha would take a few decades. It also took a lot of energy for that to happen. The 3,000 Buddha statues were all unique, and not one of them was a copy of another. Han Sen came to take a look to kill some time. When he walked past 200 Buddhas, he saw Speechless and a few of the other outsiders there. None of them appeared to be low-ranked. Speechless had probably guided them there so they could take a look at the Buddhas. Han Sen took a closer look and was surprised. All those outsiders were of a different race. One of them was a feather. The feathers had been removed from the hall of higher races, and they were hardly ever seen outside of holy heaven nowadays. It was nothing small to see a feather here. Han Sen did not recognize that feather, though. But amongst them was one person that Han Sen knew. And that was Higher of Pirate. She, too, was in the Buddha city. It looks like everyone is taking this heaven business seriously. I wonder what's so good about it, and what resides in their heaven. I don't know what Isha was thinking when she decided not to explain anything. Am I not her student? Or did she just get kicked in the head by a donkey? Han Sen felt depressed. Luckily, Higher would only recognize Han Sen if he was wearing his Dongxian armor. That would be the face of Dollar. If she knew who he was, she might very well have tried to attack him then and there. Aside from Han Sen, there was also a man with a cow's head. He looked like a minotaur. He was not of the cow, but Han Sen thought he was the same race as the fellow he had encountered during various rebate events. There were 3 others there, too. One of them had a head that grew like a dragonfly. There was one with 3 faces and 6 arms, and the other was a Ghana man. He had the snake lower body and all. They were all unique. Han Sen could not tell how strong they all were, but they all looked very different. Han Sen stopped looking at them and returned his gaze to the statues around him. Han Sen really didn't want to see Higher, in case she somehow identified him. Buddha lady, on this trip to heaven, how many people can reach the other side? The Ghana man addressed Speechless. There are many geniuses here, so many should be able to reach the other side. You are each an elite of your respective races, with unique talents. If you have a strong will, you will make it, Speechless said. The cowhead man grunted and said, maybe not. This heaven has opened many times, and fewer than 10 finish it each time. I am sure there is some limit to the number of those who can make it. And the more elites there are, the harder it will be. Amitba. Speechless spoke the Buddha catchphrase, and then she said, Sig Earl, you think too much. There are no enforced limitations. If you can walk through heaven, you will. The Ghana man emotionlessly looked at the cowhead man and said, Sig, if you are so afraid, you do not have to go. Good, what are you saying? The cowhead man ran towards the Ghana in rage, breathing fire out of his nose. Calm down. This is the Buddha's path, you cannot make so much noise here. Speechless stepped between the two. Higher and the guy with 3 faces and 6 arms did not speak. They were merely watching. Sig and Good did not look as if they would continue the feud, and they simply ignored each other after that. Speechless kept guiding them forward, showing off the 3,000 Buddhas. When they came near Han Sen turned away from them. He didn't want to get involved. She only saw his back, but Speechless recognized Han Senator. Her expression became strange, and she pretended she hadn't noticed him. She continued her tour of the 3,000 Buddhas. Seeing them walk away, Han Sen felt much relief. But before he could completely relax, Higher walked back towards Han Senator. Han Sen was shocked. Did she see something? Han Sen was not afraid of her, but he couldn't risk his identity of Dollar being exposed. It'd cause big trouble with Isha. Higher walked right up to Han Sen and looked him over. Han Sen kept looking at the Buddha and ignored her. Han Sen decided that, if she did notice something, he'd deny whatever she said. He'd deny no matter what. Higher put her hand on Han Sen's shoulder and spoke quietly into his ear. She said, Are you romantically involved with Speechless? Han Sen was shocked. He certainly hadn't expected Higher to say that. So, he just looked at her and pretended he didn't know what she meant. Chapter 1938 Virtual Table. Seeing how shocked Han Sen looked, Higher took his reaction for a confirmation. She then murmured, We shouldn't talk here. We should find someplace else to chat. I think you have the wrong guy, I have no clue about what you're talking about. Han Sen acted through his shock. Higher lifted her lips in a little smile and said, "There is no use in pretending. I am a thief, and nothing escapes my senses. I will tell this to a Buddha king. You know what will happen to you and Speechless if I do, right?" Before Han Sen could put another word in, Higher continued. "Oh, but just so you know, I am not being hostile. Actually, I would like to strike a trade with you." After saying that, Higher pulled Han Sen away from Buddha's path. They walked out of the city and went to the banks of a nearby river. Han Sen wished to hear what she wanted to say, so he didn't resist following her out. "Okay, let's talk here." Higher let Han Sen go, then sat down atop a rock. She smiled and said, "Given your relationship with Speechless Buddha lady, I can only assume you know the secrets to heaven." "What secrets?" Han Sen asked Higher. "Stop pretending. Heaven has opened many times, and many races have been here. Only 10 of them can reach the end, each and every time. I believe there is a secret to this somewhere." Higher was peering right at Han Sen when she continued. With Speechless reputation, she must assuredly know how to reach the other side. "I don't want anything from you. All I want is for you to take me with you and help me reach the end. If you do, I'll keep the relationship between you two a secret. I promise. I think you have misunderstood us. I know Speechless, but we are not in a relationship with each other. In fact, we have only ever met twice," Han Sen said. Higher looked annoyed by the denial. Her face filled up with frost and she said, "This is bad. I am going to tell Buddha King about it right now." "So what if he knows?" Han Sen laughed at Higher. Higher looked back at Han Sen with disdain. "Still pretending? You can't hide anything from a pirate. Carrot every trick in the book to get others to join their creed. Marriage is one such method. Many creatures in this universe have been tethered to the Buddha in this way. Like Happy Buddha King, he was the best in the entire universe. Yet even he was suckered into one of those arrangements. Speechless is famous, and she will have a marriage with someone powerful. It's a must for her. If Buddha King leams about you too, do you think he will let you go lightly? You should know about this." Han Sen didn't know the Buddha had such a culture, and he found it rather interesting. When Han Sen didn't respond, Higher went on to say, "Others don't know the Buddha are this way, but we do. They are not much smarter than the pirate, you know. I don't really like them, and more than that, I don't want to expose your story. If you help me, it is a win-win situation for all of us." "You know who I am?" Han Sen asked Higher. Higher was surprised and said, "How am I supposed to know who you are? You're just a lowly viscount. Even if you are famous, the Buddha won't let you be with her." Han Sen smiled and said, "I am the student of the rebate called Knife Queen. This is my first time here, and it marks my third encounter with Speechless. Nothing else is going on, okay? You are wholeheartedly mistaken." Higher frowned at Han Senator. She looked right at him. Seeing him turn to leave, she tugged at him and said, "Even if the two of you aren't together, how about we cooperate anyway? Let's walk through heaven together. What benefit is there for us to cooperate?" Han Sen asked Higher. "There is a lot. I am the #1 genius of the pirate. Everyone knows the name Higher. She is a rare and very talented person. I will be deified, one day." Higher kept complimenting herself, showing utterly no embarrassment. "If you and I cooperate, it would be easier to traverse heaven." Higher patted Han Sen on his shoulder. "If you're as good as you say, why do you need Speechless to guide you?" Han Sen laughed at her. Higher's face did not change, and she said, "I am certain I can get through it, but this is a once-in-lifetime affair. It's good to take extra precautionary measures, don't you think?" Han Sen turned around and left, ignoring her. Higher followed and pleaded, "Let's talk about it. State your conditions." I don't know anything about what to expect in heaven, so following me is pointless. Han-sen knew Hire was suspicious about the prospect of his relationship with Speechless, so he kept walking resolutely. Hire gritted her teeth and pulled out something. You must know this. If you cooperate with me, then this is yours. Han-sen looked at Hire's hands and saw a tablet. It was palm-sized. There were many words, smaller than grains of rice, etched into it. There was nothing particularly special about it, though. What is it? Han-sen looked at Hire's tablet dubiously. Hire looked shocked. She stared at Han-sen and said, Really? You don't know about the virtual tablet? What is a virtual tablet? Han-sen looked at it and asked. Hire saw that Han-sen was honestly confused, so she shook it in front of him and said, The virtual tablet is a powerful treasure left behind by a mysterious, higher race. It has that mysterious race's geno-art. When the Buddha received the virtual tablet, they absorbed the talents to become as they are. Many geno-arts have come from this virtual tablet. This is one of many. The pirate unearthed it from some old ruins, and no one else knows about this. But it can be yours for the price of a cooperative partnership. How do I know if this is real or not? Han-sen was curious. Aren't you Knife Queen's student? If you let her take a look, she'll know the truth. She won't lie either, Hire said. Okay. If this is real, I will cross heaven with you. Han-sen took the tablet. Hire had no relationship with Speechless, and she was practically giving him something for free. He wasn't going to reject that. Chapter 1939 Heaven, Why are you following me? Han-sen asked, looking at Hire. Hire sauntered casually behind him. I gave you my end of the bargain, so of course I'm going to follow you. Heaven is going to open in a few days, and until then, I am attaching myself to you. I am going to listen to Burning Lamp Alpha's speech. We can meet there, Han-sen said. There's nowhere else for me to go, anyway. I might as well follow you. It might be nice to meet up with Knife Queen, too. Hire really wanted to follow him. Han-sen, seeing that Hire wasn't leaving, allowed her to tag along. There were a few days to go until the speech was to commence, and it felt like forever for Han Senator on the day of the speech. Isha still hadn't revealed herself. Weird. Where is Isha? Did she go to the speech area straight away? Han-sen frowned. Are you really Knife Queen's student? Where is she? When the speech was about to begin, Hire cast a suspicious glance at Han Senator. She was starting to think she didn't know who he really was. If you don't believe me, then take your tablet back. Then we can go our separate ways. Han-sen held it out to her. Over the past few days, he had researched the text on the tablet. It looked like something very profound, but there was no beginning or end to the text it included. It was just a section of a greater geno-art. You couldn't learn anything from that. Han-sen found out the tablet was rather well known, though. The section that Hire had was likely very real. The virtual tablet had quite a lot of storage, and the geno-art filled all of it. If he only had one piece, then he only had one part of the geno-art. It was no wonder why Hire was willing to give it to him. No. You've already read the contents. What's the point of giving it back to me now? Hire shook her head. Han-sen ignored her, and he continued to frown. The speech started, and Isha had yet to return. Without Isha, Han-sen wouldn't have the Buddha's invitation to enter their heaven. He could not listen to the speech in the palace, so he'd have to stay in the plaza and listen alongside the commoners. Burning Lamp Alpha couldn't be seen from the plaza. The audience could only listen to his voice ringing out of yellow speakers. Many creatures listened to the speech through the Buddha sound system. When Han-sen heard what was being spoken, he thought it was very meaningful. He felt as if his heart had leveled up. But after thinking about it a little more, He thought it was indeed a little too vague. If you could do what the speech told you to do, you would have to be a saint. You wouldn't have to learn anything. It's your fault. I am from the pirate. I am supposed to listen from the palace. Now I'm stuck in the plaza with these lowlifes and you. Hire sounded upset. Han Sen laughed and said, you probably weren't going to listen all that well, anyway. It doesn't matter where you were standing when you heard him speak. It's different. Hearing it from the palace is a recognition of your identity. It's different when you're there, Hire said. Han Sen didn't think too much on the speech, though. He was concerned for Isha, who was still a no-show. Far away, in a stone pavilion in the southwest corner of Buddha Kingdom, an old man was sitting in front of a table. It looked as if he was dozing off. There was a game of chess sitting on the table, and it was in the midst of a stalemate. Isha was sitting opposite the man, examining the stalemate in play atop the table. She was holding a piece, trying to decide on her next move. The pavilion was fairly ordinary, but it gave others a feeling of separation from the world outside. It was like a realm that did not exist in full. Time passed, and Isha sat as still as if she had been turned to stone. Han Sen couldn't see Burning Lamp Alpha, and the speech lasted the entire day. After that, the creatures all showed their thanks to the Alpha, kowtowing before the palace. The speech ended, and the heavens opened. Countless creatures poured in towards the opening. Han Sen and Hire were stuck in the crowd, looking at the way to heaven. There were 8 doors in the Buddha city, and 3 of them were open. 5 of them were always shut. One of the doors led to heaven, and that was the only way to heaven. It was situated in the west. The western door was now open, and when they looked out at it, they could see a Buddha light. It obviously did not lead to the land outside the city, as one might expect. Han Sen still hadn't seen Isha, so he decided to move with the crowd towards the western door. When he went through the western door, he was not taken outside the city. He found himself in a desert. Nothing was visible on those desert wastes, not even cacti. It was just yellow sand, sizzling beneath a bright, hot sky. After entering the desert, Han Sen heard something, like someone whispering near him. It almost sounded like someone speaking the Buddha catchphrase, but from an indiscernible source. The noise flowed all around him in a constant susurrus. The sound wasn't loud, but he could hear it clearly. It was like it was coming straight from his brain. As he listened to that sound, Han Sen's body wanted to move along with it. It made him frown. Do you hear a noise? Han Sen asked Hire. Of course. Did you not know that heaven has the heavenly sounds? Hire rolled her eyes. If she hadn't asked around, she wouldn't have believed Han Sen was the student of Knife Queen. He didn't know anything. What's up with these heavenly sounds? Han Sen was trying to pinpoint its source, but he couldn't figure it out. Hire kept walking and explained, the music is everywhere, all across this heaven. At first, it will feel like it's nothing. But the longer you hear it for, the deeper it will touch you. If you can't stay composed and walk through this heaven in time, your body will begin to dance along with it. It won't stop until you're dead. Han Sen frowned and said, if it's that dangerous, and only 10 people can make it through, why are so many people coming here? Aren't they afraid of dying? Well, you can turn back before you lose control. You'll be safe if you do that. Hire looked around, but she could not catch sight of Speechless. Then, she asked, when will you and Speechless meet up? I told you. We are not in a relationship. Han Sen looked around and asked, how do I know when to keep going or when I should return? It depends on who you are. Everyone has fear in their hearts. You turn back when you've lost all hope. The more confident and stubborn people are, the more danger they are in. Hire rolled her eyes, and continued on to say, but you will be fine. Speechless will protect you, and you will make it to the end. Chapter 1947. Spirit Buddha. Han Sen didn't bother to contradict her again. He followed the big group across the desert. There was a huge crowd around them initially, but many people quickly began to tire and turn back. There was no day and night cycle in heaven, and the sun was always high in the sky. After 10 hours, the sun was still unmoved. It was just as Higher said, too. The heavenly voice was nearly impossible to ignore. It wasn't long until Han Sen saw weaker-willed creatures beginning to dance along with the music. A giant danced across the sand. An initial glance might seem amusing, but it ultimately gave onlookers the chills. Many groups of people walked together. If anyone started dancing with the music, others could snap them out of it. Some creatures that were having difficulty withstanding the music, and they decided to turn back. They didn't want to risk dying there. The music did not affect Han Sen at all, though. He heard it, but it was just annoying, more than anything. Higher kept on bugging Han Sen about when he was going to meet up with Speechless, but he was too lazy to answer her. Higher refused to give it up, though. He eventually couldn't stand it. He frowned and asked, "Why do you think I'm in a relationship with her?" Higher smiled and said, "I am a woman, too. The way she looked at you could not fool me. Can you swear to God that there's nothing between you two?" Han Sen shrugged and did not say another word. He continued walking. There was no nighttime in that desert. No one knew the specific direction they should be moving, which eventually resulted in the large crowd splitting up as people ventured separate ways. Most of them continued going forward, though. And that meant they were headed west. Han Sen was going west, as well. But as time went by, there were fewer and fewer people around him. The desert was too large. After 50 hours of this, aside from Higher, there was no one nearby. Higher kept walking and asked, "Han Sen, I can't see anyone close to us. Speechless should be here." Han Sen acted like he didn't hear anything. He merely stroked Bubble, which was perched on his shoulder, and asked, "Did you bring a magic? What do they do?" Higher said, "They aren't affected by the music. You can use them for a distraction from the music. It keeps your mind from being so easily lured by the heavenly music." "I see." Han Sen had guessed that, but he just wanted confirmation. "Stop beating around the bush. When is Speechless getting here?" Higher asked in irritation. As Han Sen started to respond, a shadow appeared over the horizon. They looked in its direction and saw a Buddha with a white robe. The bald head gleamed under the radiance of the sun. "You see? There is no way I could have been mistaken." Higher looked cocky. "Look closer, it's a man." "It's not Speechless," Han Sen said after a second. "You're still pretending. Speechless must have sent that man to pick you up. You cannot lie to me." Higher gave him a "you cannot lie to me" face. Han Sen's face suddenly looked rather pale, and his eyes twitched. He had picked up a very hostile aura coming from that man. "Let's go." Han Sen turned around and started to leave. "Stop playing," Higher said with an eye roll, but then she realized that Han Sen was already running off. Higher turned to look at the Buddha and found that he had accelerated. He was coming towards her like an arrow. She felt something was amiss now, too, and so she ran after Han Sr. "Who is that? Isn't he here to pick you up?" Higher asked as she ran. "I already told you, I have nothing to do with Speechless," Han Sen said again. Higher turned her head to look behind them, and she saw the Buddha getting closer. She was shocked, and said, "If you have nothing to do with her, why are they chasing you? They must have unearthed your dirty secret, and that's why that man has been dispatched to get rid of you." Higher looked at the man more closely, then screamed. "Seven Spirit Buddha. I was right. You and Speechless have been exposed. This Buddha has been sent to kill you. You recognize him?" Han Sen asked. He didn't know why one of the Buddha would come after him. And since their pursuer was undoubtedly a hostile, Han Sen wanted to know more about him. You haven't heard of Seven Spirit Buddha? He is Speechless Buddha King's seventh son, but the Buddha King did not leave anything to him in his will. He gave everything to Speechless. Seven Spirit Buddha wasn't denied an inheritance because he was a disappointment, but because he was too smart. Speechless Buddha King was afraid that his will might limit and actually impede Seven Spirits' future. So, nothing was left for him. Burning Lamp Alpha himself refused to take students for 1,000 years, but decades ago, he made an exception for Seven Spirit Buddha. He must be a marquis by now. Higher went on to say, the relationship between you and Speechless must have been exposed. That is why he is here to kill you. So, since this has nothing to do with me, I'll take my leave. After that, Higher changed course and ran the other way. She wanted to get as far away from Han Sen as she could to avoid getting mixed up in his mess. Han Sen suddenly sped up, though, and he grabbed Higher by the clothes. He picked her up and continued running. What are you doing? I thought we were friends. Don't harm me. Higher struggled, trying to escape. I am Knife Queen's student. The Rebate and the Buddha have a good relationship. If they wanted to kill me, do you think they would allow witnesses to know that I was murdered? Han Sen coldly said. Higher was shocked, and so she stopped resisting. She said, we should run separate ways, then. He might not come after me. It's better than dying with you, at least. You're just a Viscount. If I was the Seven Spirit Buddha, I'd kill you before coming after me, Han Sen said. You say that like you're really strong, but you're a Viscount the same as me. Higher smiled. But after she said that, she felt Han Sen tucking her under his armpit. Then he accelerated to a point where she could not even open her eyes for the wind. How is he so fast? Higher was shocked. Chapter 1941 Battle Buddha Han Sen carried Higher as he ran, but it wasn't because he had any sympathy for her. He wanted a witness. If he had one, it might prove useful further down the line. Han Sen used his rabbit shoes to run, but he still looked gloomy. Seven Spirit Buddha was keeping up with him, and the gap between them was slowly closing. Although there was still some distance between them, Han Sen was fleeing over the flat, unobstructed sands. There was no place to hide, and it would only be a matter of time before Seven Spirit Buddha caught up with him. He's just a marquis. Han Sen looked back. Seven Spirit Buddha was 1 kilometer behind them. Higher was shocked, and she said, Seven Spirit Buddha is a marquis, but he is a genius amongst the Buddha. And Burning Lamp Alpha taught him personally. I fear not even a duke could rival him. You need to run, because he is coming. Han Sen wanted to run faster, but he was still just a Viscount. He was already moving as fast as the shoes would allow. Seven Spirit Buddha. Why are you chasing me? Han Sen shouted as he ran. Seven Spirit Buddha said grimly, Amitabha. He didn't say anything more. He merely focused on his pursuit of Han Sen, and he slowly reeled in the distance between them. Higher looked grim, and she said, It looks like he really wants to kill you. This is bad, man. If we don't reach our destination, we're going to die. Han Sen suddenly slapped Higher's body, sending a surge of energy into her. She found herself unable to move. She couldn't squirm, and neither could she speak. Stop talking. I can lose him, Han Sen said to Higher as he hopped up a sand dune. But Han Sen didn't jump up there to remain on high ground. He slid down its other side, and he used the height of the dune to obscure Seven Spirit Buddha's vision. The moment Han Sen was out of sight, he patted Little Invisible. Then, a strange colorful power wrapped him up. Han Sen was able to blend into the desert itself. No eyesight could detect them. After crossing another 1,000 meters, 7 Spirit Buddha reached the dune. Then, he started looking around. Mr. Han, I know you are here. Come and fight me, student of Knife Queen. At least die with dignity, 7 Spirit Buddha rumbled. Nothing responded to him, though. 7 Spirit Buddha did not move from his position as he looked over the desert. He moved his lips, and a sound came out of his mouth. A whirlwind kicked up, quickly swirling into a choking sandstorm. It had a diameter of 1,000 meters, and its thickness painted it like a yellow fog. 7 Spirit Buddha was convinced Han Sen was there, and he wished to use the sandstorm to reveal him. But when the sandstorm quelled, he was unable to see anything. It was still and quiet, and he could not see Han Sr. Is he good with the element of earth? 7 Spirit Buddha spoke to himself. He looked around and ventured in a specific direction. Then, he disappeared. In the sky, Hyer saw 7 Spirit Buddha vanish. She wanted Han Sen to free her, but she had no voice to speak with. She was yelling in her mind, Shoal. Let me go. You are deliberately touching me. She could only think these things, since she still couldn't control her mouth. Han Sen was in the air, and he didn't go back down. Neither did he free Hyer. He slowly flew higher and higher. He drifted up so gradually, it felt as if he wasn't moving at all. Wimp. 7 Spirit Buddha is gone. Why are you still being so careful? Let me go. Hyer was yelling in her heart. Han Sen's forehead dripped with sweat. He was just a viscount, and flying slowly cost more energy than flying fast. And on top of that, he was holding Hyer. That cost him even more energy. After 10 minutes, he traveled 1 kilometer. Hyer was going to go crazy, being unable to move or speak. If she could, she'd have been yelling at Han Senator. Suddenly, Hyer saw the same dune that 7 Spirit Buddha had been standing atop. 7 Spirit Buddha had appeared there once again. He was wearing a white robe, standing atop the dune. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. Hyer was shocked, and she thought to herself, I saw him walk away. Why is he still here? Can he teleport? Amidst Hyer's shock, 7 Spirit Buddha mumbled something to himself. A light then came out of his body, glowing strangely from his chest. It looked like another 7 spirits emerged from him and walked their own separate ways. Not long after, another 7 spirits emerged from each of the 7 spirits. They all went off in different directions, but the real 7 Spirit Buddha was still atop the original dune. After a while, he traveled west. Buddha clone. He is powerful. Hyer understood that the 7 spirits she was seeing were actually just clones. But producing clones like that was something only a king-class Buddha could do. 7 Spirit Buddha was just a marquise. His ability to produce 7 clones to search for them was terrifying. Hyer was so happy right now that Han Sen had not freed her. If she had made a noise, 7 Spirit Buddha would immediately have known where they were. This guy is pretty good. He's just a viscount, but he has that speed. I don't know what treasure he collected to make him so fast, Hyer thought. Han Sen landed, and then he removed their camouflage. He also freed her. Hyer was being quite suspicious. She carefully looked around and said, Is he really gone? He is for now, but I am sure he will be back. Han Sen moved to rest on the sand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run. Hyer said. Han Sen did not move from his spot, though, and he calmly said, his clones went off in 8 different directions. Wherever we go, he will see us. Then what do we do? Hyer was not strong enough to deal with someone like 7 Spirit Buddha. Somehow, she had found herself depending on Han Sen. Chapter 1942. Nowhere to hide, we need to find a way to exit this heaven. We might have escaped for now, but there's still a chance we might be found by Seven Spirit, Han Sen said. If you do not know how to get out of here, then you should know that I don't either, Higher said. She thought for a moment. Can't you turn invisible? If we stay invisible, then Seven Spirits clones won't be able to find us, will they? Han Sen shook his head. There are limitations to remaining invisible, as I cannot keep it up for long. Little invisible could make Han Sen invisible, but Han Sen was carrying another person. It would be too much for him to handle. The creature was still just a baby. And after the amount of time they had spent invisible earlier, all its energy had been drained. What do you plan to do, then? Higher was standing atop a dune. She scanned the desert, afraid their nemesis would return. Don't stand there, Han Sen told her, motioning her down from the top of the dune. Then, he said, I thought you were of the pirate. You might just be Viscount, but you should be able to stay alive, right? Normally, of course. Even if there was a duke on our heels, I could stay alive. But this is Seven Spirit, so I can't be entirely sure. Higher gave a wry smile. If it was just one clone, do you think you could make it out? Han Sen asked, after some thought. If there was just one, then I guess I could. But my method can only protect me. Higher looked glum, saying that. That is enough. I will go to Seven Spirit's true self. His clones will be coming for me, but that will allow you to go back the way you came and leave. If Seven Spirit does not recall his clones, though, then you'll be on your own, Han Sen said. Higher looked at Han Sen and said, Why are you helping me? Higher hailed from the pirate. She found it hard to believe a stranger would help her formulate a plan of escape at his own expense. Han Sen smiled and said, No matter what reason he has for trying to kill me, he waited until only the two of us remained. That means he doesn't want others to know what he wants to do. If you make it out, perhaps he'll give up on the idea of killing me. And if he doesn't give up, at least you can spread the news of what actually happened. You could inform Knife Queen. If you can't, I'll die for nothing. Vengeance won't be sought. Han Sen paused, then went on to say, Seven Spirit is coming after me. I cannot escape, and this is the only gambit we have available. Higher looked at Han Sen for a while, and then spoke. If I can make it out, I will inform Knife Queen. It's a deal, then. You walk east, and I'll go west. Han Sen looked at the time, and then continued. He should be on his way back by now. Go on, and good luck. Han Sen stood up and ran to the west. Although Higher was worried, she knew if she went along with Han Sen, she might very well die. So, she went east. Higher did not dare run too quickly, though. She was afraid Han Sen might use her as bait, so just in case, she went slowly. If Han Sen was going west, Seven Spirit should bump into him first whenever he turned back. When that occurred, she would have her chance to escape. Han Sen was not that graceful, though. He walked west, looking around as he went. Because he had been in that place for a while, and the music affected people a lot, it was fortunate Han Sen's will was as strong as it was. It didn't affect him as it did the others. After a while, Han Sen stopped walking. He looked around and buried himself inside one of the dunes. Once inside the sand, he cast Petrify to turn himself into stone. Not even a deified elite could find him there. Now, all Han Sen had to do was wait. He was going to wait until Seven Spirit came past. And when the hound did, he'd emerge. If Seven Spirit was walking slow, then Higher should encounter a clone. If she did, she'd surely attract Seven Spirit in that direction. But Han Sen wasn't certain she'd entice the attention of Seven Spirit himself. If Seven Spirit found out that Higher was alone, he'd still want to search for Han Sen, more than anything. Han Sen reviewed every possible way this situation could unfold, and he formulated a method for dealing with each circumstance. Suddenly, though, he felt as if a being had just walked past. He was buried under the sand, though, and he couldn't use Dongxian aura to be certain. He couldn't be sure that it was Seven Spirit. The creature was slowly heading east. He had walked past where Han Sen was hiding, headed on an eastbound trajectory. Han Sen assumed it had to be Seven Spirit, since who else would walk backwards when they were this late in the game? Han Sen waited until the presence went by, hoping to head the opposite direction after Seven Spirit passed. But Seven Spirit only walked east for a bit before turning back. He was searching for something. Han Sen, do you want to die down where you are? Or do you want to go out fighting? Seven Spirit Buddha asked. Han Sen frowned and thought, weird. How does he know I'm here? Han Sen was a little worried, but he didn't move from his position within the sand dune. If the felon knew where Han Sen was, it was likely that he'd already have attacked. He wouldn't bother talking. Seven Spirit waited a bit for a response to come, but none came. He didn't actually know where Han Sen was. But it seemed as if he knew Han Sen was somewhere nearby, as he didn't leave the approximate region. He must have a way to sense my general presence, but he can't find me. This is a tough spot to be in, Han Sen was thinking. Seven Spirit stopped. He mumbled something, and then the sand was kicked into turmoil again. The wind whipped into a raging tornado. Wherever it went, the sand flew everywhere. It dug up 1,000 meters of desert. Marquises are stubborn. It must be costing a lot of power for him to keep searching that way, Han Sen thought. It also made him feel disappointment. Even if he had turned into stone, Seven Spirit would find him if he dug too deeply into the sand. Han Sen was not in a rush to move, however. He waited for the tornado to come. He wasn't going to move until he was found, in the hope that Seven Spirit would exhaust most of his energy. Chapter 1943. Intense fighting. Several tornadoes raged across the desert. They were searching for Han Sen almost hungrily. When the tornadoes reached a specific dune, it exploded and a person emerged. He went straight west. Amitabha. Seven Spirit waved his white robe, and the tornadoes retreated into his sleeves. He looked like a dragon with yellow wings as he came after Han. Senator Han Sen was running forward, and the shape of a yellow dragon that was a few hundred yards long was giving chase. It looked like a yellow vortex that wanted to suck him in. Han Sen's blood was burning. His spell armor glowed with light. Han Sen looked like a bird, soaring through the sky to avoid the power of that tornado. Seven Spirit emerged from the trailing tornado and threw his palm forward at Han Senator. It turned into a golden, roaring lion. Han Sen's body responded like a phoenix. He borrowed strength from the air itself to accelerate. His body performed a stunning arc to neatly avoid the lion's attack. Seven Spirit clicked his fingers, and then the gold light turned into the spirits of the Buddha kings. They all rushed forward to attack Han Senator. There was a dragon, a lion, a sheep, an elephant, a horse, a bug, and even a fish. They were all different types of animals. The dragon was powerful. The lion was intimidating. The sheep was implacable. The elephant was strong. The horse was fast. The bug was creepy. The fish was spiritual. They all possessed a different power, and they all had an effective synergy with one another. Han Sen borrowed the speed of the rabbit shoes to keep up with Seven Spirit, but he didn't dare fight him head-on. A marquise would be too strong. If Han Sen got hit, he could die in a moment. Seven Spirit. I have no grudge with you. Why do you want to kill me? Han Sen shouted as he tried to hide from the scary attacks being aimed at him by the Seven Spirits. Seven Spirits' desire to kill him was a grave issue. Even if Han Sen escaped, it could pose trouble in the future if Han Sen didn't understand why Seven Spirit wanted him dead. In order to sort this out, he needed to figure out what had inspired Seven Spirits' rage. But Seven Spirit refused to answer. His finger kept making spiritual markings. He kept creating Buddha-light marks and infusing them with a desire to kill Han. Senator Han Sen saw Seven Spirit wasn't going to answer, and so after dodging the next spirit mark attack, he said, "I know. You must really love Speechless. But Speechless loves me, and she wants to have sex with me. That is why you're mad, right?" Despite what he said, Han Sen did not think that was the reason. He just wanted to goad his nemesis into talking. Higher kept saying Seven Spirit wanted to kill him because of Speechless, but that made no sense to Han. Senator Speechless' plan to seduce him had backfired, but no matter how prideful someone was, they could not kill a student of a half-deified elite over something like that. There must have been an important reason why Seven Spirit wanted to kill him. Seven Spirit heard Han Sen, though. With a look of fury, he said, "Shut up. Speechless is not someone you can be allowed to pollute." After that, Seven Spirit's Buddha light shone. A giant Buddha hand rose from his back, then began approaching Han. Senator. The palm had Seven Spirit marks, too. Han Sen could see that the sky was now full of creatures, raining down towards him. Seeing it made him feel terrible. The Seven Spirits were scary, and he knew he'd be unable to dodge them. Han Sen's eyes froze, then he ran in front of the Buddha horse. When he did, he felt an impact shudder through his body and into his own hand. Then he was sent flying. Han Sen used Yin Yang Blast, and the impact of the horse's hoof sent Han Sen shooting off like a kite. He was flying far away. Han Sen began running as soon as his feet touched the ground, coughing blood as he went. His opponent was too strong. He had used most of his power to deal with that force, but somehow, it had still managed to damage his body. If he hadn't been wearing his Marquis armor, he would have been killed. Seven Spirit did not have the power to keep using Buddha hand. The Buddha light dimmed, and he returned to pursuing Han Sr. Seven Spirit, it isn't strange for a girl to fall in love. You cannot change someone's heart by force. Speechless thinks I'm hot. She wants to be with me. Killing me is pointless, as I will always be in Speechless' heart. She'll never forget about me, Han Sen said, as he made his escape. Han Sen could not defeat Seven Spirit, but if he could make his enemy mad enough to lose his cool, perhaps there was a chance of pulling through. Seven Spirit's face turned green, and he said, "Shut up. Don't talk about her like that." Seeing that Seven Spirit really did care about Speechless, Han Sen was delighted. He had to do what he could to live, so he said, "Speechless and I are so in love. She mentioned you to me. She said you were nice, but you are extremely boring. You don't know how to treat a woman. You don't even dare to touch her fingers. You aren't a real man." Seven Spirit did not say anything. He kept casting his Seven Spirits marks like mad. Han Sen had managed to gain some distance from Seven Spirit, so they weren't terribly close together. Han Sen managed to dodge every attack, too, so there wasn't as much of a threat. Seven Spirit knew this was pointless, so he stopped attacking. He used his power to close the gap, instead. By doing that, he was able to catch up quickly. This guy is annoying. Han Sen's chest was rumbling, and he was still coughing up blood. He was thankful he had his mutated blood. He wasn't losing as much blood as he would have otherwise, but he could not heal. Seven Spirit, a man should be more straightforward. I only used a little effort to make her come after me. I touched her body all over, and you didn't even touch her fingers. You are such a sad man. As he provoked Seven Spirit, Han Sen kept thinking about how he could survive this. Shut up. Seven Spirit was enraged. His Buddha light brightened considerably, and then he used 1,000 Buddha hands. This time, he did not use his Seven Spirit marks. He merely pulled out a wooden instrument. He struck it, and the sky flashed above them. Han Sen felt a rumble of thunder in his heart. Arg! Han Sen felt electricity course through him. More blood spilled from his lips, and he almost fell over. Chapter 1944. Taking 7 spirits sprinted toward Han Senator. He wanted to slay Han Sen as soon as he fell. But Han Sen only dipped a little, then immediately sprang back to his feet. His speed did not diminish either, as he kept on running forward. 7 spirits' brow furrowed. He wielded his wooden gong with 1,000 Buddha hands. Dong! The sound of thunder rumbled in Han Sen's heart, like it could annihilate the spirit of any being. But Han Sen was not affected, and he continued running. In the times between 7 spirits' use of his 1,000 Buddha hands, Han Sen was able to increase the distance that separated the two. 7 spirit frowned harder. He channeled all his power into his legs so he could focus on catching back up to Han Senator. Due to Han Sen's provocation, 7 spirit had cast the scariest powers he had. It had cost him a lot of energy, and the distance between the two was quite large now. He didn't want to risk exhausting more of his strength. Han Sen's speed was a boon of the rabbit shoes. Beast souls had their own power, and they didn't tax Han Sen's own energy reserves. As a result, he'd never have to slow down. They both kept running across the desert. 7 spirit kept trying to attack Han Sen, but Han Sen was able to evade each and every strike. Han Sen's opponent was unable to damage him in the slightest. When Han Sen was hit by the Buddha's sonic attack, he had been injured. Fortunately, he had practiced sonic hyper-geno arts in the past. He was no stranger to what they could do. When 7 spirit attacked the second time, he used Yin-Yang Blast to reverse some of the Buddha's sonic power that was bearing down on his Marquis armor. It made it look as if he was not affected by the Buddha's second sonic attack. His Marquis armor, however, was full of cracks. He had indeed been injured. Still, Han Sen was able to hold on. And with his speed not slowing down, 7 spirit believed Han Sen had not been damaged by the Buddha's sonic attack. If 7 spirit struck the wooden gong more, Han Sen wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy is annoying. It is lucky that I am able to understand a bit of the reach of his strength. Han Sen used his rabbit shoes to keep on running. Han Sen had nothing else to do right now, and so he had to keep on doing this. 7 spirit was using all his power to chase Han Sen, and Han Sen didn't think he could continue doing this indefinitely. I am going to tire you out. I'm not afraid of you, because I have a beast soul. Han Sen gritted his teeth and ran. He was going to compete with 7 spirits with stamina, and nothing else. 7 spirit was pledged to do the same. He couldn't kill Han Sen, and his marks were useless. He didn't attack, and so he preserved his energy for the purpose of running. 7 spirit did not think Han Sen, who was a viscount, could keep up that speed for long. He had a plan. If Han Sen kept running like that, the noise of heaven would bear down louder and louder. 7 spirit had a Buddha Geno art that granted him a strong resistance to the noise. He did not think Han Sen could last as long as he would under the power of those sounds. Once Han Sen was controlled by the music, 7 spirit would have Han Sen's life under his thumb. When 7 spirit stopped talking, Han Sen decided to provoke him some more. He hoped his nemesis would be angered into attacking again, exhausting more of his energy. 7 spirit did not say anything. He did not attack, and he just kept chasing. Looking at 7 spirit's eyes, he seemed like the devil. His entire body carried a bad aura. While Han Sen ran, he saw a few shadows ahead. When he drew nearer, he noticed it was Luo Ji and a few others. Han Sen ran to Luo Ji and shouted, "Mr. Ji, help. 7 spirit wants to kill me." When Luo Ji heard Han Sen, his own face changed. He then shouted, "Run." They all ran without hesitation. In Luo Ji's heart, he yelled, "Han Sen is an asterisk shoal who's going to get me killed." Luo Ji's brain responded quickly to this. He knew what was going on here. Seven Spirit wanted to kill Knife Queen's student. If Knife Queen knew about this, the Buddha and the rebate would suffer a big divide. If anyone saw Seven Spirit chasing Han Sen, they might be killed. Luo Ji ran fast, but when he turned around, he saw Han Sen was next to him. Luo Ji couldn't outrun him. Luo Ji shouted, "You asterisk shoal. We have no grudge with you. Why bring us harm?" Han Sen thought to himself, "You did the same to me in Demon's Grave, this is you getting your just desserts." Han Sen had his rabbit shoes, so he was able to run faster than Luo Ji. When Han Sen was about to pass them by, he leaped over their heads. Luo Ji knew he could not let him pass. If he did, Seven Spirit would reach him first, and Luo Ji and his people would be killed. Luo Ji shouted, "Block him." After that, he drew his knife out and tried to cut Han Senator. The knife came at Han Sen like a demon. The black smoke lurched toward Han Sen, and it made onlookers think there'd be no way for him to block it. The demons around Luo Ji tried to attack Han Sen, too. They had not practiced Sky Demon Sutra, and neither did they have Sky Demon powers. All they used were Geno arts. But they were all earls. And there was a marquise in their midst. When they attacked, they did so with grand strength. Han Sen did not move, and the Sky Demon powers hit Han Senator, so did the others, with their scary attacks. Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. Above their heads, though, Han Sen's body reappeared. He flew right over them like a bolt of light. What they had attacked was one of Han Sen's clones. He produced it from his moon skills. Split up. Luo Ji could not prevent Han Sen's advance, so he barked the command and ran. Each demon went off in a different direction. Han Sen, seeing Luo Ji respond so quickly, thought he was something of a genius. But even so, he was as evil as an old fox. Han Sen was hoping the crew could buy him some time, but that looked like it might be unlikely to happen. They all ran their separate ways, and Seven Spirit Buddha was unable to catch up to kill them all. There was no point in killing them, and he appeared to be letting them go. What happened next shocked Han Sen, though. Seven Spirit shone with gold. His body became golden, and he expanded 3 meters in every direction. Each side of his head grew an extra face, and his body sprouted an additional 6 arms. He had 8 arms and 4 faces. He looked like a weird Buddha statue. This guy is a xenogeniac. Han Sen's face changed, and he knew what he was going to do. Chapter 1945. Luo Ji's guess. Seven Spirit had 4 faces. The left one was smiling. The right one was crying. The back one was evil and very scary looking. The 8 arms were raised at a variety of different angles. A spirit spell powered his strange body as he flew forward. Han Sen heard some screaming and explosions coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a few of the demons, who had been running a kilometer behind him, get ripped apart. Their bodies were scattered all over the sands, splattering blood everywhere. Seven Spirit, with his gold Buddha body, chased after Luo Ji. He was the only one of his party who was still alive. Luo Ji knew he could not outrun the villain, and so he roared. His demon smoke enshrouded the blade he wielded. He sent a full-powered Sky Demon attack toward Seven Spirit. Sky Demon's shadow swallowed Seven Spirit, but in less than a second, the shadow was torn apart. The 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha that Seven Spirit had become escaped and teleported to Luo Ji. His arms grabbed Luo Ji, and Luo Ji watched with shocked eyes as the monster tore him apart. That is cruel. Han Sen was not in the mood to watch, so he kept running through the desert. After Luo Ji's body was ripped apart, a black smoke came out of the body and landed on Han Senator. Han Sen felt the black smoke go into his sea of soul. His body could not prevent it from getting inside. Ordinary Geno-universe creatures had a spirit sea. Han Sen's spirit sea was his sea of soul, and it was unique to beings that came from the sanctuaries. The black smoke went in, and when it did, Destiny's Tower shone. It was like a giant funnel that sucked the black smoke into the tower. What is this place? Let me out. The black smoke was now screaming from the top floor of Destiny's Tower. The voice belonged to Luo Ji. Han Sen did not have the time to figure out what the black smoke was right now, though. Seven Spirit had killed all the demons at once, and that hadn't bought Han Sen as much time as he had hoped. His nemesis was catching up from behind once again. Luckily, Seven Spirit's xenogeneic form had not increased his max speed. He was still unable to catch up with Han Sen, and that was why Han Sen did not feel the need to transform either. Seven Spirit was not in a rush, though. He released his xenogeneic transformation and returned to his normal form to chase Han Senator. Becoming a xenogeneic might have increased his strength, but it had 3 times the energy cost. Remaining in a xenogeneic form wasn't a good idea. The chase continued, and Han Sen hoped to encounter someone else across the sands. He was hoping for a duke, but as he ran, he didn't see hide nor hair of anyone else. I don't know if Hire escaped, Han Sen thought to himself. That was because he had not seen Seven Spirits clones return. It made him wonder how Hire might have been faring. Han Sen kept running for the next few days. Most of his power came from the rabbit shoes he used, but he still felt tired. Seven Spirit's stamina level was incredible. He was still on Han Sen's heels, and he hadn't slowed down. This guy is annoying. Han Sen's tired body still chugged along. Heaven was like an infinitely large realm, the ends of which could not be reached. The next horizon was always just desert. I can't just keep running like this forever. I have to reach the other end so Seven Spirit won't attack me. How will I get to the other side, though? Han Sen had been thinking this over and over for the past few days. He couldn't come up with a solution. Han Sen put his mind into Destiny's Tower. He spoke to Luo Ji, who was now a pillar of black smoke. Luo Ji, do you know how to reach the other end? You got me killed. I won't tell you. Go to hell. The black smoke boomed with Luo Ji's angry voice. Han Sen coldly said, if I escape, you can still live this way. If I don't, you won't even be alive as a black smoke. After that, Han Sen took control of Destiny's Tower and made it shine. It shone on the black smoke, and the black smoke looked like water that had touched burning steel. The smoke was vaporizing, and Luo Ji was screaming. Don't kill me. I'll tell you, Luo Ji shouted. Don't feed me a single lie. If I die, you die. If I can escape, I will keep you alive. You'll also be a witness for Seven Spirit chasing me, Han Sen said. Luo Ji said, heaven is not a xenogeneic space. It is a deified treasure, but this treasure came from a deified elite of the Buddha. Even they can't control it. They can only control a portion. Although they only control a small section, it is not difficult for them to trap people. If you get pinned, it will be impossible to reach the other end. But if they cannot control heaven totally, we can escape their control somehow, right? Han Sen asked. That'd be difficult. Every time heaven opens, only 10 people can reach the other side. That isn't a coincidence, you know. The Buddha do this on purpose. I made inquiries into those who did reach the other end, and I discovered that they are all close friends of the Buddha. Not many enemies can reach the exit, Luo Ji said. If you know this, then what were you still doing here? You must know of a way, Han Sen asked. Luo Ji paused, and then said, I have a guess, but I don't know for certain. I have come here to find out. Tell me. Han Sen looked back and saw Seven Spirit was still giving pursuit. He wasn't worried that Han Sen would be able to escape heaven. Han Sen thought to himself, I'm afraid that what Luo Ji says might be true, but if so, then the Buddha have full control over who makes it out the other end. It isn't random. Luo Ji wasn't certain, but under pressure from Han Sen, he relented and told the story. Many factions had researched the Buddha heaven. They had guesses similar to Luo Ji's, but no one had proven their authenticity. This was primarily because the Buddha forbade king-class sorts from entering the Buddha heaven. Ordinary nobles could not do much in the Buddha heaven. Luo Ji consulted many people that had reached the other side, and people that had gone deep without reaching the end. He gathered a lot of information and came up with a guess. Chapter 1946 Heaven's Music. The Buddha could not control heaven in its entirety. If someone traveled to the area that was not under the control of the Buddha, they had a chance of making it to the other end. Luo Ji thought the area that the Buddha did not control was under the sand sea. Once you enter the sand sea, you will see some white dunes. They're different from the ones of yellow sand. You won't find them if you don't look either. Once you find them, though, head for them immediately. Then, you can enter the region that the Buddha don't control. This is merely my theory, though. There's a chance I am incorrect, Luo Ji said. If it's not correct, then you know you will die with me. It is best you tell me everything, Han Sen said to Luo Ji as he continued running. There is no more for me to tell. That is all I know, Luo Ji said. Really? I don't think you're the sort of person that goes on an adventure with nothing but a guess, Han Sen coldly said. You can't say that. The whole reason I am here is because the place the Buddha control might have a treasure that the deified elite left behind. That is why I came here in the first place, Luo Ji answered. Han Sen kept running, looking all around. He was pivoting his head to look for the white dunes Luo Ji had mentioned. There were many dunes around, but there wasn't a single white one. After running for a while, Han Sen's eye gleamed brightly. Amidst the bumpy dunes of the desert, there was a smaller dune between them. It was only 2 meters tall. The dune was a little white, and if you did not peer at it closely, you might not have seen a difference at all. I found your dune. So, how do I get in? Han Sen asked Luo Ji as he ran for the dune. Some peoples have been known to accidentally run inside, usually when they were getting attacked. I don't know exactly how to get in, but I was planning to try digging, Luo Ji answered. Han Sen stopped hesitating. He pulled out ghost teeth knife and slashed a fang attack towards it. The knife light struck the little dune and created a big hole inside it. Han Sen was very pleased with the result. His ghost teeth knife had created a big hole, and the knife light was still moving forward. The attack had punched through easily, as if it was hollow down below. But if you looked from above, you'd see a hole with sand at the bottom. Han Sen clenched his jaw and went inside the dune. Han Sen did not feel as if he was hitting sand. It felt more like water. It seemed like he was drifting down, like he was sinking. Seven Spirit, who had caught up by that point, hesitated for a moment. He still decided to jump in. Eventually, Han Sen's eyes brightened. What he saw shocked him. When he went through the dune, he didn't arrive in some cave. It was another world, complete with its own sky. It was like he was traveling through the skies. It was different from the desert above, too. Here, he could see gold springs and giant gold trees. Every tree had a gold temple. Light glowed everywhere. There was a Buddha mist that covered a temple, splitting the light into many colors. It looked like a heaven of its own, but there was no pain and violence like in the heaven above. Is this the real heaven? Han Sen frowned because the music was stronger there. Even he was starting to feel that pressure. His legs trembled, and it seemed as if he was about to start dancing. Han Sen used his will to regain control of his body. Before he could decide where to go, he heard a noise and 7 Spirit dropped down behind him. Han Sen tried to leap towards the gold forest that was visible in front of him, but he felt as if he was grounded and could no longer go airborne. So, he kept running forward. 7 Spirit did not follow him. He looked at Han Sen and laughed grimly. Han Sen, this heaven is not a place you can freely access. Really? Because I just did. So, what? Are you going to come and kill me? Han Sen didn't look back as he shouted. If you keep going, you'll be dead without me lifting a finger, 7 Spirit said simply. Han Sen wished to say something more, but 7 Spirit went on. It is almost time. And then a bell chimed. Han Sen's brain felt as if it had just exploded. He almost collapsed to the ground. The tolling of the bell was far more powerful than the music. 7 Spirit put his hands before him. Then, a Buddha light shone. His forehead produced a cold sweat with the difficulty of what he was casting. 7 Spirit coldly looked at Han Sen, who was lying on the ground. He walked towards Han Sen with a Buddha light. He turned into his four-faced, 8-armed Buddha form and said, "Dying in the face of such music is your luck." Han Sen wished to say something, but he heard another bell chime. He did not know where it came from, but it echoed across the entire world. Han Sen was on the ground, and the chiming of the bell had him coughing up blood again. 7 Spirit, why do you want me dead? Han Sen asked 7 Spirit, since he was having a hard time standing up. It is because you deserve death. 7 Spirit spoke each word from all 4 mouths. They each had a different tone, and it was like 4 people telling him all at once. It looked very creepy. After that, the 3-meter-tall 7 Spirit came charging towards Han Senator. 8 of his arms had 8 different spirit marks, and they were all coming to attack Han Senator. Dragon, lion, sheep, horse, elephant, bug, and fish. All 7 Buddha lights were collected and sent rushing toward Han Senator. Han Sen rolled across the golden floor to dodge the 7 mark attacks. Then, he got up and ran towards the golden forest again. But the heavenly music was getting louder and louder. Han Sen was starting to lose control of his body. He started dancing a little, a morbidly amusing thing to see. 7 Spirit, who was behind Han Sen, could tell he was having trouble walking. 7 Spirit himself had already turned into a xenogeniac, but he was losing control. Han Sen followed the music and kept running the same way, dancing as he went. 7 Spirit could not kill him, but Han Sen had been attacked by those spirits, and he had incurred an injury. 7 Spirit used his lion spirit to attack Han Sen, but the arm twitched. The lion landed on the golden ground and did not touch Han Sr. 7 Spirit, you finally cannot handle this music anymore. Han Sen suddenly laughed. He brushed off the dirt on his front and stood up. He looked very lackadaisical, as if the music hadn't affected him at all. Impossible. 7 Spirit's face went slack. Chapter 1947 Sky God Possession. Ordinary people could not withstand the music, and the chiming of the bell was far more grueling. Even 7 Spirit himself, who had practiced the Buddha Geno art and acquired the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha form, was having a hard time under the bell's oppression. He was losing control of his body. Han Sen was a viscount, and yet he had escaped the music. 7 Spirit could barely believe it. The ordinary heavenly music and the bell were not physical attacks, they were more like a torturing of the mind. But this was a department where Han Sen excelled. His will was as strong as a deified elite's, so he wasn't affected by the Buddha heaven's music. He pretended to be affected so he could lure 7 Spirit forward and ensure that the Buddha wouldn't give up chasing him. Now, 7 Spirit had fallen under the bell's influence. And that meant it was time for Han Sen to strike back. Han Sen's rabbit shoes were moving in a blur, flinging him forward like a shadow. The ghost teeth knife gave off a purple knife light as it came swinging at 7 Spirit. 7 Spirit wished to flee, but as soon as he started to do so, his arm and legs flailed in a dance. His legs weren't following his commands, and he couldn't move the way he wanted to. Pang! The knife light was broken by seven spirits' hands. The four-faced, eight-armed Buddha body was quite scary. Han Sen's face did not change. He kept swinging the ghost teeth knife and using teeth knife skills. His body continued to flash around Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit stumbled back, using his 8 arms to fight against Han Senator, but at various times, some parts of his body would lose all control. He began to make mistakes he wouldn't have, otherwise. A moment was all that it took for him to make a big mistake. Even though Han Sen's body was inferior to Seven Spirits, it was through all those mistakes that Han Sen could discern his flaws. Ghost Teeth Knife's purple knife light slashed down on Seven Spirit. It created a spark and left a white mark on his golden body. Then, it disappeared. What a powerful xenogenic body. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't cast Ghost Teeth Knife's power a lot, but it was still easy for him to kill an earl. The fact that he couldn't leave much of a mark on Seven Spirit's body spoke volumes about just how scary the Buddha's body was. Seven Spirit looked furious. His eyes shone gold, and his 8 arms tried to generate a spirit to attack Han Senator. Now his body was losing more and more control, though. Too many of his flaws were being exposed. He couldn't suppress Han Sen as he had earlier. Han Sen depended entirely on his rabbit shoes for speed. The red mink gloves gave him increased power. With the 2, Ghost Teeth Knife continued to hack at the four-faced, 8-armed Buddha body. But his attacks could only leave white scrapes across the gold body. The teeth powers could not latch onto Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit wished to escape heaven now, but it was too late. He fell back quickly, but the tolling of the bell was rather frequent. It affected him more and more. Before Seven Spirit escaped from heaven, his body fell completely into the dance. He couldn't stop that strange dance, and he couldn't get out of heaven. Han Sen was so happy, and he kept slashing at Seven Spirit. Using jade skin and mutant blood, he began to leave shallow marks on the gold Buddha body. But that was enough. If he could leave marks, the teeth power would slowly start to tear Seven Spirit's body apart. Although it was slow, over time, it'd be enough for him to kill Seven Spirit and his Buddha body. Seven Spirit kept roaring with his 4 faces. He wanted to take control of his body and escape the Buddha heaven, but his body had been hijacked by the music. Regaining control was a very difficult task. Why is he not affected? Impossible. Seven Spirit Buddha took another hit from Han Senator. His eyes gleamed gold, and he looked angry. Han Sen wanted to cut him a few more times before he left that place. When he exited, the marks would kill the felon slowly anyway. But before Han Sen could slash him again, Seven Spirit's eyes suddenly turned gold. Gold fire flared to life, and it burst out to wrap up Seven Spirit's body. The body that had been affected by the music suddenly became still, thanks to that gold flame. He had stopped dancing. Han Sen, I said we would meet again soon. The four-faced, 8-armed Buddha, which was enveloped in fire, opened its 4 mouths to speak. A scary voice boomed out. Qing Jun. Han Sen now knew who it was. The sky god had been behind everything this entire time. Seven Spirit's mind was completely under the control of Qing Jun. And in his true form, he was not affected by the bell. He cruelly laughed as he walked towards Han Senator. He said, Han Sen, I have waited a long, long time for this. But don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a big delicious meal for one such as one will feast on your fear, your tears, and your death. The voice of utter contempt echoed in Han Sen's ears. Han Sen felt terrible, but he brought out the red mist orb. He couldn't deal with Seven Spirit, and now it turned out that he was being possessed by sky god Qing Jun. There was no way Han Sen could triumph now. Han Sen planned on using Red Mist King for his final bid. Although Red Mist King had barely any juice left in the tank, he'd kill 7 spirit if he could land a hit on him. Qin Yong looked so mad as he flared with gold fire. His demonic presence was insufferably strong, and it made the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha body look even scarier. It was like he was going to eat people. Boom! Qing Jun lifted his finger and gathered up a swirl of hot flame atop it. The fire gathered up 7 spirits Buddha light and flame powers. He used it only for a second, and Han Sen felt himself burn. The 4 faces looked to be filled with vile hatred. Qing Jun controlled 7 spirits' body. His fingers fired a gold flame towards Han Senator, but suddenly, a bag was hanging around 7 spirits' neck. The bag was incinerated by the gold fire. There was a yellow spell paper inside, and it was scorched. When it burned, a weird light came out of the ash and went to 7 spirits' forehead. Arg! Han Sen heard a scream. The scream came from Qing Jun. Chapter 1948 Soul Armor. Han Sen stopped in his tracks. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. The light spell was stuck to 7 spirits' forehead. It shone brightly, and Qing Jun started to scream as it gleamed. Who dares to trick me in such a fashion? Sky God! Qing Jun screamed. The gold fire began to lessen, and Han Sen saw a gold shadow writhing around 7 spirits' body. It twisted as if it was in agony, which was extremely creepy to watch. Although he did not know what had happened, Han Sen knew his chance to act had come. Rather than continuing to watch the spectacle, he moved forward to swing his ghost teeth knife. As the knife light slashed across 7 spirits' body, Qing Jun and 7 spirit lost control of the 4-faced, 8-armed gold Buddha body form. He screamed in rage as Han Sen hit him, but it was useless. Qing Jun's will was suppressed by the light spell. His scream turned to pain. He had possessed 7 spirit, yes, but he could no longer exit the body. 7 spirits will was not strong enough to withstand the rhythm of the music. He could only watch as Han Sen continued to strike his hardy body. No matter how strong his body was, though, it could not withstand 1,000 hits. Lacerations began to appear across the gold Buddha body. Blood seeped out of the wounds, looking like liquid gold. Han Sen was cruel. He paid no mind to Qing Jun or 7 spirits' cries. I will kill you. This has nothing to do with me. Kill you. It controlled me. You are killing a Buddha. The 4 mouths spoke different words. Qing Jun and 7 spirit were talking in tandem. Han Sen ignored them, though. He continued his rage of slashes. If 7 spirit had been controlled by Qing Jun, then the Buddha hadn't meant to kill Han Senator, but given how long 7 spirit had been chasing Han Sen, why hadn't the Buddha tried to fight off Qing Jun's control? Without a doubt, the Buddha had some reason to hope for Han Sen's death. It did not matter if Qing Jun had possessed 7 spirit or not. 7 spirits roaring echoed across the heavens cape, but his struggles were futile. Han Sen delivered 1,000 blows, striking 7 spirits' neck over and over. Eventually, he was able to lop the head of 4 faces off. The gold blood squirted everywhere. Marquise-class Xenogeniac hunted, 4-faced 8-armed Buddha. 4-faced 8-armed Buddha beast soul obtained. Xenogeniac gene found. That voice sounded inside Han Sen's head. He was glad he had managed to obtain some sort of reward, following the trial he had just been put through. 7 spirits' Xenogeniac body crumpled. The gold flames were not extinguished, though. The light spell was still sticking out of the fiery shadow's forehead. Pang! The light spell suddenly exploded. The gold flames shattered, and Qing Jun's roaring disappeared along with it. Nothing more remained. As this was occurring, a ship departed the Buddha kingdom. A man, dressed in rich clothes, was resting upon a seat. His mouth spoke words only meant for himself. I can't believe Qing Jun possessed someone. He had it coming. This damage will put him off for some time. What an asterisk shoal, to think of touching one of the Han family. Han Sen pulled out a bottle. He collected the blood of the four-faced eight-armed Buddha. Its blood was the xenogenic part of its body. After everything was done, he took a look at the beast's soul. Viscount class four-faced eight-armed Buddha, soul armor. Han Sen was shocked. He had seen armor beast souls before, and those were simply titled armor. Han Sen was unsure what soul armor meant. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned the beast's soul. A gold armor suddenly wrapped him up, and he could feel how powerful it was. It resembled the gold armor for Geminis, but it looked like ordinary beast soul armor. It didn't look like anything special. Han Sen tried to generate power to punch with it, but as soon as he moved, the gold armor began to shine. A four-faced eight-armed Buddha appeared directly behind him, and when he punched, he did so with the Buddha's gold light. It had the same power that Seven Spirit had possessed. D***mn. This soul armor is strong. Han Sen was so happy, as he had never possessed armor like this before. Wearing the armor granted him the power of a marquis. And since it was from Seven Spirit, it was even stronger than normal. I don't know if other people can see the four-faced eight-armed gold Buddha that appears behind me. If they can, that might be bad, Han Sen thought to himself as he put the beast's soul away. Then he looked over the heaven. In a hall of the Buddha, a candle went out. Burning Lamp Alpha's eyes widened, and many of the nobles around him seemed stunned. Burning Lamp Alpha had not shown surprise in more than 1,000 years. Seven Spirit is dead, Burning Lamp Alpha spoke slowly, with his face all twisted. With Seven Spirit's power, there is no way Han Sen was able to. The Buddha were in shock. How? Wasn't Seven Spirit going to get the knife child? He knew he had misspoken when the Buddha King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. Whoever killed him must pay. Burning Lamp Alpha was calm, but his calm was frightening. Seven Spirit was his first student in 1,000 years. Burning Lamp Alpha believed he had what it took to become deified. Now that he had simply died, Burning Lamp Alpha was furious. Han Sen. A Buddha Duke that was watching over heaven screamed. What happened? Clear Sea Buddha frowned at the Duke. Han Sen has reached the end. The Buddha Duke looked strange. What? He did. I thought he wasn't on the list. Clear Sea King did not believe it. I don't know, but he has. Come take a look. The Duke was having trouble explaining, so he waved at the Buddha mirror and instructed it to reveal Han Sen's body. All the Buddha kings could clearly see that Han Sen had reached the other end. He entered heaven with Seven Spirit. Now he is making it out, and Seven Spirit is dead. He must have killed him. Burning Lamp Alpha stood up from his lotus seat. He walked towards the door of heaven. Burning Lamp had suffered thousands of years of pain, but he refused to die. He wanted to remain long enough to see a new deified amongst the Buddha. Seven Spirit was his greatest hope of achieving this. But now that hope had been stolen from him, and it was difficult to fathom just how angry Burning Lamp really was. The Buddha commoners were in shock. It had been years since Burning Lamp had been seen in person outside the palace, but now he stood in the city beside the western door. Many kings were following him, also. The citizens of the city wondered what had happened. Han Sen had traveled through heaven until he came to the shore of a seemingly endless sea. A ship had been waiting beside the waters, a ship made of golden leaves. He embarked and used it to reach the other side. On the other side, Han Sen found Speechless and others. There were 10 of them. A few of them were the people that had seen following Speechless. The music in heaven had no effect on Han's senator. He had reached the other end, and when he did, a Buddha light landed on him. It energized Han Sen's cells and reinforced his body. That reinforcement was not enough for Han Sen to level up, but he knew his body had gotten a lot stronger. It was quite effective, whatever it was. Speechless, seeing Han Sen reach the other end, was flabbergasted. The others with her were surprised, too. They didn't expect anyone who wasn't in their group to survive the trip. Speechless Lady saw Han Sen approach, as if to speak with her, but just before he did, a door appeared. The group traveled through the door, and they ended up outside the western door in Buddha City. After they exited, they all took a step back in shock. Burning Lamp Alpha and the other kings were all there. Speechless immediately bowed before him, as did the others. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. "You may be excused," Clear Sea King told the others. Burning Lamp Alpha didn't say anything, though. All he did was look at Han Senator. The others sighed in relief. They staggered away. The feeling of pressure hadn't been directed at them, but they still felt an overwhelming sense of danger, and that was enough to scare them. Han Sen frowned when he saw this. He knew the Buddha wouldn't be very forgiving, but he didn't expect Burning Lamp Alpha himself to appear. Clear Sea King, seeing Han Sen, asked coldly, "Han Sen, why did you kill 7 Spirit?" After hearing that, everyone looked at each other in shock. Everyone knew of 7 Spirit and his incredible talent. "Why are you saying that? When did I kill him?" Han Sen responded without an ounce of fear. "You're denying it?" the Buddha shouted. They were very angry. There was such a frightening pressure being thrown about, and the people nearby were having difficulty keeping their breathing steady. But Han Sen, the one under the force of those questions, was wholly calm. He said, "You say I killed 7 Spirit. Okay, and where's the evidence of that?" "We will have evidence. You cannot deny this wrongdoing." Clear Sea King didn't want to let Han Sen talk. He flapped his sleeves, and they became large pieces of cloth that tried to cover Han's senator in the comber of a pavilion. Isha's eyes looked cold. The white chess piece in her hand snapped in half. She stood up, her back as straight as a knife. The old man across from her was shocked. He placed a black chess piece down on the board. The pavilion was in a strange dimension, separate from reality and the rest of the world. "Buddha Mark, our friendship ends here," Isha said, her voice cold. She slashed through the air and broke through the dimensional fabric. Then she leaped into the sky. In front of the western door, Clear Sea King's sleeve was going to wrap around Han's senator, but just as it was about to snare him, a purple knife light ripped through the sleeve. Isha appeared directly in front of Han Sen, her posture as straight and regal as a queen's. She looked emotionlessly at the Buddhas before her, and when she spoke, there was no fear in her voice. "Burning Lamp, you are deified. But if you do not give me an explanation for this transgression today, I will see to the destruction of the Buddha kingdom myself. I will destroy everything here without remorse." Isha spoke slowly, staring directly at Burning Lamp Alpha. "How dare you, Knife Queen? Just because the Buddha have a fond relationship with the rebate, it does not mean you can be disrespectful towards Alpha." The Buddha kings all started to yell. Burning Lamp raised his head and said coldly, "Your student killed my student. Isn't that enough for you to know?" "Evidence," Isha responded simply. Burning Lamp looked at Isha, and he moved his hand. It was not clear how he moved it, and it did not seem to be aimed at anyone in particular. But somehow, Han Sen had been grabbed from behind her. Isha looked cold, and she slashed towards Burning Lamp Alpha. Burning Lamp Alpha did not look at Isha, yet he moved his palm perfectly in time with her attack. Isha's strike tore through the air, but it was like it needed to travel countless miles before it could hope to reach that hand. It was close, and yet so far. Burning Lamp's other hand, which had grabbed hold of Han Sen, was shining. It covered Han Sen's body, and then all of a sudden, Han Sen was turned into an ant. After Han Sen was transformed into an ant, Burning Lamp Alpha threw him back to Isha. He coldly said, "For all our sakes, I will allow him to live. But you better watch it." After that, the kings walked away with their light. As Isha held Han Sen's ant body carefully, she kept clutching her knife. She didn't try another attack, though, because she knew it would be pointless. "I'll be useless until I become deified. Being half deified is just a joke." Isha gritted her teeth, gripped the ant more firmly, and flew away. The other races had seen what Burning Lamp did, and they were shocked. Even a half-deified elite like Isha could not do anything to oppose him. She could not protect her student from being turned into an ant either. It was scary to think about. Han Sen had been shocked, too. His power had been too weak for him to even consider fighting back. And then Burning Lamp had simply turned him into an ant. He really did feel like he had been turned into an ant, too. It didn't appear to be some sort of illusion. Chapter 1950 Consume Skill. Han Sen. I've brought harm down on you. I cannot believe the Buddha had an ulterior motive for inviting me there. Back on the ship, Isha placed the ant down on the table and sighed. Han Sen wished to speak, but he could not. He had become an ant, and he could no longer use any Geno arts. He really was like a normal ant. Han Sen was not frightened by his new state, though. He started skittering across the table, writing something out by the way he was moving. "The few items I had were stolen by Burning Lamp. He took my deified knife blank." When Isha saw Han Sen writing this out, she looked overjoyed. She said, "You still have a will of your own." "I am aware, yes." "What's wrong?" Han Sen wrote. Burning Lamp's Geno art can change the genes of a being. He can turn a member of the higher races into a primal creature. Even their brains are reduced to the level of an animal. He didn't kill you because turning into an ant is a worse fate. It would make you feel hopeless. There is no way he'd go easy on you, though, so it is strange to see that you still possess your own will. Are you sure you are okay? Han Sen considered his body. Aside from being an ant, and being unable to use Geno arts with a human body, he had not been affected. Han Sen explained the situation to her and asked, "How do we break the spell of this Geno art, so I can have my proper body back?" Isha's expression looked sickened, and she said, "You can't. You really are an ant now. Unless there is a deified elite with the same talent, you are stuck like this. There must be another deified elite with his Geno art around." "What about Kong Fei?" Han Sen asked. He didn't want to be stuck as an ant. Isha gave a wry smile, and she said, "Every deified elite has a skill of their own. Kong Fei is strong, yes, but he is not talented with loop Geno arts. He cannot help you get your body back." After a while, Isha spoke again. She said, "From what I know, there is a deified elite that can do this, but I don't know where he is. Even if I wanted to ask him, I wouldn't know where to find him." Han Sen gave a wry smile, but he wasn't going to give up. He said, "Don't worry, my queen. If this is just a Geno art, then there is surely a way it can be broken. I will be fine, sooner or later." Isha shook her head and said, "If I become deified, I will destroy that Buddha kingdom." "Yes, destroy it." Han Sen was so angry. It was the Buddha that commanded Seven Spirit to kill Han Sen, and they almost succeeded. But now they had been bold enough to do this. The Buddha were clearly impossible to reason with. "I need power. That's my focus now, and I need that power if I am to level the Buddha kingdom," Han Sen thought. He was furious over what had happened. The news about Han Sen being turned into an ant by Burning Lamp had traveled to every corner of the universe. Many of them felt sorry for what had occurred, whereas others mocked him. Most people were just curious, though. They didn't care what he did next. Han Sen obviously had no future now that he had been turned into an ant. He had a body that belonged to one of the most primal creatures, so his intelligence would be extremely low. It was unlikely he could practice anything. He wouldn't even be able to generate a Geno armor. But Han Sen had been able to kill 7 spirit. It was a shame that someone of such strength had met such an ignoble end. Han Sen rested on board the ship. Little Invisible and Ghost Teeth Knife were next to him. Isha had retrieved them for him. Han Sen had felt something was wrong just before Burning Lamp struck him. He had tossed Little Invisible and Ghost Teeth Knife to Isha, but the moment he threw them, Burning Lamp had snatched him off the ground. He couldn't give his other items to her, and so Burning Lamp had taken them all. He hadn't minded losing most of his things, but the half-deified knife blank was a wonderful item. He felt very bitter over that being lost. Han Sen tried to use his powers while he was an ant. The Dongxian Sutra, the Blood Pulse Sutra, and Jade Skin had become completely useless for him. They were Geno arts purposed for the human body. They did not work while he was an ant. But when he ran the story of genes, it ran as smoothly as always. Because it functioned without a hitch, there was nothing to impede his continued study of the Geno art. He could even make use of spell. Han Sen felt very relieved when he discovered this. If he was able to use some of his power, then he could be fixed. There was hope. Han Sen wanted to try using his Super God Spirit mode to escape the ant form, but Isha was on the ship, and she would surely notice if he used it. Even if he successfully turned back into a human, it would be a poor situation. Han Sen remained patient, and he followed Isha back to Narrow Moon. Isha did not take him back to Planet Eclipse. He was put in the palace on Planet Blade. Han Sen requested to go back to Planet Eclipse, but he wasn't permitted. So, he performed The Story of Genes in front of Isha and summoned spell. Isha saw it, and she was shocked. It looks like you haven't turned into a primitive creature at all. Maybe it is because of The Story of Genes. This strange Geno art is special. It can even disrupt deified powers. If you make it up to King class, I cannot begin to imagine what it might do. My queen, do you see? I have turned into an ant, but I still have the powers of a Viscount. You should send me to Planet Eclipse, because I have stuff to do there. Han Sen was now using spell to communicate with Isha. Okay, and I will focus on finding you a way to get your body back. Isha seemed to have a thought, and she began searching through her records. She returned with a Geno art. You've turned into an ant, so you cannot make use of most Geno arts. This skill, called Consume, is a Geno art that belonged to a consuming ant. They are an old higher race, so perhaps it can help you in the time being. Han Sen did not know why Isha had given him the skill of Consume to learn. But it did suggest that she feared for Han Sen's possible recovery. If he practiced as an ant, there might be hope. It wouldn't be over. Han Sen let spell accept Consume, and then he went to Planet Eclipse. He wanted to find out if Super God Spirit could turn him back into a human. Super God Spirit gave him a certain amount of immunity to certain types of attacks, so it should have worked. Planet Eclipse. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike across the mountains. He was wearing a pair of eye-catching sunglasses. Little Angel and the others were ready to level up, but they had to prepare before becoming Viscounts. So they hadn't come hunting with him. Wang Yuhang had also eaten enough xenogeneic genes to become a Viscount, but he lacked proper fighting experience, so it would be difficult. He didn't like sitting around either, so he had gone out hunting. Not long after, Wang Yuhang saw a young Kate girl on the trail. She was walking towards the mountains. Wang Yuhang frowned. The little girl had a tiger pattern of stripes, cat ears, and a cat tail. She was rather cute, but she looked like she was only 10 or so. She shouldn't have been able to fight, so it was strange to see her out there all alone. Wang Yuhang turned toward her. "What are you doing out here?" he asked the little girl. The little girl, seeing him, looked at him queerly. She answered, "I am looking for my mother." "Looking for her?" Wang Yuhang was shocked. The little girl explained, "My mom has been out hunting for the past 2 days, and she has yet to return. So, I am out here looking for her. It has only been 2 days. She'll be fine." Wang Yuhang offered her some comfort. Many of the mothers in the base had become barons. They wanted better lives for their children, and so they hunted to supply them with easy points. The little girl looked worried, and she shook her head. Mom said she would return each and every day to check in. She has always come back on time, except for this time when she hasn't. She must have stumbled into some sort of danger, and so that is why I have come out here to save her. You're just a kid, though. What can you do? You should let the good folks at the base help you, Wang Yuhang said. I did tell them, but no one believed me. They told me to wait a few more days. I'm sorry, I have to keep going. The little girl started walking again, headed deeper into the mountains. Wang Yuhang rode the bike up next to her, smiled, and said, "Are you willing to take a risky ride with me? I can take you on this, if that's okay with you." Really? The little girl's eyes shone brightly. Yes, but it depends on whether that's what you want. Wang Yuhang smiled. Before Wang Yuhang finished talking, the girl had already jumped onto the back of his bike. She held onto Wang Yuhang's back and said, "Please find my mother. I have no father, so I cannot lose my mom." Wang Yuhang smiled and rose into the mountains. He asked, "Do you know where your mom usually hunts?" "My mother never hunts too far from home. She stays in the region so she doesn't have to spend too much time traveling each night," the little girl quickly said. "It shouldn't be hard to find her, then." Wang Yuhang accelerated along the trail. As soon as Wang Yuhang entered the mountains, a xenogeniac began running behind him, digging into the ground with its claws. It chased his bike like a hungry wolf. More and more soon gathered up, until there was a whole group of xenogeniacs trailing them. They were all barons, too. The little girl looked frightened, and so she held on to Wang Yuhang. She shivered in fear, and she couldn't bring herself to look back. "If you are afraid, I can take you back now," Wang Yuhang said as he rode. "No, please take me to my mother. She is in danger. Please." The little girl was trembling, but she never stopped begging Wang Yuhang to find her mother. "Okay, then." Wang Yuhang began working methodically to scour the mountainsides. There were many xenogeniacs coming after him, but they were all slower than his bike. They couldn't hurt him or the little girl. Sometimes, xenogeniacs appeared in front of them. But in such instances, Wang Yuhang was able to evade them. The little girl would hold his waist tightly when this occurred, and she almost fell off multiple times. Still, she asked him to keep going in search of her mother. A few hours later, Wang Yuhang heard the cry of another xenogeniac. He frowned and decided to take a look. He found a group of xenogeniacs surrounding a Kate woman. She was fighting one of them. It looked like the group was just crowding around her to taunt her. The xenogeniacs were enjoying it like some sort of sporting event. Many of them were Viscount class, too, and so they were much stronger than the Kate woman. If they wanted the Kate woman dead, she'd have been a pile of bones by now. The woman, instead, was still engaged in battle. She was bleeding a lot, but she wasn't ready to give up the ghost. As Wang Yuhang rode toward her, he could see the will and drive it must have taken for her to keep going. Some of the wounds she had incurred were deep enough to reveal her bones. She should have passed out by now, considering the amount of blood she must have lost. "Mom!" The little girl squealed, trying to jump off the bike. But Wang Yuhang caught her and pulled her back on. There were many Viscount Xenogeneics there. He didn't have the Marquis's armor, so he couldn't move too rashly. We need backup, but it appears to be too late for us to call on others. Wang Yuhang stroked the little beard on his chin as he thought. The woman, seeing the little girl, looked towards them. Her face paled and she screamed, "Run, little Rain. Get out of here." The Xenogeneics then noticed Wang Yuhang. They became extremely alert, and their interest in playing with the woman seemed to vanish. One of the Xenogeneics moved over to cut the woman's neck and be done with it. No! The little girl's eyes opened wide as she screamed. Wang Yuhang's expression looked strange, but he accelerated towards the woman, swinging his sword as he went. Just as the creature swung its claws toward the woman's neck, the sword slashed the Xenogeneic's back and made it squeal. Wang Yuhang used the time he had bought to swoop into the crowd. He picked up the woman in one motion as he passed by. Wang Yuhang turned the bike to leave the mountain, but the Xenogeneics had already reacted, running towards Wang Yuhang. The Viscount Xenogeneics started to glow as they surged forward. Wang Yuhang, still riding the bike, evaded them. The mother and daughter held onto him tightly, but they looked like they were losing hope. The crowd behind was approaching fast, and the gang that had chased Wang Yuhang earlier was still waiting just outside the valley. They were like hungry wolves, adamantly blocking his attempt to depart. "This is why I hate women and kids." Wang Yuhang sighed. He spun his bike and stopped. The scary Xenogeneics from both sides were coming quickly. The mother and daughter held each other, sitting on the bike. They shivered in each other's arms, with their eyes closed. "If you can, could you please not treat me like a monster?" Wang Yuhang ignored the Xenogeneics. He spoke to the mother and daughter, but his voice was so quiet, they could barely hear him. Boom! A noise like a generator sounded. Wang Yuhang's body brimmed with an unspeakable power. The noise came from his body, but there was no light, smoke, or shadow to see. But the power inside him exploded like a volcano. Even his bike seemed to react, releasing clouds of smoke out of the exhaust. Suddenly, the world quietened down. The Xenogeneics that wished to attack Wang Yuhang stopped. They all froze and looked at him strangely. The next second, they ran at Wang Yuhang again. But just before they touched him, the two groups collided to kill each other. Blood and limbs were strewn about everywhere, all across that trail. As the generator noise ran, the two groups fought each other until they all died. Some of them lost their arms, but still they fought on. The way they looked at Wang Yuhang was strange. It was like he was the most precious person in the world. Some looked at him like a treasured lover, for whom they would do anything. More likely, Wang Yuhang had become their queen. They had to kill their opponents to make themselves the strongest, all so they could make with the queen. Blood. Blood was everywhere. A few hundred Xenogeneics were forced to kill each other. They did, and they all died. The sole survivor was a viscount. It was extremely injured, and it ended up crawling towards Wang Yuhang. Chaw! Wang Yuhang thrust his hand into its wound and tore out its heart. It was dying, but the look it gave Wang Yuhang was not a look of hate. It was one of pleasure. The Kate family held each other. They looked at Wang Yuhang with shock. They had been chilled to the bone. At that moment, he was scarier than the Xenogeneics. "That's why I like sticking with Han Senator. It is because those monsters make me look like a person. If no one is afraid of me, I feel like a person." Wang Yuhang spoke quietly to himself, and he looked rather sad. "Cool. You became an ant. How did you do that? Teach me. If I learn it, I can sneak into any women's locker rooms that I want to." Wang Yuhang's eyes opened wide. He looked at Han Sen, who was being held by spell, and smiled. Little Silver, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen's ant body curiously. Han Sen felt depressed. He sent his words to be spoken through spell. So, spell spoke for him by saying, "Cool my *SS. Go and find a way to turn me back to normal." How did this happen? Wang Yuhang used his finger to poke Han Sen, and he laughed. "Stop. Poke me again and I'll be mad." Han Sen felt even sadder now. Being pressed by a finger felt as if he was being bullied. Planet Eclipse's news channels were blocked. The others had not heard about what had happened to Han Sen during his time with the Buddha. So, Han Sen took the time to explain what had transpired. A deified elite's power. Even if we could suppress his ability, he'd still be too powerful. It won't work, and none of us have the same element as him. Gu Qingcheng stopped to thought, and then proceeded to say, "What about the power you used to transform? Even purgatory heaven did not work on you. Could you not try that?" Han Sen said, "If there is no other option, I will have to do that. But I am afraid that if I recover too quickly from this state, Isha might become suspicious. So, I will wait like this for a few days." "It won't be suspicious after a few days." Wang Yuhang did not understand. "When I become an ant, I cannot use geno arts. I can only use the story of genes. If I can recover, I plan to use the story of genes as an excuse. Nobody else has ever practiced it before, so no one will know if I'm telling the truth or not," Han Sen said, "through spell. In that case, let's see if we can help you." Dragon Lady gathered up her power, and then put her finger on Han Senator. She wanted to send her power to him. It was useless, though. Little Angel and Xie Qing King gave it a try as well. But the results were the same, and it did not work. "You guys did that on purpose." Han Sen watched them all come to press a finger against him. When he looked at their faces, he didn't feel quite right. Little Angel and Dragon Lady were not Viscounts yet, but Gu Qingcheng and Xie Qing King were, so there was no need for them to use a finger to touch Han Senator. Even so, that was what they did. "No. I promise we did not plan on squashing you to death." Wang Yuhang laughed. "I promise, it really isn't like that." Xie Qing King spoke with a tone of sincerity, but it was obvious that he was trying to suppress his urge to laugh. "You ***s holes." Han Sen felt so mad, and so he jumped atop Spell's shoulder. Spell then started to fire shiny bullets at them. After chasing them away, Han Sen took a break. He felt bored, so he decided to read the consume skill that Isha had given him. The consuming ants were a famous higher race of the universe. They could consume everything, so they were far scarier than humans. Humans were omnivores, and they could eat both plants and animals. But the consuming ants were even better. They could eat metal, or any and all sorts of materials. There was nothing they were not able to digest. The stronger the ant was, the more digesting power they had. The geno art they learned was called consume. Practicing the skill required a body that was similar to the consuming ants, though. Burning Lamp Alpha could turn others into ants, but he hadn't given Han Sen the body of an actual consuming ant. Han Sen was just a common ant without any intelligence. He could not generate a geno armor, so there was no way he could learn consume. Han Sen decided to give it a try anyway. After all, there was nothing else he could do while he was in the form of an ant. After Han Sen read through the geno art, he learned that consume was able to fortify one's stomach. It made the digestion capabilities of a person's stomach quite scary. He could digest something like steel in a short amount of time, and turn all types of materials into energy. They would be absorbed by the body. This would be good for people who love to eat. If they could learn this geno art, people could eat a lot more than usual in the sanctuary, Han Sen thought. When Han Sen had been in the sanctuaries, he had wanted a geno art that could digest stuff quickly. He had never been able to find a good one, though. Consume appeared to satisfy all of his needs, but only consuming ants could practice it. Han Sen wanted to try it, so he started practicing. He thought it'd be difficult, but after a few whirls, he felt a chill inside his stomach. It was an odd sensation. I can practice this. Han Sen was shocked. Since the skill was having an effect, that meant he could practice it. Since Han Sen had nothing to do, he kept practicing with consume. He learned quickly, and he achieved beginner status in a few short days. I wonder if Metal Eater can practice something like this. I can take it back to the sanctuary for him. But Han Sen was just practicing for the time being. He didn't mean to practice it all that much, as he didn't want to be an ant forever. After a few days, Han Sen could not wait anymore. He wanted to see Ji Yanran, so after 4 or 5 days, he tried using his Super God Spirit mode. A holy light captured Han Sen's body. Wherever it went, he became a human again. He became a transparent Super God Spirit. It works. Hopefully, I won't turn back into an ant when I deactivate the skill. Han Sen was worried, so he quickly stopped Super God Spirit mode. The light disappeared from Han Sen's body, and he returned to his ordinary human form. He did not go back to the shape of an ant. Good. Being human is better than being an ant. Han Sen sighed. He could not wait to use the Blood Pulse Sutra to open a portal to the sanctuaries. So, he went back to his home in the Alliance. Han Sen planned to stay there for a while. He wanted to delay revealing the fact that he had healed Tuisha. But after chilling at home for a while, he felt uncomfortable being away from his usual life as an adventurer. Since Han Sen had nothing better to do, he tried using consume. He did not know if he could use it now that he was in human form. It surprised him that he was actually able to activate the Geno art. When he used consume, something changed in his stomach. It was like a Xenogenix, but not as strong. His stomach became much stronger than usual, though. As he practiced consume more and more, the power of his stomach increased. It wasn't long before Han Sen was able to digest steel. Whenever he swallowed a hunk of steel, it'd be converted to energy. The digestion capabilities were scary. Han Sen was afraid that consume might affect his body, but after a few tests, his worries were eased. There were no negative side effects, and so he continued to practice the skill. Han Sen let Xie Qing King and the others practice consume, as well. Aside from Metal Eater, though, none of the others were able to make any headway with it. Han Sen did not know why he could practice it. Maybe it was because of the story of genes, or maybe it was because of his time spent as an ant, he couldn't be sure. Han Sen was surprised Metal Eater could practice it, though. It would be good for the creature's evolution, and he was developing at a much faster rate than before. Han Sen thought about whether or not he should bring Metal Eater over to the Geno universe. He was strong, and he had a broad comprehension of consume, but Han Sen thought that would be a negative. He was afraid that Metal Eater would draw trouble when he crossed over. So, for the time being, he decided against it. When will I have the power to challenge deified sorts? If I had that power, I could bring people and creatures over from the sanctuaries without worry. I could build a strong army and bring ruin to the Buddha, Han Sen thought to himself. Dad. Bauer came back from school and gave Han Sen a firm hug. You have grown up a lot, Bauer. You are heavier and taller, Han Sen said, stroking her head as he held her. Bauer squinted her eyes and said, Can I go to the Geno universe with you now? Not yet. You still need to grow a bit bigger. But soon, okay. Han Sen smiled. Humph, Bauer pouted and acted all angry. Okay, I promise you. And I'll visit you more often, even though I'm there in the Geno universe. Han Sen rubbed her cheeks and smiled. 9 months later, it was time for Ji Yanran to give birth. Han Sen, Han Yufei, Luolan, Han Yen, and Ji Yanran's parents were all waiting outside the delivery room. Ji Yanran gave birth in their own private hospital, where no outsider could reach them. They were so nervous waiting outside. They couldn't hear a peep of what might have been happening inside. They didn't hear a baby crying, but suddenly the doctor screamed, "Arg! Ghost!" Everyone was shocked, not knowing what had just happened. Ji Yanran hadn't screamed, but the doctor sure had. Han Sen ran inside, and he was shocked at the scene before him. A half-transparent baby hung in the air, her hands moving. Super God Spirit mode. Han Sen's eyes opened wide, looking at the child in surprise. Han Sen's daughter was in Super God Spirit mode. She was scarier than Little Flower, who had Super King Spirit mode. This was like a new and improved version. Fortunately, the baby did not keep Super God Spirit mode activated. After a while, she returned to looking like a normal baby, and it brought Han Sen much relief. If it remained in Super God Spirit mode forever, that would have been bad. Normal sustenance could not reach her, and she could not be fed milk. The Han family daughter was BOM without issue. Han Sen had learned his lesson the last time, and he knew better than to suggest that Ji Ruozhen come up with names. Acknowledging this, Ji Ruozhen felt terrible. Han Sen was also bad at naming things, though. After a long time of thinking, he decided to name the baby Han Linger. She was the Han family's sacred daughter. Everyone was very careful as they took care of Linger. Little Flower had been prone to blowing buildings up as if it was nothing, after all. They could never risk getting Little Flower mad. Han Linger had Super God Spirit mode, so that was an even scarier prospect. God only knew what would happen if she became displeased. But the family was fortunate in that both babies were surprisingly well behaved. They were very quiet, and people loved them. Linger's birth also helped to wash away the pervasive sadness that had haunted them since Little Flower had been taken. Ji Yanran looked far happier, but she always made sure to mention a wish for Little Flower to return. She'd frequently mention how much Little Flower would love his little sister. Han Sen stayed at home with Ji Yanran. He was not in a rush to return to Planet Eclipse. He could practice anywhere, and he practiced a lot in the hopes he could become an earl soon. Becoming an earl was much harder than becoming a viscount. For the next half a year, Han Sen made very little progress. No Geno art had yet to reach earl class. But that did not mean the 6 months were wasted. He spent time researching the Red Mist Orb's Copper Palace, and he was able to learn that the throne was a teleporter. It did not just teleport him to planet Mecca. Any Mecca xenogenic space had a teleporter, and could be accessed via that throne. Han Sen tried using it a few times. Whenever he visited a planet, no Mecca attacked him. He was able to figure out that he was now going to a business planet that belonged to the Mecca. They allowed other races to visit freely. He was attacked the first time because he had entered a private planet of the Mecca. Any intruder, even another Mecca, would still be attacked. When Han Sen had nothing better to do, he used his beast soul armor to walk around one of the Mecca planets. He wanted to take a look at their culture. The 7 little minks had been fed xenogenic genes by Han Senator. They had been able to generate xenogenic gene materials, which then allowed them to generate a xenogenic gene battle body. Han Sen walked down a street belonging to the Mecca, and a few spherical heads caught his attention. One of them was Clear Sea King. There were a few other Buddhas there, too. Speechless was amongst them. What are they doing with the Mecca? Han Sen wondered, looking at them. The Mecca were good at making xenogenic gene battle bodies, but aside from the Mecca themselves, not many creatures could use them. It didn't seem likely that Clear Sea King and the others were on the planet to buy battle bodies. Clear Sea King and the others walked past Han Sen, and none of them recognized him with his beast soul armor on. No one could see the 4-faced 8-armed gold Buddha armor, only the user could. Outsiders wouldn't notice a thing. Han Sen planned to see what they were up to, but after walking a couple blocks down the street, Clear Sea King and the others dipped into a giant building with mecha guards. The place was private, so Han Sen couldn't just wander in. He asked around and came to know that it was a house belonging to a king-class mecha. Han Sen couldn't find out any more than that, as there was no reliable source of information. Han Sen waited outside for a while, but they still hadn't emerged after some time, so he surmised that they had to be staying there. Han Sen couldn't do anything reckless on a planet belonging to the mecha, so he decided to leave. As he turned around, a naughty little mink leaped out of his pocket and started to scuttle down the street. Han Sen immediately grabbed the other 6 while chasing after the escapee. He called out its name, Little 7, don't run. Come back. Han Sen was bad at naming names, so he named them sequentially from 1 to 7. They went by their numbers. Little 7 was the naughtiest and grumpiest of the bunch. Not even Han Sen could bring him to heel. Even so, all 7 little minks regarded Han Sen as their master. And even if they did run off, they'd always come scurrying back when they got bored. Han Sen kept shouting after it as he ran. Han Sen did not want to force the mink back, though. He let it run and followed it. The place belonged to the mecha, so no one would care too much if a mecha was found poking about. Little 7 was interested in something, that much was certain. He wasn't running around aimlessly. He ducked into a building and hurried upstairs. Han Sen followed, and he noticed it was a large mall. The shopkeepers were all outsiders, too. He followed Little 7 to the 2nd floor, then into a particular shop. He heard some noises coming from the back. When Han Sen approached, the little mink was wearing his Xenogeneic gene battle body. The red armor wrapped up the little creature's body. The little mink was still just a baron, so it was very small. Due to this, it couldn't generate much juice. The battle body was simple, and when the mink generated more materials, the battle body would improve. Little 7 was running around the shop, munching on a mouthful of chestnuts. The shopkeeper kept trying to chase Little 7 away, but the mink was small and nimble. It could run around and quickly grab items from the shelves. Little 7 was eating everything it could reach. The other 6 smelled the food and wanted to come out. Han Sen managed to push them down and seal his pockets, though. He didn't need them adding to the trouble. The Kate shopkeeper soon looked ready to cry. Soon, 2 mecha guards jumped at Little 7, but because of how fast and nimble he was able to dodge them. By doing so, he managed to steal another 2 pieces of food. The mecha guards were Viscount class, but not even they could catch Little 7, who was merely a baron. Han Sen moved and grabbed Little 7, then pulled the mink away from their attacks. He quickly said, "I am so sorry. I will reimburse you for the losses incurred." "No. If you misbehave here, you must be investigated," one of the mecha said. "I am sorry, but he is just a child. Please give him another chance, and I will pay twice the amount owed," Han Sen said quickly. He presented Little 7 and said to it, "Come on now and apologize." Little 7 had done wrong, though. Han Sen wasn't going to needlessly spoil the thing. Little 7 bowed and lowered its head. Then, it made some tsi-tsi noises, as if it was apologizing. "We can talk about the payment later, but you have to follow us. Otherwise, we cannot report to the shopkeeper," the mecha security guard said. As Han Sen wondered what he should do, someone shouted from the shop. "Hang on." Han Sen looked to where the call came from, and he saw a feather emerging from the back of the store. He ran in front of the mecha guard and spoke with him. Then the guard left the shop. "Thanks, I will be reimbursing you for the losses incurred," Han Sen said, as he saw the feather approach. "Not too much inventory was lost, do not worry. If you are able to, though, could we talk inside?" the feather said, while looking at little Seven in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen was confused, but he still nodded and followed the feather to the back of the shop. He was behaving like an officer. The feather closed the door, and then looked at Han Sen and little Seven, and said, "My name is Mok." "What is your name?" "My name is Dollar, from the race of humans," Han Sen answered. Mok repeated Han Sen's name, then thought of something. He asked, "What is your association with this mecha?" "I am its guardian, sort of," Han Sen answered. After hearing Han Sen, Mok's eyes gleamed brightly. He said, "Does that mean you can command it?" "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned. Mok worried that Han Sen might misunderstand his intentions, so he quickly explained, "If you can command it, I would like to invite it to endorse my shop." "An endorsement?" Han Sen never thought something like would happen. "It's like this," Mok explained. Mok's store sold xenogenic fruit. For the mecha, the fruit could replace gathering actual xenogenic genes. After the mecha ate them, they could release materials for the xenogenic gene battle bodies. But the fruits weren't popular. Not many of the mecha knew about them, so the sales had been quite slow. Mok was not a rich fellow, and he couldn't afford big advertisements, so he hadn't found a way to market his wares. Little Seven's performance surprised Mok. He thought this could be his chance. Little Seven could endorse the food for him by participating in the mecha's battle body races. If Little Seven was able to get a good score in the Baron tier, and did so by advertising the goods he had just eaten, the xenogenic gene battle body would be better than any other advertisement. Little Seven would need to get a very good score, but after Mok saw Little Seven's performance, he thought the little mink could achieve first place. Han Sen initially didn't want Little Seven to participate in the battle body races, but when he heard what they could win if Little Seven achieved first place, he changed his mind. It was a battle body fluid synthesized by the mecha themselves. Battle body fluid could level Little Seven up. It could turn barren battle bodies into viscounts. For the mecha, this was great. Mok offered Han Sen a very good deal, and Little Seven showed interest in giving it a shot. So, Han Sen agreed to participate. He signed a contract with Mok. If Little Seven achieved a good result, he could even gain shares in Mok's company. The better Little Seven did, the more shares Han Sen would receive. If he earned first place in the Baron team, they could gain a 40% share of the business. Mok helped Little Seven sign up. He got the permit to join very quickly, and Han Sen took Little Seven to take part in a few of the early matches. The other young mecha barons could not compete with Little Seven. He kept winning over and over, which made him ecstatic. He began to draw the attention of important members of the audience. Inside a Mecha King's palace, Clear Sea King and a Mecha King were watching the Baron battle body races. Ba. Making this trade will require a lot of effort on your part, Clear Sea King said to the Mecha King. That king looked like a giant bear. And while it munched on food, it responded, "It's fine. If you have enough galaxy sand, we can give you as many babies as you want." Clear Sea King watched the match without expression. "Galaxy sand is not a problem, but I need some good mecha children. There are a few babies here I really like, so please help me acquire them. Some of the young ones who have joined the matches are from big families. I can try to get some of the other ones, but the prices." Battle King stopped talking, but his meaning was obvious. "I will give you 10 times as much galaxy sand as we discussed. What do you think?" Clear Sea King said calmly, pointing out the competitors that he wanted. "The ones you have chosen are very talented mecha babies. If you are not famous, you can't." Battle King looked glum. "I will give you 20 times the galaxy sand." "This is a serious offer," Clear Sea King said simply. "Okay, good. Then it is a deal." Battle King agreed. "Hopefully we can conclude this trade quickly and take those babies back to the Buddha," Clear Sea King said. He looked at the mecha babies in the match, paying particular focus to Little Seven, who was ravenously chowing down on some fruit. Little Seven was doing very well in the Baron tier. He had managed to reach the top 10. Other Baron mechas didn't stand a chance against him. Little Seven kept winning, and his renown soon started to spread. He quickly became a mecha superstar. He ate a Geno fruit every time he competed, which was something others soon came to notice, as well. Shortly after, the sales in Mach's shop started to rise. It delighted him. But many people came to Mach's store to simply ask about Little Seven, too. He was worried about this, and so he told Han Sen about it. But even without Mach mentioning it, Han Sen could feel things going that way. There were eyes all over him and Little Seven. It seemed reasonable given the fame that Little Seven had gained, but Han Sen still felt that something was amiss. There were people watching him 24/7, and their methods of observation were too secretive. They were not low-class nobles either, they had to be earls, at least. If Han Sen did not have his powerful Dongxian Sutra, he'd have never noticed that they were observing him. Who are these guys? Han Sen wondered, but then an idea crossed his mind. At night, Han Sen took to the streets. He disappeared in the mall. After a while, a mecha walked around and around in the mall. He looked terrible. Weird. I thought he was here. How did he just disappear? The mecha said to himself. He then reported what had happened through a communicator. He walked around the mall again, to confirm that Han Sen and Little Seven were nowhere to be found. Then, he left the mall. Han Sen came out from a corner, wearing his Dongxian armor. Even his energy had changed. He followed the mecha to a giant building, then watched the mecha enter. Isn't that the building that Clear Sea King went into? Are they involved? Have they discovered my true identity? Han Sen thought to himself. But that would have been impossible. If Clear Sea King had discovered that Little Seven's owner was Han Sen, he would have attacked already. There would have been no need for him to wait. It seemed obvious to Han Sen that their target was Little Seven. Han Sen couldn't go in, but he could sneakily send in Little Invisible. If Little Invisible could snoop around inside, he would work like an invisible camera. The only downside was his inability to record voices. Han Sen spoke to Little Invisible and placed him on the floor. The colors on its body changed to mimic the ground underfoot. Then, it vanished. Little Invisible's camouflage was strong. Not even king-class people would notice he was around. Han Sen still worried, of course, so he waited outside the building. If something happened, Han Sen would use Red Mist King to go save him. Luckily, these fears didn't come to fruition. After a few hours of waiting, something landed on his shoulder. It was Little Invisible. Han Sen brought Little Invisible back to Mach's shop. He went to his room and sat down with Little Invisible. Little Invisible, what did you see? Han Sen asked. Little Invisible's color started to change. It was like watching a show. It displayed the palace. After Han Sen watched was revealed, his face got all gloomy. Now he knew why they had their eyes on Little Seven. Little Invisible had shown Han Sen many imprisoned mecha babies. Some of them had done quite well in the races. Mecha have a complicated blood lineage. Sometimes, they sell out their own. But I cannot believe a king-class elite would merrily sell off their own kind like that. Clear Sea King is here to buy them, but for what purpose? Han Sen wondered. Clearly, the Mecha Battle King and Clear Sea King had their sights on Little Seven. Han Sen was wondering if he should back out now, but as he was considering his options, a few people came out of the house. It was Speechless and the other Buddhas. Han Sen did not see Clear Sea King, it was just the young Buddha men and women. Han Sen's heart jumped. Han Sen followed them and turned on his Dongxian aura. He didn't put a lot of effort into hiding himself, as Speechless and the others didn't seem to be too paranoid. They were just walking around and chatting casually amongst each other, not suspecting they were being followed. But Han Sen followed them for half a day without learning a single useful nugget of information. Their chatter was standard fare. Just as he was going to give it up, though, a Buddha man said, "What is the master thinking? Why would he swap galaxy sand for those mecha babies?" Han Sen was surprised by this. He had heard of galaxy sand before. It was a famous treasure belonging to the Buddha, primarily. Galaxy sand was not really sand. They were the tears of a king-class xenogeneic called Galaxy Dragon. Each teardrop would become galaxy sand, and it was a rare treasure. Galaxy sand possessed an impressive amount of energy. King-class creatures that refined galaxy sand received many benefits. Low-level creatures that used it would level straight immediately. Clear Sea King was swapping it for mecha babies. It was a lot to give up, so he must have been doing it for something even bigger. Shush! Another of the Buddhas stopped him from talking. He then lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk about it. This is where the mecha live, we cannot let them know about the trade. What are we afraid of? This is the Battle King's territory, and he is the one selling us the goods. What can they say about it?" The Buddha lifted his lips, but he didn't look like he was going to push the topic too much further. Speechless Lady frowned and said, "Just be careful. Let's stop talking." Speechless and the others walked around, and then they headed back to Battle King's house. Han Sen thought he wouldn't learn anything more useful than that, but Speechless received a message. Then, she told the other Buddhas, "Buddha King has asked me to return. You guys go ahead, and I'll go find out what's going on." "Why don't we go with you?" a Buddha said. "It's fine." Speechless shook her head and then left. Han Sen followed her. He could not fight Clear Sea King, but Speechless was just a viscount. If he had to, he could take her. Han Sen planned to capture her and ask her why Clear Sea King was snapping up the mecha babies. Speechless walked alone as she headed towards Battle King's house. When she turned one particular corner, however, she frowned. A man that looked like a Buddha, wearing gold armor, appeared in front of her. Something seemed odd about him, but she couldn't quite tell what. "I am Speechless, the Buddha Lady of the Buddha. Who are you? And why are you blocking my way?" Speechless Buddha Lady was being careful, and she watched the man closely as she spoke. She recognized Han Sen's armor. It was the man who owned Little Seven. Han Sen didn't say a word, and he simply threw his hand forward to grab her. Speechless Lady saw the hand get bigger in her vision. It was like it was consuming the entirety of space. It felt as if she had nowhere to run, and it was now she realized she had bumped into an elite. Speechless Buddha light burst out. She summoned a Buddha sword. When it came to strike Han Sen, she spoke the Buddha catchphrase. The distance to the Battle King's house was 2 kilometers, so her cries would reach Clear Sea King. With his power, he could definitely come and save her. But when she opened her mouth, she unleashed a power minus its sound. It was like an empty sonic blast. Speechless face changed. Before she could react, Han Sen had grabbed her Buddha sword. Then, he used his finger to fire a coin. It landed on her chest. Speechless suddenly felt so heavy. She ended up dropping to her knees on the ground. She braced herself with her hands, though, so she wasn't completely flattened out. Han Sen laid the Buddha sword across Speechless' neck, coldly telling her, "I will ask, and you will answer. If you don't, I will cut your head off." Speechless was putting all her strength into keeping herself from collapsing. The scary power from the coin made it feel as if her chest was going to explode. Pain radiated across her torso. "Who are you? Don't you know my Clear Sea King and the Mechas Battle King are nearby?" If you kill me, you'll be joining me soon, Speechless said, as if she was holding the ground at bay. I don't know if I'll be dead, but you will be for sure. That is, if you refuse to answer my questions. Why are you buying up the mecha? Han Sen asked. Speechless didn't answer, and it seemed as if it was a secret she willing to take to the grave. Han Sen swung the Buddha sword and cut open her armor. Her skin was revealed. What are you doing? Speechless face changed. Don't worry, I'm not interested in women like you. If you don't answer me, though, I will strip you completely. And you can prance on down the street naked, so everyone can see you clearly. Only after will I cut your head off. Han Sen then went on to say, I am an impatient man, though, so I will ask you one more time. Why are you buying the mecha? Speechless face remained unchanged. When she didn't say, Han Sen cut the lower part of her armor off. He grabbed her by the scalp and started to drag her. We are buying the mecha to fix a deified weapon. Speechless was shocked. She couldn't think anymore. What deified weapon? And how does it get fixed? Han Sen asked. I don't know. I have only heard a bit about it, but I know it's a knife. Only Clear Sea King knows the specifics, Speechless quickly said. Ugh, you don't know anything. Why would I need you? Han Sen looked at Speechless without sympathy. If you let me go, I will tell you anything you wish to know. If you let me go and gather the information, I will surely not disappoint you. Speechless said. I am giving you one last chance. If you still can't answer for me right here, enjoy performing on the streets, Han Sen answered, ignoring her plea. Where is the galaxy sand you have stored to purchase the mecha? Don't tell me it's in Clear Sea King's pockets. But it really is with him. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen grabbed her head again and dragged her across the street. Speechless asterisk face changed and she shouted, it really is on him. But I have a way to get it for you. What way? Tell me. Han Sen looked at Speechless with interest for the first time. Galaxy sand needs to be showered with starlight to be kept alive. Otherwise, it turns to simple stone in only a few days. I know when Clear Sea King will bring the sand out, and where he takes it to be replenished with starlight. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen summoned a green tower and sucked her inside. Entering a king-class house and stealing their items was something Han Sen would do only if he was crazy. Speechless was only stalling for time. Han Sen hid all the evidence he might have left at the scene, but Speechless was supposed to meet with Clear Sea King. If she didn't show up, Clear Sea King would notice something was amiss. He didn't want to waste any more time than he had to, so he scrawled a few words on the ground where he was and then left. Han Sen walked around the mall, and eventually, Battle King's subordinates saw him. On his way back to Mok's shop, all the subordinates that belonged to Battle King began to move. News of Speechless kidnapping had already spread. When Clear Sea King saw the words Han Sen had left on the ground, his face looked extremely sour. Clear Sea King, do not worry. I will take responsibility for this. I will return the Buddha lady to you alive, but I want to find out who is messing around in my territory. Battle King looked horribly angry, too. The enemy had kidnapped a Buddha in his own territory, and had asked for galaxy sand in exchange for her return. It was humiliating Battle King. If Battle King hadn't taken responsibility, Clear Sea King might have believed he was the one who started all this, to steal the galaxy sand. Amitba. I will let you handle this, Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. His face did not change, but he looked worried. Battle King might have said he was going to help, but Clear Sea King was still suspicious of his possible involvement in the kidnapping. On Battle King's planet, someone had kidnapped Speechless in secret. And furthermore, she was there under Clear Sea King and Battle King's protection. Clear Sea King believed that Battle King must have been the kidnapper. Give me 1 day. Battle King knew Clear Sea King was suspicious of him, and so he looked fairly gloomy. The entire planet started to search for Speechless, all following a command issued by Battle King himself. But after a whole lot of time, Speechless went undiscovered. The kidnapper's identity was still unknown. When the investigation concluded, the most suspicious person they found was Han Sen, who happened to disappear from the watch of the spies. But Han Sen was just a viscount, and it seemed impossible for someone such as that to kidnap someone like Speechless without making a ruckus. At a time like this, though, Battle King wasn't willing to let the slightest possibility by. When Han Sen took Little Seven to participate in the next contest, Battle King's best subordinate, Bloodkill Duke, took control of Mok's store with further subordinates. Mok was just a businessman with no money. He wouldn't risk cooperating with Han Sen, but he informed them of how he and Han Sen met and did not hide a single thing. After Han Sen returned from the contest, Mok invited him in. But when he entered, Bloodkill Duke and his people quickly surrounded Han Sr. "What are you doing?" Han Sen frowned. Bloodkill Duke brought out a red chain and tied up Han Senator. He said, "Take him back for interrogation." Quickly, Han Sen was brought into Battle King's house. Little Seven was taken away. In a lonely room, Bloodkill Duke looked at Han Sen and coldly said, "Dollar, if you hand her over now, all will be fine." "Don't make me do this." "You should tell me what you want me to hand over first," Han Sen replied. "Where is Speechless Buddha?" Bloodkill Duke asked Han Sr., "In a safe place." Han Sen laughed. Bloodkill Duke was shocked. He did not expect Han Sen to admit he was responsible, so that was quite unexpected. After pausing, Bloodkill Duke looked murderous once more. He shouted, "Hand Speechless over and I will let you live." Han Sen laughed and said, "If you dare touch me, I can assure you that you'll never see Speechless again. Why don't you give your method a try, and see what Clear Sea King and the Buddha will have to say about it?" "This is Mecha." Bloodkill Duke growled. He shone with a red light, which then flew swdftly down on Han Senator. Han Sen didn't even blink. He just looked at Bloodkill Duke. He made no effort to dodge, and he just sat there quietly. Bloodkill Duke was annoyed, but he knew he couldn't do anything. This was something that involved the Buddha. Things would go badly for him if he messed this up. "What do you want?" Bloodkill Duke asked after he regained his calm. "Galaxy Sand." "You are too low level to talk to me, though. Give Clear Sea King a ring and tell him to come over," Han Sen said. "Don't forget that your life is still in my hands here. I can make you suffer." Bloodkill Duke hummed. "Kill me or give Clear Sea King a shout." "It's your decision," Han Sen said, as calm as ever. In the control room, Clear Sea King and Battle King witnessed everything. They were surprised to hear he was the one who kidnapped Speechless Lady. "Ba. Let me talk to him," Clear Sea King said. Battle King nodded. Dollar had put him in a pretty bad situation. He couldn't kill him either. It would be best if Clear Sea King went and talked with him. Bloodkill Duke was given an order by Battle King, which prompted him to leave. Then, Clear Sea King came in. Clear Sea King sat next to Han Senator. He did not say anything to Han Sen, and merely looked at him. Han Sen's energy was not outstanding. It didn't seem too powerful, but Han Sen didn't appear to be trying to hide anything either. It was like he didn't care about his own presence, even when a king was sitting right in front of him. Han Sen wore armor so Clear Sea King couldn't recognize his face. After a while, Clear Sea King said, "How much did they give you?" "I can give you 10 times more." Han Sen laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. No one else is behind this. You either kill me and Speechless dies with me, or you give me Galaxy Sand. Those are your 2 choices. Why should I believe you? If I give you Galaxy Sand, What guarantee do I have that you'll let Speechless go? Clear Sea King was not mad, and he spoke in a level voice. Give me Galaxy Sand, and I will take you to her, Han Sen said implacably. Until I see her, you're not getting anything, Clear Sea King said. Han Sen laughed and said, then you should just kill me. I can tell you that Speechless is somewhere on this planet. Give me Galaxy Sand and I will take you to her. Otherwise, I won't make any deals. Clear Sea King asked Han Sen, Speechless is really still somewhere on this planet? Han Sen did not speak. He merely smiled. Clear Sea King asked him a few more questions, but all Han Sen did was smile. He eventually realized Han Sen was not willing to say anything more. Clear Sea King stopped his questioning and returned to Battle King's lobby. Han Sen was not in a rush, and he continued waiting where he was. He knew Battle King was going to resume a search across the whole planet, a search that would conclude with no results. Clear Sea King would come back and talk to him again. Seven Spirit was dead now, so Speechless was the Buddha's next hope for a deified elite. Burning Lamp Alpha greatly supported her now, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to her. A day later, Clear Sea King came back to Han Sen and asked him, Speechless is still on this planet, you say? Yes. Give me the Galaxy Sand and I will take you to her. The trip will take less than half an hour, Han Sen said matter-of-factly. Clear Sea King looked at Han Sen and felt strange. A normal Viscount shouldn't have been able to keep such calm composure in front of a hostile king. Why even take Speechless? Clear Sea King asked. Because you have put little Seven in your sights, Han Sen said. Ba. That is Battle King's business. This is none of our business, Clear Sea King said. Speechless told me that you are snapping up mecha babies for the restoration of some deified weapon, Han Sen said. Clear Sea King frowned. This confirmed to him that Dollar had indeed taken Speechless. Aside from Clear Sea King himself, only Speechless knew about the need to fix up a deified item. Not even Battle King knew when he was buying the mecha for. While Clear Sea King sat in silence, Battle King's voice rang in his ear. If Speechless is indeed on this planet, you can agree to his demands. I will make sure he doesn't earn a single grain of sand. Otherwise, I take full responsibility. Battle King knew Clear Sea King had yet to make a decision because he still suspected that Battle King had something to do with the kidnapping. So, Battle King had to show that he was innocent in all this. He was also confident that Dollar couldn't escape with the Galaxy Sand that had been reserved for him. After hearing Battle King, Clear Sea King did not hesitate to say to Han Sen, take me to Speechless and we will conduct this trade. Han Sen looked at Clear Sea King and smiled. He didn't speak, but it was obvious what he wanted. I will give you Galaxy Sand, but you have to promise me that Speechless is on this planet. Clear Sea King stared at Han Sr. Yes, I told you. It'll be a half-hour walk. Do you think I can walk off this planet in 30 minutes? Han Sen smiled. Clear Sea King looked at Han Sen for a while. He eventually placed a box on the table and opened it. There were many shining crystals inside. Each sparkled with the radiance of a diamond. They were so shiny that they were difficult to look at. The energy surrounding the items was immediately decimable. Anyone could tell they were some good stuff. Clear Sea King cast a gold light and broke the red chains around Han Senator. Then, the gold light surrounded Han Senator. Han Sen could move, but the power in his body had been somewhat restricted by that gold light. Han Sen picked up the box and counted the contents. Then, he placed it in his pocket. The amount is correct. Let's go. I will take you to Speechless. Oh, and yeah, give me back little Seven. After that, Han Sen stood up and walked to the door. Clear Sea King was next to him, and the guard did not stop Han Sen from leaving. Someone sent little Seven over. Han Sen took Little Seven back and walked out of Battle King's house. No one stopped him, but Battle King's people were everywhere in the surrounding radius of 100 miles. Not even a mosquito could escape their watch. Let's see how this plays out. Once you reveal the Buddha lady, I will make you suffer. Battle King's expression was cruel as he stared at the camera. He couldn't tolerate anyone committing such a misdeed on his planet. To him, Han Sen was a very dead man. Clear Sea King walked next to Han Senator. He believed Han Sen could not escape with the box of galaxy sand. Han Sen walked slowly, and he looked at the Mecca all around. The shops and streets were all roadblocked, so there was no chance of him running. You sure you don't want to go faster? If I don't see Speechless in half an hour, the deal is off. Then, I will attack you. Clear Sea King looked at Han Senator. Han Sen's calm demeanor was starting to worry him. Clear Sea King did not detect any significant power from him, so he did not believe Dollar could escape. Half an hour is enough. Han Sen smiled and kept walking. Han Sen was more popular than a superstar. All the cameras, weapons, and nobles were trained on him. Even if Han Sen could fly, it was unlikely he'd escape from the planet. The allotted time had almost passed. It had almost been half an hour. Han Sen had not even gone down a single street in that time. Battle King frowned and looked at the whole planet. There was no other powerful king on the planet, so even Battle King wondered why Han Sen was so calm. Half an hour went by, and Clear Sea King stopped Han Sr. Time is up. Where is she? Here. Han Sen looked at all the mecha warriors, then back at Clear Sea King. He clicked his fingers. Han Sen's fingers flashed with gold. The sky suddenly lit up, as the golden lights became coins that rained down. They covered an area of 12 miles. Ordinary Viscounts would not have power such as that. At best, they could only encompass an area of a few hundred meters. But Han Sen had his soul armor boost right now. The shadow of the four-faced eight-armed Buddha lurked behind him, unseen. The Buddha light was inside Han Sen's body, imbuing him with the power of a marquise. That was how he was able to summon the big coin rain. All the gold lights became coins, which landed across the mecha's xenogeneic gene battle bodies. It was like the mecha had been hit with big chunks of metal, making them heavier. The lower-level xenogeneic gene battle bodies crashed to the ground. The bodies belonging to those of a higher level began to move slower. Amitba. Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase, but he didn't do anything. He went through the coinfall and came before Han Senator. He waved his sleeve like a cloud, trying to capture Han Sen inside it. Han Sen didn't dodge, though. His left hand possessed a red mist, and it shone. A strong red metal body came out of it. It threw a punch towards Clear Sea King. Boom! A scary red mist light punched into Clear Sea King's sleeve. The sleeve deflated and tore. The red light went through the sleeve, up and into his chest. Clear Sea King started to bleed as his body was sent flying away. He went barreling down the street like a meteor, crashing into Battle King's ornate house. He broke the palace-like construct in half. Everyone watching was stunned. No one could believe that a king had been sent flying like that. Han Sen was shocked, too. He used Clear Sea King's mistake to give himself an advantage and opportunity. He didn't expect that a less than 1% release of energy could be so powerful that it'd knock a king class into the distance. Han Sen didn't spare much time thinking, though. Red Mist King picked up Han Sen and sprinted towards the teleporter. There was a boom noise. All the buildings and xenogeneic gene battle bodies in front of Red Mist King were pushed away. The mecha were still frozen, and not a single one of them moved. With Clear Sea King having been punched away, none dared step in Han Sen's path. A roar came out of Battle King's house. Battle King was riding a giant, bear-shaped xenogeneic gene battle body forward, wanting to stop Han Sen and Red Mist King. Battle King hadn't expected something of this sort could happen. He thought that since Clear Sea King was right next to Han Sen, Battle King himself would only have to make sure his subordinates were in order. He hadn't expected Han Sen to pose such a threat. Now it was too late, and Red Mist King was jumping into a teleporter alongside Han Sen, to disappear amidst the depths of space. Battle King roared. His battle body broke the teleporter, but his anger was futile. Clear Sea King came out of the rubble with lips caked in blood. He looked awful. He was injured, but most of all, he was angry. Han Sen went back to the Copper Palace. He got out of Red Mist King's hand, and Little Seven came out of Red Mist King's heart. That punch had consumed all of Red Mist King's energy. There was only 0.1% of energy left now, and it hurt Han Sen to see. Luckily, he had managed to obtain 100 galaxy sand crystals. If he hadn't gotten those, it would have been a grand loss. Back on planet Eclipse, Han Sen researched the mecha. He noticed that news concerning Dollar and Clear Sea King had spread far across the universe. The Buddha and the mecha had put out an APB on Red Mist King and Dollar. If anyone could provide a lead that led to either of their capture, they would be handsomely rewarded. Han Sen saw the rewards up for grabs, and fancied taking off his own head for Red Mist King to deliver. The entire Geno universe was talking about it, but they were mostly talking about Red Mist King. People began talking about the last time Red Mist King had made an appearance. It became known that he was a rare mecha xenogeneic gene battle body, and that he must be king class. But before that, no one had ever seen Red Mist King. Not even the mecha knew about him, which was fairly scary. A mysterious xenogeneic gene battle body and a human named Dollar had managed to scam a king class Buddha and escape from mecha. It just didn't sound possible. Many creatures now hoped to find them, in the hopes of obtaining the rewards put up by the factions slighted. The Buddha were in a major rush to find him, in particular. They had just lost 7 spirit, and Speechless herself had been kidnapped. It was a divine insult. But after a long time of searching, no one was able to find out anything concerning Dollar and Red Mist King. When Isha heard that Dollar had appeared on mecha, she herself assembled a group to find out more. But they didn't uncover anything, either. Han Sen took the 100 grains of galaxy sand to the Alliance. He planned on refining them while he practiced the story of genes. Other Geno arts could advance and achieve breakthroughs by simple practice, but the story of genes required some sort of external force. Han Sen brought out the galaxy sand grains, but before he started refining them, he saw a blue shadow travel through the wall. It appeared like a phantom. "Little Star, why are you here?" Han Sen was surprised as he looked at Little Star. Little Star had eaten many xenogeneic genes, and he was very talented. So, he had now reached the Alliance. Little Star was very tame, and he was able to travel through materials. He had never entered a room without permission before, though. Little Star's sudden appearance in Han Sen's room was very weird. Little Star cancelled its Starsea travel, and it brought its shiny body right up to Han Senator. It was staring at Han Sen's galaxy sand. "You want this?" Han Sen then thought to himself, Little Star's original name was Starsea Beast. Galaxy sand came from the galaxy dragon. Are they connected? Little Star nodded and started licking Han Sen's face. "Bringing this back here cost me a fortune." Han Sen looked at the box of galaxy sand with regret. But seeing the look on Little Star's face, he didn't want to reject its request. So, he took one out and coughed. "I'll let you try one." Little Star was so happy, and it wagged its tail. It stuck out its tongue and consumed one whole piece of galaxy sand. It didn't even chew the thing before gulping it down. "People might think you were a pig. You should at least try to taste it." Han Sen looked depressed. Little Star did not listen to Han Sen, though. It started to shine, until a strange aura burst out from it. Don't generate Geno armor here. Stop. Han Sen did not expect that a single grain of galaxy sand would force Little Star to produce its Geno armor, so he shouted loudly in surprise. But Little Star could not control the process. So, Han Sen brought it to the space tunnel and took it to planet Eclipse. Little Star shone with starlight. And then, it generated a starry set of armor. Without stopping, the star armor melted into a Geno fluid that was absorbed by its body. The generation was heading into a second cycle. Little Star's second evolution was xenogeneic. Its starlight grew brighter, and it looked like a beast shrouded amid a countless number of stars. Little Star finished its evolution, and then put its head next to Han Senator. It was staring at the box that contained the galaxy sand. Han Sen hid the box behind him, but Little Star was still looking at Han Sen with its eyes wide open. It looked as if the creature was begging. I can only give you one more, then. But no more after this. Han Sen felt pretty bad about it, but he gave in under Little Star's gaze. Little Star licked Han Sen and swallowed the grain of galaxy sand. The most shocking thing was that after eating it, Little Star leveled up once again. It generated starlight power and became a Viscount. D*MN. These things are that good? Han Sen gritted his teeth and decided to give another one to Little Star. He wanted to see how much he could level it up. If one level really did equate to 1 grain of galaxy sand, then that would be wonderful. But Han Sen's wishes were not fulfilled this time. After Little Star swallowed the third piece of galaxy sand, it did not level up. The stars around it grew brighter, but that was it. Little Star looked at Han Sen, but Han Sen did not provide it with any more. He called Little Angel, Zero, Han Menger, and Dragon Lady. He gave them each a grain of galaxy sand, with the hopes of bringing them up to become Viscounts. But after they used the galaxy sand, none of them became a Viscount. That surprised Han Senator. Dragon Lady said, "Galaxy sand is powerful, but we have different elements. We have to refine it well for full digestion, otherwise it will be hard to level up." The other 3 nodded and agreed with Dragon Lady. They were in a similar predicament as her, too. Han Sen ate one himself, then. The galaxy sand dissolved into a liquid inside his body. The power streamed through this body like a river. Han Sen quickly cast the story of genes to absorb the power of the galaxy sand. The story of genes was really compatible. Han Sen had no trouble connecting with different elements, so he was able to use the energy quite effectively. Galaxy sand was powerful, and it took Han Sen a few hours to completely refine the energy he was bestowed. It was difficult to refine it all. Han Sen gave Little Silver a grain of galaxy sand next, but he was already a Viscount. It didn't work well on him, but it did provide him a lot of power to refine slowly. Luckily, Little Star was a xenogeneic. If anybody asked where it came from, Han Sen could just say it was from planet Eclipse. The tale might seem unlikely, but there were enough xenogeneics on planet Eclipse that it would be difficult to prove if the tale was true or false. Han Sen took the grains of galaxy sand back with him to the Alliance, and he began refining it 1 piece per day. He spent his leftover time learning Geno arts and staying with his family. Han Sen thought that due to the fact that there were so many grains of galaxy sand, with each one packing so much energy, the bounty would eventually bring his The Story of Genes up to Earl class. After refining half of the load, though, there had yet to be a single sign of him leveling up again. Han Sen was depressed, so he decided to feed Little Star a few more. Little Star ate 10 of them, and eventually, it became an Earl. That is a staggering difference. Han Sen felt depressed. He knew Little Star's element was highly compatible with the galaxy sand, but it really was so much easier for Little Star to level up compared to him and The Story of Genes. Han Sen refined the rest of the galaxy sand himself, and when he was done, he felt himself teetering on the brink of leveling up. But even so, he couldn't get that last push to nudge him into Earl class. So many pieces of galaxy sand. If I had given them all to Little Star, it might have become a marquise. Han-sen felt bad about his decision, but it was not as if he had anything better to do. The days he spent holding his daughter and kissing his wife were great, and Han-sen didn't worry too much about things he couldn't change. Isha sent a message to his base, asking for Han-sen to meet her on Planet Blade. When Han-sen was standing in front of Isha, she saw that Han-sen had recovered his human form. She looked startled. "Since when have you been a human again?" Isha asked Han Sr. "I practiced the story of genes every day. Within 2 months, I was back in a human state. Unfortunately, I feared there might be some side effects. So, I planned to practice for a while longer to make sure I wouldn't turn back into an ant or something before telling you." Han-sen had already prepped this speech beforehand. Isha nodded and said, "I hatched a plan for fixing this, but since you are already healed, I guess there is no need for it. Don't go around telling everybody you are healed, though. And don't go drawing any unnecessary attention." "Yes," Han-sen said quickly. After a moment of silence, Isha went on to say, "There are too many spies on Planet Eclipse. Don't go back just yet. I will send you to Sky Palace for the time being, and you can study there." Sky Palace. Han-sen was surprised. Han-sen had heard this name before. When the crazy crystallizer opened the gate of the sanctuaries, Han-sen met a man who said he owned the throne of Sky Palace. And Little Flower was almost taken by that man. Luckily, Han-sen was able to get away in time. Isha said, "Sky Palace's leader is a deified elite. He has a deep connection with my elder. I used to practice in Sky Palace, as well. In essence, half of what I was taught came from him. I have already informed him of your arrival, and so he will assuredly take care of you. But Queen, I want to study where you are near." Han-sen looked sincere as he stared at Isha. The leader of Sky Palace had seen Han-sen before. If he was recognized, things could go bad very quickly. "You are going there tomorrow." Isha obviously wasn't interested in a debate. Han-sen had to go to Sky Palace, so he told Xie Qing King and the others. They were to take care of Planet Eclipse for him in the meantime, and they discussed plans for the future. Han-sen was not worried about how Planet Eclipse would fare, nor Xie Qing King. As long as Han-sen's identity was not exposed, Isha would also be there to safeguard the planet. No harm should come to Xie Qing King and the others while he was gone. Han-sen was scared of people recognizing him in Sky Palace. If he was found out, all sorts of trouble could come. The next morning, Xie Qing King called for a ship and had Han-sen shuttled off to Sky Palace in secret. Sky Palace had many requirements for entry, so only proper students were allowed to enter the place. Han-sen was allowed in only because of his association with Isha. None of his companions were, however. On the way there, Han-sen found himself stricken with boredom. He watched Bubble jump up and down for a while. The creature was an optimistic thing, and it never appeared worried. Aside from Bubble, Han-sen even had to leave behind Little Invisible. Without explicit permission, you were not allowed to bring anything else. If he was found out to have smuggled something in, he'd be a dead man. With a deified elite there, Han-sen wouldn't make the smallest move out of line. Sky Palace was far away from Narrow Moon. It took him an entire month to reach his destination, despite taking multiple hyperspace jumps. Sky Palace was a massive xenogenic space. The ship Isha sent had no permission to land, so it came to a stop at a planet nearby. After they confirmed Han-sen's identity, they sent another ship for Han-sen to travel in on. When Han-sen entered Sky Palace, he found many islands floating in the air. It was just sky everywhere he looked. The islands went on and on, both above and below him. How many there were in total, he could not guess. Sky Palace must have been notified of his arrival. When Han Sen entered, a man rode towards him atop a big white bird. "Are you Han Sen?" the man asked, bowing. He was very clean, and he looked like someone in their early 20s. The image, however, was marred by a wound on his forehead. Or at least, Han Sen thought it was a small wound. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a third eye. "My name is Han Sen, what is your name?" Han Sen replied with a bow. "My name is Thousand Feather Crane, and I am a student of one of the elders here. I have been sent here by my master to guide you along the Sky Road." Sky Road. "I thought we were going to Sky Palace," Han Sen asked, confused. Thousand Feather Crane did not appear to be in a rush, and so he said, "The first master made a rule. Any non-student that comes here must traverse the Sky Road alone. If you cannot travel through it, then that means you are not the heir of a deified. In that case, you will be shut out. Please forgive me." "I see. Please lead the way, then." Han Sen was happy. Han Sen did not want to enter Sky Palace. If there was a rule like this, in which he had to traverse the Sky Road, he could deliberately fail the test. Then he could go home. "Please." Thousand Feather Crane performed a gesture, and the white bird lowered its head. Han Sen climbed on its back, and then Thousand Feather Crane commanded that it fly. It rose towards the closest floating owl they could see. As the bird took them there, Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane for more information concerning the Sky Road. Sky Palace had many floating islands, and not even a student such as himself could guess the sheer number of them. The most famous one wasn't the one where the leaders resided, though. It was actually the one beginners visited. It was called Sky Door Island. Sky Door Island was not very big. It was only 1 kilometer in length, and about 12 meters wide. There were only a door and a stone path. Anyone who came to this xenogenic space, deified elites included, had to go to that island. They had to take the stone steps, unless they wished to be treated as an enemy. Sky Door Island did not have anything special. The door and the stairs were ordinary. It was something that possessed a meaning under the hood, more than anything. But when you walked past all the stairs, you would reach the Sky Road. The Sky Door Island steps were right across the main island. Between the two islands, there was a giant gourd vine which made up the road. If you wanted to enter Sky Palace, you had to go past the vine and reach the island. If you fell, it meant you weren't qualified. "Brother Thousand Feathers, what is so special about this gourd vine?" Han Sen asked with curiosity when he saw Sky Door Island. Thousand Feather Crane smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Sky Road is not dependent on your strength. If it is your destiny to do so, an ordinary person or creature that has not yet generated a Geno armor can reach that island. You are a student of Knife Queen, so you must have some sort of destiny. You must be able to reach the main island." Han Sen wished to ask more, but the bird was directly in front of Sky Door Island now. It landed in front of a door that had been built from stone. "Brother Han, please." Thousand Feather Crane gestured towards the door. Han Sen got off the bird and went atop the stone platform. When he looked up, there were 1,000 steps trailing off into the sky. At the end of the stairs was the green vines looked like a dragon perched amidst the clouds. Many green gourds were hanging on the vine. Some were as big as buildings, whereas others were as small as a fingertip. They were all green. After Han Sen said his thanks to Thousand Feather Crane, he went through the door and began his ascent of the steps. He was headed for the gourd vine. And just as he was told, the stone stairs presented nothing special. It wasn't much later when Han Sen reached the end. The big gourd vine was in front of him. It was wide enough to allow a carriage to go along it. "How can you fall off of this vine?" There must be some other force at work here, but whatever it is, Thousand Feather Crane didn't think to tell me, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to take a look. The gourd vine had the constancy of a machine. It somehow seemed more substantial than Clear Sea King, who was a king. Han Sen was shocked. Is this gourd, that's scarier than a real dragon, greater than a king-class elite? Who cares? I'm not making it all the way across, anyway. If something goes wrong, I'll just jump down. Han Sen went towards the gourd vine, planning to lose the contest. On an island in Sky Palace, a middle-aged man in gray clothing watched the gourd vine. Father, what are you looking at? A young lady walked up the middle-aged man in gray clothing and looked in the same direction. Knife Queen's student is in Sky Palace. He is on the Sky Road now, the middle-aged man in gray clothing said. The lady lifted her lips and said, what's the big deal? Many heirs of kings come to Sky Palace for practice. Having him here should have no bearing. Besides, he is just her student. It's not as if he is her son. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Knife Queen is the old man's favorite student. She asked the old man for permission to allow her own student to come here for practice. The old man agreed without a moment of hesitation. If he can cross the Sky Road, the old man is going to give him a placement in the White Jade Building, no matter what. The lady's eyes opened wide. The old man has shown too much favoritism. We are the true students of Sky Palace, and we have to be in the top 10 to attain a spot in the White Jade Building. He hasn't done anything, and yet he earns a spot. That is not fair. The middle-aged man in gray clothing laughed. There is no such thing as fair. The old man owns Sky Palace, so he is free to do that which makes him the happiest. Lady Sue, keep in mind that everyone shares a different opinion on that which defines fairness. If you do not understand this, things may turn out poorly for you. The lady nodded. She seemed to understand, but not completely. The lady quickly looked away. She smiled and said, it does not matter how much the old man likes him, if he cannot cross Sky Road, it is useless to debate. Not everyone can cross the Sky Road, after all. He will soon see how difficult that crossing can be. The middle-aged man in gray clothing smiled. Lady Sue, you are too naive. If Knife Queen sent him here, he has the confidence to make it through. Now we have to find out if he can trigger the holy presence from the holy gourd. Lady Sue felt glum, and she said, the gourd rarely releases a holy aura for our proper students. What makes him think he can trigger it? Back in the day, Knife Queen triggered the holy gourd's holy aura. She was an outsider at the time, too. She got a holy gourd knife heir. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have achieved king class at such an early age. And then proceed to become half-deified so soon after. That gourd helped a lot, the middle-aged man in gray clothing said. Knife Queen is a real genius. Even the old man has said she may well become a deified being. I don't know about her student, though. I have heard he is a crystallizer, mind you. Kong Fei gave him a deified feather, and still no one dared to accept him. You can see how talented he is from that, Lady Sue said, with a blinking of her eyes. The middle-aged man in gray clothing shook his head. They didn't refuse him because of a lack of talent. They refused him because of the instability of his genes. It is difficult to predict the future of a man like that. Whatever the case, it would be risking a grand investment. Let's see how talented he is, then, Lady Sue said. Han Sen glanced over the giant gourd vine that looked like a dragon. He stepped onto it, to reach the main green vine. But when he stepped onto it, he was shocked. The gourd vine was fine, but the gourd started to shake. Each and every one of them. They were like vibrating dolls as they hung across the vines. It was quite spooky. But aside from shaking, they did nothing else. No way. It looks very powerful, but that is surely just a bluff. If I fall down now, Isha will kill me. Han Sen thought about that, and decided to keep walking. Everywhere he went, the gourds vibrated. If they were not connected to the vine, they would surely have flown away. When Han Sen saw that they were doing nothing but shaking, he relaxed and kept walking across the vine. He thought to himself, the sky road cannot be this simple, surely. There must be some special trick to it. Let's walk forward and have a look-see. Han Sen kept walking across the gourd vine, while the people across Sky Palace were in shock. Thousand Feather Crane looked towards Han Sen's feet and saw the gourds vibrating like mad. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had been in Sky Palace for 20 years, and he had watched many creatures make the trip across the Sky Road. Some had passed over the vine without incident, some had been knocked off by an angered vine, and a select few had received approval by a holy gourd and been given a holy aura. When Thousand Feather Crane crossed the Sky Road, he received a holy aura from a holy gourd. That in itself was a rare thing. But he had never seen something like this transpire before. The gourds all looked scared of Han Sen, and they were shaking as if they wished to escape from him. What is it with this guy? Thousand Feather Crane watched Han Sen cross over the holy gourds. Lady Su and the middle-aged man in grey clothing saw this as well. It prompted Lady Su to ask, with much shock, "Father, what are these gourds doing? It doesn't look as if they're giving out a holy aura. But I've never heard of the gourds reacting like this to the approach of someone." The middle-aged man in grey clothing looked at the vine and said, "This is strange. The gourds have not approved his talent, but they are scared of him." The gourds are scared of him. That is impossible. He is just a viscount. The holy gourd is a deified plant. Even if a deified elite was making the crossing, it shouldn't be scared. He is just a viscount, Lady Su said again, dripping with disbelief. This shouldn't happen, but the gourds do look scared. The middle-aged man in grey clothing stroked his jaw and looked at Han Sen atop the gourd vine with interest. In Sky Palace, many people were now focusing on Han Senator. Each and every person there had a strange expression. Wherever he went, the gourds would shake with fear in a 10-meter radius around him. When Han Sen went by, and they fell out of that radius, the gourds would revert to their still selves again. While Han Sen was walking, nothing else happened aside from the shivering of the gourds. It actually made Han Sen depressed. D***it. Something please happen. I can't just jump off. If I go back now, Isha will kill me. Han Sen's mind was racing for a solution. But his minutes of furious thinking were futile. Before he knew it, he had walked to the other end of the gourd vine. He reached the stone steps on the main island, and the gourd had yet to have a response. Strange. All the gourds showed a reaction, but they didn't give out a holy aura. This is really strange. Inside a building, a man of the sky race frowned as he looked upon Han Sen traversing the Sky Road. He was in deep thought. Everyone in Sky Palace showed a similar expression. They had never seen a holy gourd react that way, and so no one knew what it meant. If Han Sen was talented, the holy gourd would provide him with a holy aura. His potential was yet to be determined. Wherever he went, the gourds did have a reaction, but it was one that yielded nothing. It was very peculiar. Han Sen felt depressed. He thought he could go home by failing under spectacular circumstances, but the Sky Road was nothing special. It was like an ordinary bridge, really, except longer. It also went upwards. Han Sen stepped onto the main island, and then Thousand Feather Crane rode his bird over towards him. Han Sen said to him, "That gourd vine only shakes. Is it supposed to spook people into falling off?" Thousand Feather Crane looked at him strangely, and said, "Brother Han is talented. You have nothing to be afraid of. It is getting late, and the leader awaits you. Let us be off." Han Sen followed him via the steps. They went between a vast array of clouds, many of which had buildings situated upon them. It was like he was in heaven. The jade stone steps were going up high. When Han Sen finally saw the end, he found himself looking at a grand palace. Ahead was a large plaque that said, "Sky Palace." Han Sen walked up the stairs, one step at a time. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. It was not that the stairs had some trick to them, it was just that the Sky Palace looked so intimidating. People below it would feel pressure going up. It wasn't just a feeling either. There was an increased weight upon his shoulders. The closer he got, the stronger it grew. Thousand Feather Crane kept watch over Han Senator. The staircase to Sky Palace was called the Road to the Sky. Those of the Sky race felt no particular sensation when they climbed the stairs, but the outsiders that traversed those stairs would feel a massive amount of pressure from Sky Palace. The pressure came from the plaque that said Sky Palace. The plaque was crafted by the first leader of Sky Palace. It had the powers of Sky Palace Outer Sky. It suppressed all people. People with a poor will would be greatly suppressed, and they would not be able to reach Sky Palace. Even people with strong wills would feel as if they were marching through hell when they walked that road. Most of them would feel exhausted as they climbed. Thousand Feather Crane kept watching Han Sen, just in case he fell. If he did, Thousand Feather Crane would carry Han Sen to Sky Palace. It was his job to guide him there. Han Sen had been invited by the Sky Palace leader. He had crossed the Sky Road, and so Thousand Feather Crane could not allow him to be crushed by the road to the sky. And it would look poorly if he ended up crawling in. Not much later, he saw Han Sen frown. He paid more attention to Han Sen, ready to help him if he collapsed. The first leader of Sky Palace was powerful. A mere 2 words were enough to buckle most people's knees. Normally, only dukes could withstand the pressure and enter. Han Sen was just a viscount, so it would not be embarrassing for him to be unable to keep his feet. But only people who went through it the first time would suffer this pressure. They wouldn't feel it once they were past it, and that was what was most amazing about the road to the sky. Han Sen frowned and kept ascending the stairs. His pace was ordinary, and there was no sign of him struggling. He looked at the plaque that read Sky Palace. Han Sen could discern the feelings elicited by the words, and he understood how intimidating they were. It made him admire whoever had left the words there. Han Sen did not fight back with his will. He had come there to practice, so he wasn't there to cause issues. And the leader was Isha's teacher. He didn't want to embarrass himself, so he didn't fight it. He accepted the feelings the 2 words gave him. Sky Palace feelings were strange. Han Sen felt as if he was getting crushed. It was getting harder and harder to walk, and his forehead eventually started to sweat. Han Sen refused to fight against the feelings the words gave him, but it was still very difficult to bear with them. If Han Sen did not possess a great will of his own, he'd have been brought down to the ground and made immobile. Thousand Feather Crane observed the beads of sweat on Han Sen, and noted how it looked as if the man had just stepped out of the water. He frowned. They had only gone up 100 steps, and yet, Han Sen sheened in sweat. It was pretty extreme. He was a viscount, so there was no way he'd last 1,000 steps. But if Han Sen's situation continued like that, he might not even make it to the 200th step. Sky Palace is strong. Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen did not use his own will to try to break Sky Palace's will, but it was obviously very powerful for it to suppress him like so. Han Sen did not know what to do. Since Han Sen had decided not to fight back, he didn't plan on releasing the feeling. He accepted the pressure and just kept going. It was so heavy, it was like he was carrying a mountain. Every step he took left the stair behind him wet with sweat. Han Sen kept feeling that pressure as he walked, and as he pushed on, he learned something. It was a pure feeling, and it did not come from Han Senator. The intensity of the suppression began to give Han Sen some manner of inspiration. The Dongxian aura's power could only mask his senses. It didn't affect his body. If Dongxian aura could be suppressed like so, the power would reach another level. As Han Sen kept walking, he loosened himself up. He allowed the pressure to fall on him fully. He hoped to learn something from those words. It was getting harder and harder for Han Sen to walk. By the time he reached the 200th step, he had to spend a lot of power to take every step forward. "Let me carry you." Thousand Feather Crane saw Han Sen on the verge of collapse, and so he resolved to help him. Han Sen was suffering beneath the Sky Palace text. He could not focus on anything else, and he did not hear what Thousand Feather Crane had said to him. Thousand Feather Crane could see Han Sen suffering, though. And without thinking, he moved to grab hold of him. "Relax, it is okay." Thousand Feather Crane smiled as he helped Han Senator. The feelings around Sky Palace were strong, but Thousand Feather Crane possessed the blood of the sky. He was born there, and he was immune to that power. He held Han Sen with ease, because he felt nothing. It'd be so light, even if Han Sen was getting crushed. Thousand Feather Crane saw that Han Sen was continuing to walk forward, and so gave him his own arm to hold and support him. If he fell, Thousand Feather Crane would use his own strength. Although Han Sen looked to be weary and in pain, he still managed to cross the 500-step milestone. But after that, his body could no longer endure the force. It bent his back. Thousand Feather Crane pulled his arm upwards to help Han Sen stand straighten, but when he used strength to lift Han Sen, he felt as if the man's weight was like that of a large boulder. He had to use a great deal of force to get Han Sen to stand straight. "Relax, don't use strength. This is an illusion, and there is no actual pressure coming down on you." Thousand Feather Crane thought Han Sen was using strength because he was holding him. Han Sen did not hear what he said. The scary feelings continued to pound down into his body, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain. He had to focus. Thousand Feather Crane held onto Han Sen as he ascended. The weight on Thousand Feather Crane's arms felt heavier and heavier, and he thought, "This guy's will is so weak. He is getting crushed, and he is using too much strength." After a while, Han Sen seemed too heavy for Thousand Feather Crane to keep him upright. He looked at Han Sen's body and noticed he wasn't running any energy, and he wasn't using up any of his own strength. Weird, he hasn't cast anything. Why is he so heavy? Sky Palace should just apply mental pressure, and nothing physical. Thousand Feather Crane thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. So, he continued helping Han Senator. Han Sen's body was getting heavier and heavier. Thousand Feather Crane had only used one arm to begin with, but now he was forced to use two. On top of that, it was getting extremely difficult. "Hey, are you okay?" Thousand Feather Crane looked at Han Sen and frowned. Han Sen was looking very red, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. His breathing had become very hoarse, as if he was beginning to suffocate. Han Sen's eyeballs were bulging in their sockets, with blood vessels popping. It was like his entire body was really going to be crushed. Han Sen hadn't expected that when he let the feelings imbued by the text enter his body, it would be this scary. Now, he could only use his will to prevent himself from being crushed. Walking on his own really was impossible, at this point. After 1,000 steps, he was being carried by Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane had no clue what was going on. The feelings of Sky Palace were powerful, but they should not have been that strong. He didn't realize that Han Sen had asked for this. Instead of fighting the feelings, he practically invited them into his body. No one had ever done something that crazy before, so it was an entirely unexpected event. When Thousand Feather Crane realized what had happened, he didn't know how things would progress from there. Han Sen had slowed to a stop, and he didn't seem to be awake. Thousand Feather Crane carried Han Senator. Lifting Han Sen put an enormous strain on his arms, requiring all of his strength. Quickly, his arms became completely exhausted. He couldn't hold Han Sen off the ground. Thousand Feather Crane gritted his teeth and set Han Sen down. He moved in front of Han Sen, then used Han Sen's arm to pull the young man onto his back. After Thousand Feather Crane lifted Han Sen onto his back, he continued walking towards Sky Palace. Knife Queen's student is strange. He had reached such a dire state just walking on the road to the sky. Thousand Feather Crane felt depressed, but he still carried Han Senator. The old man in Sky Palace was waiting for Han Sen, so he couldn't just leave him behind and keep going by himself. Thousand Feather Crane hurried up the pace at which he was carrying Han Sen, but after a while, he slowed down again. It was not like he wanted to be slow, it was just because Han Sen was as heavy as a small mountain. He couldn't walk fast. The higher he went, the heavier Han Sen became. Thousand Feather Crane's forehead was beating with sweat. Is this his road to the sky? Or is it my road to the sky? Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying Han Sen, and before long, he was sweating all over. After 9,000 steps, Thousand Feather Crane was all red. The sweat had soaked his clothing, and the prettiness of his face had vanished. He was gasping roughly for air. I can't believe he is this heavy. No way he can unleash this sort of power, if he is indeed just a Viscount. He doesn't even have an energy flow. Where is this magic coming from? Is it because of the feelings issued by the Sky Palace text? Thousand Feather Crane pondered as he walked on. Thousand Feather Crane was an earl. He could have carried a dragon, and walked up each and every step without so much as getting out of breath. But now, veins were bulging across his arms and legs. He was exhausting all his strength in this walk. He was breathing so heavily, it looked as if he was going to breathe fire. Boom! A white cloud poured out of Thousand Feather Crane, like steam stemming from his pores. The white smoke then condensed, swirling closely around Thousand Feather Crane's body. Thousand Feather Crane could no longer keep going with physical strength alone, so he was using his cloud powers. Han Sen's situation was worse than Thousand Feather Crane's, though. Something inside his body had been crushed. His bones and flesh were collapsing, making him look like an anorexic patient. The parts of him that had meat were caved in, and his bones groaned amidst it. They were going to break. One step, one stare. 10 steps brought blood and sweat. Thousand Feather Crane, seeing things were almost over, felt his legs shaking violently. He tried his hardest, but the final few steps were taking up all his strength. He almost fell down right in front of the gate. He used all his strength to push through it and carry Han Sen through the gates. After entering, Thousand Feather Crane felt light again. He almost moaned in pleasure. He felt relieved, and he said, "Finally, we are here." On the steps between the clouds, no one had seen what was going on. But when Thousand Feather Crane walked in, the people saw he had carried Han Senator and they were all given a shock. For as long as Sky Palace had existed, no one had been carried like that before. Han Sen had walked the Sky Jade steps, and everyone knew Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him into Sky Palace. This was far too weird, though. Han Sen had almost passed out when he was brought inside. Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying him until they reached the leader of Sky Palace. Han Sen was drifting in and out of consciousness. He couldn't see what the leader of Sky Palace looked like, but he was brought back out by Thousand Feather Crane. Something this strange had never happened before, so there was much discussion surrounding the event. This must be the first time the old man has met with someone that was carried in. I heard his own beard bent in surprise. How could he walk the road to the sky like that? That guy's unique. Or more like creepy. Haha. No matter how creepy he is, the old man still accepted him. He still managed to obtain a placement in White Jade Building. He is lucky to be Knife Queen's student. Yeah. The old man respects Knife Queen, and she is really good. The old man really does treat her like a proper student. It does seem weird that she would take on a student as strange as the one she did. Han Sen slept for 24 hours straight. After that, he was fully recovered. The feelings of suppression had finally faded. After waking, he found himself lying on a jade bed. The room had nothing, in terms of decor. It was a stone house with a jade bed, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. Han Sen stretched and felt pretty good. Letting those harsh feelings into his body had been an excruciating thing to suffer, but it hadn't been in vain. Han Sen hadn't been able to figure out how to make his Dongxian aura into something solid, but he still learned something important from accepting that feeling. When Han Sen was suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell, the Dongxian aura had simulated the workings of the technique. That was how he was able to tear the spell off. Since then, Han Sen had frequently played with the spell. He used Dongxian aura to study it, but the spell's power was very complicated. It was difficult for him to learn its workings, and he made little progress. But when Sky Palace entered his body while he was on the stairs, he felt there was something in common with Jade Turtle spell. Sky Palace only imbued a feeling without applying anything solid, and Jade Turtle spell's energy flow was too hard to understand completely. When they were both compared, however, the comparison opened Han Sen's mind. He felt happy. As he learned more, he noticed it had things in common with coin, too. By continuing to examine the skills, he was able to learn a lot more. While he could still feel the wisps of that suppression, Han Sen pulled out Jade Turtle spell and used Dongxian aura to dive in. He tried to learn something from the spell, so he could confirm his theories. Han Sen sat on the jade bed as he looked over the Jade Turtle spell. But he quickly found that the Jade Turtle spell behaved as if it had grown weaker. It used to be like jade, but now it was like rock. 2 days later, the Jade Turtle spell suddenly cracked and became dust. It had become useless. Han Sen was shocked, but he was happy about this. He had learned a lot. Han Sen had disappeared for a few days, and rumors were floating around the palace. People believed Han Sen had been in a mini-coma for days, and that he had incurred serious injuries. He had only been there for a few days, and he hadn't met many people at all. Yet despite that, he had become quite famous. Many of the students in Sky Palace were curious. They wanted to know what sort of person Han Sen was. Han Sen exited his stone house and noticed that he was standing on a floating island. It was more like a large rock than an island, though. Outside of the house, the ground around him was only about half the size of a baseball field. On that small island, there was a crooked tree. Han Sen did not know what type of tree it was, but it looked half dead, and it was covered in scorch marks. Its leaves were all yellow, and it looked ready to fall down at any given moment. Han Sen looked around. The island was small, but it was very close to the primary isle. It was one of the closest islands to the main island, actually. Han Sen looked around, and then he heard a bird. An elegant man riding a big white bird flew down and landed on the island. "Thank you for carrying me into Sky Palace," Han Sen said with genuine gratitude. Han Sen was focused on the feelings of oppression, but he still remembered being carried into Sky Palace. If he hadn't received that aid, he would have been crushed on the stairs. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head and said, "Bringing you to Sky Palace was my duty. There is no need to thank me." After that, Thousand Feather Crane brought out a tablet for Han Sen and said, "This is a Sky Palace identity tablet. It will show others the level of authority and access you have within Sky Palace. Make sure you don't lose it. If you lose it, you will have to go to Clear Hall. If you don't, you will be punished." Sky Torture Peak has a tablet with rules inscribed upon it. You should go and take a look, just so you don't end up unknowingly breaking the rules, Thousand Feather Crane said. Thanks, Thousand Feather. Can I meet the palace leader now? Han Sen put away the tablet. The leader has already seen you, there is no need for you to see him. He has given you permission to go to the White Jade Jing. Your identity tablet will allow you to practice there. It will help you. Where is White Jade Jing? Han Sen asked. Thousand Feather Crane pointed at Han Sen's identity tablet. White Jade Jing has 12 floors and 5 cities. If the angels there touch my head, my hair will grow. White Jade Jing is a place for practicing. Simply being given permission to go there is a high honor. You will have to practice hard there, and not waste this glorious opportunity. Thousand Feather Crane hopped onto his white bird to leave. Thousand Feather, where are you going? Han Sen quickly asked. I am going to practice in White Jade Jing. Thousand Feather Crane answered. Great. I don't know the way there. Could you please take me? Han Sen said, as he quickly hopped onto the bird. Thousand Feather Crane looked depressed, but he did not say anything. He flew the big white bird to one of the floating islands. Sky Palace is great. If this was in the Alliance, this would make a grand place for tourists. Han Sen saw so many strange scenes and heavenly-looking buildings. Open air extended as far as Han Sen could see both above and below Sky Palace. The islands floated together in the midst of a seemingly endless sea of sky. Han Sen sat on Thousand Feather Crane's bird and admired the view. After 1 hour of travel, the snow-white bird descended on one island in particular. The island was situated between the clouds, so their vision was a little hindered. What could be seen clearly, however, were the 12 jade towers rising amidst the clouds. The snow-white bird landed on the island, and Thousand Feather Crane and Han Sen dismounted. He noticed the whole island was composed of jade, but it didn't look man-made. Thousand Feather Crane headed towards the White Jade Building. When Han Sen looked over there, he saw it glisten. He had barely been able to see the 12 white jade buildings from the air. When he was standing on the island, all he could see was one of them in front of him. The other 11 were nowhere to be seen. Each white jade building consisted of 7 floors. From where he was standing, he could see that the crystal constructs were protected by light. Just like the island, the jade did not look man-made. It was as if it had been born like that. Thousand Feather, who created the White Jade Building? Han Sen asked as he walked. Thousand Feather Crane answered, White Jade Jing has 12 buildings in 5 cities. It existed long before the xenogeneic space was first discovered. They grew here naturally, instead of being built by people like you and me. This is amazing. Han Sen was interested in White Jade Jing. They both came before the building. There were no guards around. Thousand Feather Crane pushed the door open and walked inside. Han Sen was disappointed, and he said, I thought that White Jade Jing is a place not many are allowed access to. Why are there no guards? Anyone could walk right in. Thousand Feather Crane coldly said, Didn't you see the 2 jade beasts outside the door? You can come in because you have a tablet. If you didn't have it, you'd have already been eaten alive by now. If you don't have the tablet, you cannot access this place. I see. Now Han Sen remembered the pair of 3-meter-tall jade beasts. They looked like Kirin, with one standing at each side of the building. He thought they were dead, but they were actually alive. Thousand Feather Crane did not say anything more, and just kept on walking. Han Sen was checking out the building, but there was nothing to see on the inside. There were just a few steps leading up to the 2nd floor. Han Sen, seeing Thousand Feather Crane ascend the flight of stairs, followed. The 2nd floor was the same as the last, it was empty. There was only another staircase that led up to the third floor. Han Sen thought this was strange, and so he asked, "Why is there nothing inside this building? What are the benefits to practicing here?" Thousand Feather Crane approached the next flight of stairs and said, "It is not time for White Jade Jing to open yet. That is why there is nothing here. White Jade Tower has 7 floors. The higher you go, the more jade air you can receive. You are a Viscount, so practicing on the 3rd floor should be good. If you can take the jade air here, you can go up higher." After that, Thousand Feather Crane went up to the 3rd floor. Han Sen followed. On the 3rd floor, there was finally something to see. A few young sky people were sitting. No one spoke and no one talked. The few young ones, when seeing Thousand Feather Crane, stood up and said, "Greetings, Uncle Crane." Thousand Feather Crane nodded and proceeded up to the 4th floor. The young ones looked at Han Sen curiously, as if he was a stranger. They did not know if he was the student of Knife Queen that had just entered. One of them did know Han Sen, however. It was Lady Su with the middle-aged man in gray clothing. Her full name was Yun Suyi. Lady Su was what her family called her. Yun Suyi's eyes smiled like a moon. She sat in the corner, looked at Han Sen, and thought, "How dare he come here? He must be the first person who had to be carried into Sky Palace." The other Skies were interested in Han Sen, as not many outsiders were allowed to enter White Jade Jing. And they hadn't heard of any that had received permission after being carried in. A young man walked in front of Han Sen and said, "My name is Yun Fei. I am a student of one of the 9 seats. Which are you from?" "I am not a student of Sky Palace. My teacher is Knife Queen," Han Sen said. "You are Han Sen, the one who got dragged here?" Yun Fei shouted in shock. The other people stared at Han Sen as if he was an animal from the zoo. "Yes, I am that same Han Senior," Han Sen shrugged. He didn't really care what they thought of him. "Bro, you are awesome. Ever since the Sky claimed this place, you are the first person to get carried in. How did you do that?" Yun Fei laughed as he patted Han Sen on the shoulder. "That was an accident, I'm afraid. There is no need to be jealous." Han Sen laughed. Yun Fei and the other Sky could see Han Sen had a mild temper and was willing to joke around, so they chatted for a while. Only the elites of the Sky were permitted access to White Jade Jing. There was no conflict amongst them, so they chatted happily with each other. Yun Suyi merely watched, however. She did not participate. Seeing Han Sen talk with them, she thought to herself, "He seems nice, but his will is weak. Why would Knife Queen be willing to accept a student such as this? He is not even one of the rebate." After talking for a while, Yun Fei suddenly said, "Time's up. Talk later." After that, everyone found themselves a place to sit down. Han Sen knew White Jade Jing was going to open, so he found a place to sit down as well. The Jade Tower had no dust. The floor that was made from jade was smooth and cool. Han Sen felt a cool air enter his body as he sat. As the cold air curled around Han Sen, the jade stone in the center of the floor began to emit white smoke. That white smoke expanded through the room, glittering as it went. It filled every inch of the air. Everyone cast their powers to absorb the smoke from the jade, creating small vortexes around them. Han Sen had asked them about White Jade Tower while they were chatting, so he knew that he was supposed to use his Geno art to absorb the jade air. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a chill energy penetrate his body. The feeling was amazing. It was like many small ice cubes were melting around him. They melted when they touched his skin, and were then absorbed. As the jade air was absorbed into his cells, Han Sen noticed some changes that were happening across his body. His skin was developing a jade-like color. Under the influence of the jade air, Yun Fei and the others were all shining like crystals. They were like statues built from jade. This powerful jade air can change the genes of the body. This jade air must come from a xenogeneic gene, yes. Han Sen thought to himself. Left Crazy did say that rocks possessed sentience, but their lives are different from ours. White Jade Jing must be a creature, and the jade air must be a xenogeneic gene. That being said, I can't determine the level of White Jade Jing. Han Sen made a number of guesses while he absorbed the jade air. But guessing was all he could do since his theories stemmed from what Left Crazy had once told him. No one could prove if what he was thinking was the truth. Han Sen used the story of genes to absorb the jade air, transforming the jade air's energy. The story of genes was very compatible when it came to other elements. After absorbing jade air, there was a noticeable improvement. But it still wasn't enough to break through, and there was obviously something missing. Didn't Thousand Feather Crane say that the higher you get, the stronger the jade air is? Maybe I can use a stronger jade air to break through, Han Sen thought, standing up. He walked towards the 4th floor, with the jade air all around. The 3rd floor, with its jade air, offered too little for him. Everyone there was a Viscount, but Han Sen had used many xenogeneic genes to improve his body. He was much stronger than the average Viscount. Han Sen could compete with Earls if he maxed out his genes as a Viscount. When he stepped onto the 4th floor, he felt very cold. The 3rd floor felt cool, but the 4th felt cold. After going in, he felt as if he had stumbled into an ice cave. But that cold could not affect Han Sen's body. He looked around the 4th floor and saw some people sitting amidst swirls of jade air. Aside from the sky, there were 2 outsider races. Thousand Feather Crane was not on this floor, however. Han Sen absorbed the jade air to help break through with the story of genes, but it wasn't working. So, he decided to walk to the 5th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, he felt as if he had been frozen. He stopped at the entrance and became like a real statue. The jade skin melted from ice to water, and with Han Sen's strength, he could not refine that jade air. The jade air started to fill his body. Han Sen felt his body go cold. It was not his temperature decreasing either, it was his life that was weakening. Han Sen could feel his body turning into jade, growing weaker. He cast the story of genes, but he could not withstand the jade. The jade air's gene power was far stronger than Han Sen's gene power. So, the genes in his body were being changed by the jade air. Han Sen was surprised. In the space of 1 floor, there had been a massive difference. His power was sufficient to counter the jade air, but that would nullify the point of practicing there. Han Sen cast Petrify and turned himself to stone. When the jade air tried to invade the stone, it could not invade the genes of Han Sen's body. It moisturized Han Sen's petrified body, making itself much easier for him to absorb. When using Petrify, the only other skill Han Sen could activate was the story of genes. So, without hesitating, he activated the story of genes to absorb the jade air around him. The jade air was absorbed by his petrified body. He continued running the story of genes, and as he did so, his petrified body turned to jade. The powerful jade air kept trying to break through and send him up to Earl class. But again and again, something held him back and made the process fail. The air was very powerful, but for some reason, it couldn't carry him through to the last stage. After 2 hours, the jade air disappeared. And when it was gone, Han Sen stopped using Petrify. He felt awful. Such powerful jade air, and it still isn't enough to break through with the story of genes. What do I have to do to become an Earl? Han Sen felt depressed. The people on the 5th floor saw a stranger. They were looking at Han Senator. They noticed he was not of the sky, and that was even weirder. Those people did not know who Han Sen was, and they did not expect a Viscount could accompany them on the 5th floor when the jade air erupted. So, they guessed Han Sen was an Earl. Han Sen did not stay and talk to them, and he went straight up to the 6th floor. He had petrify, so the jade air could not damage him. If the 5th floor's jade air cannot help me break through, I will have to keep going. Han Sen walked to the 6th floor. More people were practicing there. It was not the time for jade air to erupt there, but no one noticed Han. Senator Han Sen looked around the 6th floor, and again he could not see Thousand Feather Crane. So, he went ahead to the 7th floor. Han Sen found him there on the 7th floor. And on the 7th floor, aside from Han Sen himself, there were 3 people in total. 2 of them were of the sky, and 1 of them was bald. He had 9 moles on his head, so he was from the Buddha. He looked young, like speechless. So, it must have been hard to reach this point at the age he was. He was the best of the earls, as most earls could go no further than the 5th floor. Of the 2 sky, one of them was Thousand Feather Crane. The other sky was a young woman that Han Sen did not know. Han Sen looked at them, and they looked at Han's senior, Brother Han. Why are you not practicing down there? Why have you come here? Thousand Feather Crane asked. Before Han Sen could answer, the young sky woman looked at Han Sen and said, "You are Knife Queen's student." Han Sen saw how scared she looked, and he knew what she would soon say. He smiled and told her, "Yes. I am Han Sen, who was brought in by Thousand Feather Crane." The woman heard him and smiled. "You are very funny. My name is Yun Sushang. I am a student of the 10th Elder. You can call me Senior." "Greetings, Senior Yun," Han Sen said, suddenly feeling like he was back in school. It was actually a nice feeling. Yun Sushang pointed at the Buddha man and said, "His name is First Day. The Buddha sent him here to study in Sky Palace, just like you." Amitba. "Greetings, Mr. Han." First Day bowed before Han. Senator Han Sen did not like the Buddha, but he didn't think that every single one of them was a bad person. He didn't know First Day, though, so he had no immediate reason to hate the man. That being said, he still wanted to avoid being First Day's friend. After the introductions, Han Sen turned to Thousand Feather Crane. "Thousand Feather, I thought you said there were 12 white jade buildings. But I have only seen this one." If Han Sen couldn't achieve a breakthrough on the 7th floor, he thought that he might need a place with an even stronger jade air. There are 12 buildings and 5 cities in White Jade Jing. Most people only see the 12 white jade buildings, not the 5 cities. Consequently, they can only enter this one place. If you wish to enter the others, you must first understand the other towers, Thousand Feather Crane said. "What is there to learn?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. It's just something you have to learn. It's hard for me to explain. But I think you should practice on the 3rd or 4th floor. You can start thinking about moving on when you reach the 5th or 6th floor," Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sen wished to say something, but someone suddenly entered the 7th floor. It was Yun Suyi. They had met on the 3rd floor. Yun Suyi, upon seeing Han Sen, was shocked. When the jade air passed, Han Sen had vanished. She had believed that he had been unable to withstand it, and so he decided to leave. She didn't expect that Han Sen had already gone to the top, looking for Thousand Feather Crane. "Suyi, let me introduce you. This is Knife Queen's student Han Sr." Yun Sushang pulled Yun Suyi near and smiled. "I met him already, down below," Yun Suyi answered. Yun Suyi and Yun Sushang were sisters. They were the heirs of the 10th Elder. Yun Suyi had blood, while Yun Sushang was a stepdaughter. Yun Sushang was the 7th Elder's daughter, but he had died. Yun Sushang was taken in by Yun Suyi's father while she was still young. Thousand Feather Crane was also a student of the 10th Elder, so he was close with the Yun sisters. The sisters had a good relationship, as fine as any real siblings. Since they had a little while before White Jade Jing opened again, Yun Sui had come to talk to Yun Susheng and kill some time. Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane, Thousand Feather, I'm curious about the jade heir of the other 12 buildings. Are they stronger? Before he could answer, Yun Sui said, they're not just stronger. They have spirit. If you're not an earl at least, you'll die there. Don't even think about going elsewhere. Just stay here and practice. So if I become an earl, I can go to the other 12 buildings? Han Sen asked. You have to understand the knowledge of the white jade buildings. Only then can you see the other buildings behind this one, Yun Sui said. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, and First Day are the best of the earls. Can they not understand this knowledge? Han Sen thought to himself. He knew it was something he shouldn't say out loud. Yun Sui knew what Han Sen was thinking, however. She smiled. Brother Crane and my sister already understand. Many people on the 6th floor already understand, too. But of the 12 buildings, this first one is the most tamed. The jade heir here is the easiest to refine, so it is best to stay here until you are a marquise. Upon hearing this, Han Sen frowned in thought. If the jade heir here is considered mild, how scary must the jade heir be in the other buildings? If I can't break through here, maybe I can go to the other white jade buildings. I just don't know what I need to understand about these constructs. After talking for a while, Yun Susheng suddenly noticed the time. Then, she spoke to Yun Sui. The jade heir is going to erupt. Go back now. We will speak later when this is done. Yun Sui nodded and headed for the stairs. Han Sen was still talking to Thousand Feather Crane, so she said, you should come. When the jade heir arrives, you will become a jade statue before you have a chance to return to the 3rd floor. Brother Han, head on down. We will talk later, Thousand Feather Crane said. I'm not going back. I want to practice here, Han Sen said. Yun Sui and the others all looked at Han. Senator Yun Sui found herself both angry and amused. Even most earls do not dare come to the 7th floor. Only my sister and brother Crane, who are both so talented and stronger than the average earl, dare to practice here. Did you not see the swathe of earls down on the 6th floor? They don't dare come up. What do you think a viscount can do here? Do you want to become a statue? Brother Han, you should go downstairs. You have to do this floor by floor, Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sen laughed and said, my skills have maxed out. I need the 7th floor's jade heir to break through. Don't worry, I can fight against the jade heir here. I'll be fine. Yun Sui started to say something else, but Yun Susheng cut her off. Sui, go now. The jade heir will soon erupt, and it'll be too late for you to leave when it does. Yun Sui left the 7th floor and paced quickly down the stairs. She kept looking back, but she did not see Han Sen following after her. This guy isn't strong, but he is ambitious. Brother Crane will have to carry him down, again, Yun Sui thought to herself. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susheng tried to convince Han Sen, but they were not really friends. If Han Sen wanted to stay that much, they weren't going to plead against the idea. Thousand Feather Crane smiled wryly and shook his head. If Han Sen could not withstand the force, then he would carry him down. He could not allow the jade heir to turn Han Sen into a statue and kill him. Han Sen found a spot that was closer to Thousand Feather Crane. First Day looked at Han Sen curiously, and Han Sen shot him a smile. First Day looked shy, and then turned away. This First Day Buddha is interesting. He is so young and so strong. He might be as good as Seven Spirit. His mind is still like a kid's, though, Han Sen thought. Then, the jade walls began to emit a jade air. The 7th floor's jade air flowed out like a liquid. It hung visibly in the air. Han Sen used petrify to turn his flesh into stone, so he didn't feel it very much when the jade air connected with his body. He used the story of genes to absorb the jade air. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, and First Day all turned to look at Han Senator. The average earl couldn't withstand the 7th floor's jade air, and Han Sen was just a viscount. It was likely he would turn into a jade statue. Thousand Feather Crane prepared to carry Han Sen out the moment he looked like he was in trouble. But the three of them were shocked when Han Sen petrified himself. The jade air didn't affect Han Sen's body much, and as they watched, Han Sen began to absorb it. That was surprising. What is that Geno art? It can allow a viscount to withstand the jade air on the 7th floor. Yun Susheng was in shock. Thousand Feather Crane stumbled slightly as he answered. It looks like some sort of petrifying Geno art, but no matter how strong it is, it shouldn't be this effective on a viscount. That Geno art cannot be a simple petrification. It must be a Geno art knife Queen gave him. The three did not observe Han Sen for long. They were still curious, but they needed to focus on their own practice. The 7th floor's jade air could not harm Han Sen while he was petrified. After he used petrify, his body had great compatibility with jade air, so it was easy to absorb. The jade air rushed into Han Sen's body like water. He cast the story of genes in the hopes he would break through with it. Spell armor automatically appeared around Han Sen's body and wrapped him up. The armor shone with a weird light, and mysterious symbols appeared across it. It was scary. The other three saw the movement around Han Sen, and when they looked at him, their shock deepened. He's going to become an earl here. Han Sen had eaten a lot of grains of galaxy sand. He had already been on the precipice of becoming an earl, but he had lacked a trigger. The jade air would finish what the galaxy sand had started. Galaxy sand was a concentrated xenogenic gene essence, and it could be absorbed right away. Jade air was like ore, though. It had to be worked and refined before absorption. When ordinary nobles absorbed jade air, most of it would be wasted and released back into the room. Only small amounts of the jade air would actually be absorbed and processed by their bodies. The galaxy sand could be used by low-tier nobles without side effects, so it was okay for him to have used as much as he had. But receiving too much jade air at once could damage a person's body. Luckily, Han Sen did not want to absorb the jade air. He just wanted to use the power of the jade air to break through. It did not matter if it was refined or not, he just needed the strength of it. The jade air on the 7th floor was strong enough. Waves battered across the threshold of his body, activating the power spell possessed. It had managed to kickstart the evolution process of him becoming an earl. The mysterious spell armor began to shift and change constantly. Thousand Feather Crane observed the armor's behavior, but he was unsure what it signified. When the symbols of spell became brighter, it was as if the light was coming to life. It came out of the armor, surrounding Han Sen like a group of fairies. This is a text spirit. It is like the spirit of our textless book. It is a very rare spirit. Yun Susheng exclaimed, looking at spell. It's rare, but the rebate don't have a Geno art like that. What Geno art has he been practicing? Thousand Feather Crane said with a frown. No matter what it is, this guy is not as simple as what meets the eye. It is very interesting. Yun Susheng looked at Han Sen with interest. First Day looked at Han Sen with curiosity. Brother Crane, the Geno art Han Sen is practicing. How is it when compared to that of the textless book? Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. I have not practiced with the textless book, and I do not know what Han Sen's Geno art is. It is difficult to tell, but the textless book is a skill belonging to Sky Palace. It would not be weaker than any other Geno art. You have practiced truth spell, and that comes from the textless book. And it is a spirit that creates text, so you should know more about it than I do. Yes, First Day. Do you think your spirit is weaker or stronger than his? Yun Susheng asked First Day. First Day looked very shy, and he said the Buddha catchphrase. I don't understand his text, but it feels like it is deeper than my own spirit. Yun Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane were shocked to hear this. The textless book was a skill not every one of the sky could use. It had many requirements for its practice. So, while Yun Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane were smart, they were still unable to practice with it. Although only a few could use the textless book in its original form, there was a senior inside Sky Palace that had extracted a part out of it that everyone could practice. It was called Truth Spell, and even the ordinary sky could use it. While Truth Spell was just a small part of the textless book, it was strong enough to be on par with other famous Geno arts. First Day was very good with it, and his talent was plain to see. If he felt this way, then it meant Han Sen's Geno art had to be very strong. When Han Sen evolved, Spell's spirit became stronger. While the symbols spun around, a vortex was created. It absorbed the jade air ravenously, draining the power into Han Sen's body. Pang! A symbol shattered, and the others that were flying around him blew up like a load of firecrackers. They were all broken. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They thought Han Sen had failed, but then, a giant spell body appeared behind him. It was protecting him. Pang! That spell broke, too. The fragments became a number of smaller spells, which landed on the armor. Then they disappeared. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked, and Han Sen didn't know whether he had succeeded or failed. But quickly, an impressive power started to radiate from Han Senator. When the others saw it, they knew for certain that Han Sen had succeeded in becoming an Earl. Spell Battle Body has become an Earl. The voice echoed through Han Sen's mind, filling him with joy. After much hard work, the story of genes had been brought up to Earl. Yun Sui stopped practicing and opened her eyes. The jade air was no longer coming from the walls, so she looked around to see if Han Sen was around. He wasn't. Why hasn't Brother Crane brought Han Sen down? Are they on the 4th floor, maybe? Yun Sui wondered as she made her way up to the 4th floor. There was no sign of Han Sen on the 4th floor. Yun Sui frowned and turned back toward the stairs, intending to search the 5th floor next. But Han Sen, Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, and First Day were coming down from there. Yun Sui quickly moved towards them, glaring at Han Sen. I told you to come down when I left, but you were too stubborn. Great. Now, Brother Crane and First Day have had to waste their time bringing you down. The jade air is only released once a week. You'll have to wait another 7 days now. Yun Susheng tugged at Yun Sui and said, Sui, it's not like that. What is not like that? Yun Sui asked with obvious confusion. First Day said, Mr. Han leveled up to Earl on the 7th floor. We have come down together, now that the jade air has come to an end. When Yun Sui heard that, her eyes widened. She looked at Han Sen with utter disbelief. You really stayed on the 7th floor and became an Earl? Han Sen nodded. He wasn't going to hide his power. Yun Sui sensed Han Sen's energy. She was at a loss, and while she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything. It was unheard of for a Viscount to withstand the jade air of the 7th floor and become an Earl. It beggared belief. Let's go. We can talk more later. Thousand Feather Crane led the way out of the White Jade Building. White Jade Building would erupt twice in a day, and then it would go dormant for another 6 days. Han Sen broke through with the story of genes on the first day, so he didn't care about anything else. He hadn't discovered the secret of the White Jade Building, but he would find to wait until the following week. Han Sen was just happy that he had gotten Spell to Earl class. When they said goodbye, Yun Susheng stopped Han Sen and said, Han Sen, Brother Crane and I are going to Xianyuan Cave in 2 days. If you have the time, you can come along. If you don't oppose my participation, I would like to come, Han Sen said. They set up a time to meet, and then Thousand Feather Crane gave Han Sen a ride back to his floating island. In Sky Palace, it would be ideal to obtain a flying mount. It would be much more convenient for you, even if you cannot fly yourself, Thousand Feather Crane said as he took Han Sen back. Where do I find a flying mount? Can I buy one outside Sky Palace? Han Sen thought that if they would let him bring in a Xenogeniac, he could summon Little Star. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. No creature from the outside can enter here, but we have a Xenogeniac island to grow them. You can buy a flying mount from there. If it is merely for traveling, even a Baron class will do. It won't cost much, but it would be better if you invested in one that was Viscount. Han Sen asked for the location of that Xenogeniac island, and then Thousand Feather Crane left. Han Sen returned to his room and summoned Spell, who had just leveled up. He wanted to see how she had changed. Spell appeared in her womanly form. She flew into Han Sen's hand and became a white sniper rifle. When Han Sen used his mind, the white sniper changed. It became a white metal weapon that looked like a rocket launcher. D*MN. It has a fourth stage. Each one is better than the last. Han Sen was so happy. But Han Sen could not test out its power in the stone house, so he put it away. He cast a spirit light and created a spell that had power in it. I'll find a place to try the rocket launcher later. What does this spell power do? Han Sen thought. After resting for some time, Han Sen planned on going to review the rules of Sky Palace. He didn't want to unwittingly break a rule. He had no flying mount, so he used his own power to soar. Fortunately, he was Earl class. Spell's power was very strong as a result, and it was enough to carry Han Sen to the floating island that possessed the tablet. Han Sen read the rules and tried to memorize them. Wherever he went, knowing the rules was always important to him. Knowing the rules meant he could behave. And when he met new people, he wouldn't be seen as an enemy. Knowing the rules sometimes meant he could receive unexpected help. There were many rules in Sky Palace. Although Han Sen could remember them all, he still took his time to memorize each one. He looked around a little, and then, a Xenogeniac that looked like a tiger landed in front of Han. Senator Yun Sui was on its back, and she jumped down before him. Sui, are you here to read the rules? Han Sen asked her. Yun Sui smiled and said, I was born in Sky Palace, and I have read the rules many times. Still, I get punished. I could recite each one with my eyes closed, so there's no need for me to read this thing. That means you have come looking for me. Han Sen looked around. There was no one else there except for him. Yun Sui nodded and said, My sister knows you do not have a flying mount, so I am taking you to buy one. The Yun family is good at growing Xenogeniacs, and so we have a shop on the Xenogeniac island. I can give you a discount. Thanks, Han Sen answered. Let's go. Yun Sui seemed to be rather excited. Please wait a little while, I haven't finished the rules yet. Han Sen went back to reading the rules scrawled upon the tablet. Yun Sui waited, noticing how carefully Han Sen was reading them. Is he for real? I am waiting right here, and he's still concentrating entirely on reading the tablet. Yun Sui waited for a while, and Han Sen continued to read. She felt depressed. She was the daughter of the 10th elder. Many men wished to get close to her, but Han Sen was ignoring her, and paying attention to stupid rules instead. He was so focused, it was like he was reading through a powerful Geno art. If Yun Susheng hadn't asked her to be nice, Yun Sui would have left already. A while later, Han Sen finished reading. Then, Yun Sui jumped atop the flying tiger. She smiled at Han Sr. I am taking you to the Xenogeniac island now. You should follow. After that, Yun Sui patted the tiger. Then, the tiger spread its wings and flew into the clouds. It was very fast. I waited so long for you, so now you can suffer a little, Yun Sui thought with a grin. She'd purposefully left before Han Sen could get on the mount. Yun Sui let the flying tiger soar at full speed. It raced into the clouds in less than a second. When she turned around, no one was behind her. Humph. You made me wait so long, you deserve it. Yun Sui did not allow her tiger to slow down. She flew straight to the Xenogeneic Island. Yun Sui planned to reach the Xenogeneic Island and wait for Han Sen there. She was curious to see how long it would take for him to get there. Her jade-winged tiger was a Marquise-class Xenogeneic. It was one of the fastest Marquise-rank creatures, so it wasn't surprising that she had lost Han Sen so easily. Yun Sui felt cocky, but when the other students of Sky Palace flew past, they all looked at Yun Sui strangely. I know I'm pretty, but you don't have to stare like that, Yun Sui thought. After a while, though, she felt that something must be amiss. She knew many of the people she was passing, and although she rarely went to the Xenogeneic Island, she never attracted this much attention on her way there. Did something happen to my appearance? Yun Sui touched her cheek and looked at her clothes. There was nothing wrong with her. She flew for a while longer, and people were still looking at her. She frowned and pulled out a mirror to look at herself. Strange. There's nothing wrong with me, everything is as it should be. I'm just as pretty, argh. As Yun Sui moved the mirror to check her face from different angles, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared in the mirror. A smiling person was sitting behind. It was Han Sr. When did you get here? Yun Sui turned back to take a look. Han Sen was sitting casually behind her on the tiger, and it was now no wonder why people had been looking at her. Those people were not really watching her, though. They were looking at Han Sr. When you took the tiger into the sky, I was already sitting atop it. Aren't you supposed to be taking me to the Xenogeneic Island? Is there something wrong with me being here? Have I misunderstood your intent? Han Sen looked at her with a smile. Nothing's wrong. Yun Sui blushed, refusing to look at Han Senator. It weirded her out that Han Sen had managed to catch up. Not even Thousand Feather Crane or Yun Susheng could match the jade-winged tiger's speed. Han Sen had just become an earl, so there was no way he could move that fast. In truth, Han Sen did not have that speed, but he did have his rabbit shoes. They were faster than the jade-winged tiger, even if they lacked the ability of flight. When jade-winged tiger took off, Han Sen used the rabbit shoes to leap onto the tiger's back. He then hid his presence, so Yun Sui wouldn't notice him. Yun Sui was confused, not understanding what had happened. Jade-winged tiger was quite fast, and they arrived at the Xenogeneic Island shortly after. The Xenogeneic Island was comprised of many gardens, with each one containing a multitude of xenogeneic creatures. They didn't look bloodthirsty, so it was like they were all tamed. Fitting with the theme of Sky Palace, most of them were of the flying variety. Yun Sui took Han Sen to her garden, and someone there welcomed them. Yun Sui told them to get back to work, then brought Han Sen into the garden alone. What class of xenogeneic mount do you want? Available mounts run from Baron class all the way up to Marquise. They are already tamed, so they listen to people. She was actually asking Han Sen how much he was willing to cough up for a xenogeneic. Han Sen thought and said, the cheaper the better. Anything to substitute for walking. Han Sen was still new in the Geno universe. There were many creatures in the sanctuary that had yet to evolve. Han Sen did not need to waste his resources. Han Sen was going to kill xenogeneics himself soon, anyway, and there was always the chance he could nab a beast soul mount. Those mounts would be far better than a tamed xenogeneic. Yun Sui smiled and said, don't worry, my sister said I can give you the lowest possible price. You won't get prices like this anywhere else. Han Sen shook his head. I just want one that can help me fly. I don't need one that is strong. When Yun Suyi saw that Han Sen wasn't kidding, she thought for a minute. The cheapest flying mount is a xenogenic called a Jade Knight crane. They are in every shop, but ours are different. You saw Brother Crane's Jade Knight crane, yes? Normally, they are barren and hard to level up. But that one was Earl, and it came from us. Sure. Give me one of those, then. Han Sen was not picky. It was just a riding mount, so it wouldn't be anything too special regardless of how much he paid. You should go and pick one yourself. We have thousands of them. They are all the same price, and they are all just as good. Yun Sui took Han Sen to the area for the Jade Knight cranes. Han Sen was remarkably surprised when he saw the birds swarming in flocks that looked like clouds. Sky Palace was a big faction. There weren't many places where you could see this many tame xenogeniacs in one place. Taming a xenogeniac was far harder than killing one. It would be easier to kill an Earl or Marquis xenogeniac than to tame a Baron xenogeniac. It was amazing that the Sky had successfully done so this many times. Where did these xenogeniacs come from? Han Sen asked, looking at all the Jade Knight cranes. Some were caught, some were raised. We will take you to Xianyuan Cave. There is an Earl there that you can tame. If you can catch it alive, it will fetch a far loftier price than selling the xenogeniac gene material, Yun Sui said. Han Sen nodded. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the Jade Knight cranes. If she was going to let him choose, then he might as well make the best choice that he could. He was going to pick the one with the brightest life force. Han Sen scanned them, and he found one among them that appeared to be extra strong. When he saw it, the creature was just lying down in the grass. It didn't appear to be as active as the others. Yun Sui, seeing Han Sen look at that Jade Knight crane, said, "That one is a Viscount." It was a Baron xenogeniac that was bought by a Viscount. It was later raised to become a Viscount itself, but after a grueling fight, its legs were cut off and its wings were damaged. It recovered from its wounds, but it is still disabled. Now, its flying speed is only Baron class. Also, it still doesn't have legs. Yun Sui stopped talking, but it was obvious what had happened. Can it fly while carrying heavy items? Han Sen asked, examining the bird. Yes, it is much stronger than Baron-class Jade Knight cranes, but it has no legs and its wings are damaged, Yun Sui repeated. It can't fly any faster than an average Baron. And its fighting abilities cannot compare with a Viscount mount. I'll take him. Han Sen did not plan on letting the mount do any fighting, so it'd be suitable for simple travel. A damaged Jade Knight crane was not expensive, and it was just a little more pricey than basic xenogeniac gene material. Yun Sui gave Han Sen a very good deal. The Jade Knight crane was very tame, and Han Sen was quickly able to learn how to command it. He could control it in flight easily. Because it had no legs, it always landed on its belly. And because the wings were partially disabled, it never could fly completely straight. Its speed left much to be desired, as well. Fortunately, Han Sen did not have high expectations. So, after he made the purchase, he rode the crane back to his island. Jade Knight crane was flying again, and it looked excited to be doing so. It kept squawking, and with amusing dedication, it diligently took Han Sen to his desired destination. Poor thing. It got hurt because of its master, and then it was abandoned. And now he is okay and can obey commands. Many creatures with high intelligence can't do that. Han Sen sighed. Back on his island, Han Sen let the crane land. But before it touched down, Han Sen jumped off. The crane's belly hit the ground as it frantically flapped its wings. The creature had tried to keep itself level when it landed, but the attempt didn't go very well. Han Sen gave it some food and let it stay on the stone. Then, Han Sen returned to the house. Before he went to Xianyuan Cave, he wanted to come to grips with his powers. He took stock of his possessions. Earl-class Spell Geno Armament. Duke Beast Soul Rabbit Shoes. Earl Beast Soul Red Mist Mink Glove, and King Weapon Ghost Teeth Knife. With Ghost Teeth Knife there, his teeth knife skills would still be the best to use. Teeth Knife wouldn't have any breakthroughs, though, so he planned to focus on a different Geno art. Using the energy flow from the Jade Turtle spell, the feelings of Sky Palace, and some parts of Coin, he planned to make up a brand new Geno art. My Coin focuses on powers that suppress. Why don't I just modify Coin and make it better? But I can only use Coin, or a Geno art that looks like Coin, when I'm in my dollar identity. Otherwise, people might take notice. So, if I can't make something too similar to Coin, what kind of Geno art should I make? Han Sen thought about it, and he soon came up with an idea. Jade Turtle spell focused on suppressing one's speed. Once you got hit with it, you could not fly. Han Sen wanted to use that aspect as a focus for his new Geno art creation. He wanted to merge elements of Sky Palace and Coin. As for modifying Coin, that was something he could do later. Han Sen kept testing his ideas in the room and learned a lot. Combining them wasn't proving too difficult. He created his new Geno art through repeated testing. After pulling an all-nighter, he formulated a prototype of his new Geno art. It was something he had no difficulty casting. All he had to do was improve the minor details of its design. Let's call this Geno art Turtle, Han Sen decided. Because he could not find a target to use it on, Han Sen didn't know exactly how effective Turtle would be. Han Sen took a break to rest, and when it was daytime, he walked out the door. The legless crane was resting beneath a tree. Han Sen fed it again, then rode it to where he was supposed to meet with Thousand Feather Crane. Outside of Xianyuan Cave, Han Sen saw Thousand Feather Crane, First Day, and the Yun sisters. Yun Sushang immediately apologized for her sister's presence. Suyi wants to follow us in our exploration. I will be in charge of her safety, so if something happens, do not worry. Do whatever you need to. Since she had said that, no one objected. They left their mounts outside and headed into Xianyuan Cave. Xianyuan Island looked like a small volcano. The volcano's entrance led them into a gigantic volcano cave world. The cave led off in a number of different directions, and there were swathes of xenogeneics inside. Xianyuan Cave xenogeneics were very special. The most special ones among them were called Xian Jade Spirits. Xian Jade Spirits could travel through walls and appear in any comber they chose. They were difficult to avoid. So, once people entered the cave system, they had to be careful. They could be attacked by Xian Jade Spirits at any time. At any moment, a mouth or claw could come shooting out of the rock. Brother Han, this is your first time in Xianyuan Cave. Be careful. Xian Jade Spirits can appear without any warning. We might not be able to help you in time, if they get you, Yun Sushang said. Han Sen nodded, and he opened his Dongxian aura. He kept everything envisioned in his head. Any movement within a radius of 10 meters would not escape his notice. They walked a mile into the caves without spotting a single xenogeneic, but Han Sen did not let his guard down. He kept the Dongxian aura running the entire time. Suddenly, though, Han Sen saw a black jade hand come out from the ground. It tried to grab Yun Suyi by her legs. The Xian Jade Spirit's nails were black like daggers. If it got hold of Yun Suyi, it could rip her legs off without much trouble. Because they hadn't met Xian Jade Spirits for a long time, Yun Suyi had dropped her guard. She was only a viscount, as well. She was not strong enough to react with the immediacy required. Han Sen summoned spell in front of him and fired her guns. After the popping noise of gunfire, 2 of the Xian Jade's claws were broken by the bullets. Where the bullets hit, symbols were left behind. The Xian jade jerked its injured hands away and retreated into the stone. It left no sign of its passing. The surface of the stone was perfect, as if the creature had never been there in the first place. Han Sen noticed he was able to feel where the Xian jade hands would come from. There was thick stone and rock all about, but he felt as if he received a signal from beyond it. Han Sen could feel exactly where they were. Is this a power that spell possesses? Han Sen was shocked. When spell hit something, it was like she was placing a tracker. The tracker didn't deal damage, but it was very useful. Suyi, say thank you to Han Sr., Yun Susheng nudged Yun Suyi with a hand. Yun Suyi was still a bit rattled, but she stepped forward and said to Han Sen, thank you for saving me. It's okay. Even if I hadn't struck, it couldn't have hurt you. I just wanted to find out the power of the Xian Jade spirit. Han Sen smiled. He wasn't suggesting that Suyi was strong, but acknowledging that Susheng was right beside her. There was no way the creature would have been permitted to hurt her. But Susheng was surprised that Han Sen had reacted before she had. Han Sen had just become an earl, and if his reaction speeds were superior to theirs already, that was most certainly not normal. Yun Suyi looked at Spell with curiosity. Han Sen, is that your Geno armament? It is special. I have never seen one like that before. Thousand Feather Crane was just as curious. Prior to this, they had only seen Spell's armor mode. Her second mode looked like a person, and this was something they hadn't seen before. Han Sen smiled, but he did not answer the question. He asked, that Xian Jade spirit was not strong. Aside from being able to travel through stone, what else can they do? Thousand Feather Crane said, that one was an Earl-class Ghost Claw beast. They aren't the strongest of Earls, but they are very fast. They can appear through the rock, so they are very dangerous if you are careless. Even cutting off the creature's claws won't kill it. They can regenerate. It's very annoying. If you want to kill it for good, you need to damage the stone it resides in, once it has revealed itself with the claws. Yun Susheng said, Ghost Claw beasts are too fast. Most of the time, we can't detect their presence until it is too late. And if they miss or break their claws, they'll run away. Second chances are rare. So, when you want to kill one, you need two Earls. One can cut the claws while the other pummels the body inside the stone. After that, Yun Susheng struck a rock with her knuckles and said, the Xianyuan rock is very hard. With our powers, we can only cut through an inch of the stone at a time. The Ghost Claw beasts raise their claws around 1 foot out of the rock. Then, they attack. Thank you for teaching me, Han Sen said gratefully. They kept walking, and Han Sen felt as if the Ghost Claw beasts were right next to them. One was getting ready to attack again. It was the same Ghost Claw beast, and it wanted revenge. It kept following them, ready to perform a Ghost Claw slash upon them. But it had been hurt by spell once already, so it was exercising great caution. It didn't come too close yet, and it watched and waited for an opportunity from beneath the stone. Be careful, there are xenogeniacs up ahead, Thousand Feather Crane told them. He was up front. Han Sen looked forward, and he saw a blurry shadow. Without Thousand Feather Crane's warning, he would not have known that it was a xenogeniac. The group soon got close enough to see it clearly, however. It was a bug that was native to the cave, and it looked like a centipede. Its shell was of a bluish hue, and there was a face emblazed upon its back. It looked creepy. Earl-class face centipede. Be careful. Face centipedes appear in a group, mostly. They don't travel alone. Yun Suyi explained this for Han Sen's benefit, as the others there were no strangers to the cave. Face centipedes were quite common, and the sky were familiar with how they behaved. The face centipede soon saw Han Sen, and it came scurrying over. It let out a wretched sound that drew the attention and ire of more in the vicinity. "Get ready to fight!" Thousand Feather Crane shouted and drew his sword. Yun Sushang and Yun Suyi wielded swords, as well. First Day didn't draw a weapon, though. His hands gleamed with white light. He slapped the ground, leaving white marks on the dirt. His spirit covered an area that was 3 meters wide and brightened up the entire place. First Day slapped the ground another 5 times, and then he said something. Then, 6 spirits rose toward the feet of Han Sen and the others. Power entered their bodies. What a strong spirit! It increases power and speed by a lot. Han Sen was in shock. He looked at First Day, and he was really surprised that the shy Buddha could pull something like this off. Seeing Han Sen look at him, the Buddha man awkwardly glanced away. He said, "I was sent here to study when I was young. I practiced the truth spell of Sky Palace." "Very nice," Han Sen said. Ever since Han Sen had been forced to leave Disloyal Night behind, he hadn't seen much in the way of buffs and boons. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane stood inside the radius of the spell to fight with the face centipedes. Their sword airs looked like clouds, and they moved like silk in the sky. It was very light and strange. The face centipedes were getting killed by the silk sword air. Their shells cracked under the force, and a few died immediately on contact. The path was very narrow, and since Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane had a handle on the situation, Han Sen didn't bother helping. Yun Suyi wanted to fight, but she couldn't. She started to say something to Han Sen, and so she turned around. But she looked at Spell, who was standing next to Han Sen. Spell was transforming her pistols into a sniper rifle. The long weapon dropped into Spell's hands, and she pointed it toward Yun Suyi and pulled the trigger. Yun Suyi was frozen. Spell had moved too quickly for her to react. She saw a shining bullet fly out of Spell's rifle and was right past her face. Pang! The bullet hit the stone wall behind her, and the cracking sound hurt her ears. Yun Suyi turned around to take a look. A hand bearing jade claws hovered behind her, inches from her neck. It was frozen in place. There was a bullet hole in the stone wall, and black blood seeped out of it. Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast, Xenogeniac Gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head, but it was a shame he did not receive a beast soul. Thank you. Yun Suyi looked at Han Sen with a complex expression. This was the second time Han Sen had saved her, and this time, he had managed to one-hit kill a ghost claw beast by himself. Such reaction speed and powers were difficult to find amongst earls. Han Sen was surprised. He was not surprised that Spell could kill the ghost claw beast, but that her pistols could turn into a sniper rifle. He knew that Spell herself could transform, but he hadn't known she could change her weapons. So, that means Spell can use any type of weapon. It might not have to be a weapon all the time either, Han Sen thought. He had simply commanded Spell to slay the ghost claw beast, and Spell had used her own judgment to select the sniper. It had greater power and bullet penetration. She now had 3 different weapons. There were the pistols, for short-range quickfire. The power was mild, but she could take a lot of shots in little time. The sniper had the longest range of attack, and its damage was quite devastating. It could penetrate through materials, but bullets took a long time to regenerate. The rocket launcher did not have the range of the sniper rifle, but it dealt AoE damage across a wide area. This took even longer to regenerate a round, though. The 3 of them had different functions and benefits. It was difficult to determine if one was outright better than the another. Depending on the situation, any of the weapons might prove more beneficial than the others. That was Spell's greatest strength. She could adapt to almost any scenario. Not long after Han Sen killed the ghost claw beast, Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane finished off the 5 face centipedes. Han Sen went ahead and started digging into the stone. There was a monkey-looking jade monster inside, with its head blown wide open. It was the ghost claw beast. When Yun Sui saw that spell had targeted the creature's forehead, the sight shocked her. She hadn't expected spell to possess that level of accuracy, allowing her to take aim at the felon's head while it was still inside a wall. They dug up the xenogeneic genes and kept going. The ghost claw beast's xenogeneic gene was a black skull. A piece of shell was the xenogeneic gene of the face centipedes. We have only just entered Xianyuan Cave, and already we have received rewards like this. We are quite lucky. We could go back now if we wanted to. Yun Susang smiled. Finding a xenogeneic during the next part of their trip wasn't so easy. They walked for another 2 hours and found nothing. Han Sen, your geno armament is amazing. It looks like a person, and it can change weapons. What is her name? Yun Sui asked Han Sr. Spell, Han Sen said. Good name. Maybe it was because Han Sen had saved her twice, but she was being much nicer to him now. She seemed quite keen on chatting with him. Thousand Feather Crane hushed them. Everyone went quiet. Thousand Feather Crane put his ear next to the wall, which made the others catch their breath. If there was a Xian Jade spirit residing right there, Thousand Feather Crane was a dead man. Fortunately, that did not happen. He had been confident that no creatures lurked within the wall, and he was correct. After a while, he raised his head again and said with a look of importance, I heard a Xianyuan dragon. Hearing that name, everyone's faces changed. Yun Susang frowned. How far? Is it coming for us? I think it is headed our way. Thousand Feather Crane looked serious. If it is us 5 versus a Xianyuan dragon, we won't win. Let's go back, First Day said. Yeah. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susang agreed. Han Sen did not know what this new threat was, but he was fine with the idea of leaving, if that was the general consensus. When they started to retreat, First Day said, Xianyuan dragons are the strongest xenogeneics to be found in Xianyuan Cave. Those things are born marquis. We cannot fight them. Han Sen nodded, then he glanced down. Spell fired her pistols at Han Sen's feet. A ghost claw had just come out of there, grabbing toward Han Sen's feet. The bullets pierced through the enemy, prompting it to return to the rock. But there were more and more of the things emerging all around them. They were all thrust into danger. Yun Susang wielded her sword quickly to protect Yun Sui. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day used their powers to stop the claws that kept coming out. But the creatures seemed to be countless. Han Sen and the others were earls, but Yun Sui was a mere viscount. She wouldn't be able to protect herself. Yun Susang, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day diligently did their best to protect her. This isn't right. Why are there so many ghost claws, all of a sudden? Yun Susang said as she fought back the ghost claw beasts. The ghost claw beasts must know that the Xianyuan dragon is coming. They want to stop us from leaving, Thousand Feather Crane said. First Day said, not bad. These guys are just here to hinder and annoy us. We cannot get close enough to the walls to attack them, though. Slashing their claws off won't work, as they can quickly generate replacements. Pang! Spell used her sniper rifle to attack. The bullet penetrated the rock, and the hole sent blood squirting out everywhere. You guys protect Sui. Draw them out, and I will have Spell kill them, Han Sen said as he ran. Spell had used her pistol to fire at many claws earlier, leaving spells attached to them. Now, that made them easier to detect. When they rose to the surface of the rock, Spell would shoot them before they could extend their claws fully. The sniper rifle's piercing power was wickedly strong, but it still took some time to generate each new bullet. 1 second passed between each shot, which made it difficult to keep up with the onslaught of creatures. Even so, watching her work was pretty awesome. Thousand Feather Crane protected Sui as they ran. Spell fired a shot every second. With each squeeze of the trigger, a ghost claw beast died. Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast, Xenogeniac Gene found. Obtained Jade Ghost Claw Beast Soul. When Spell killed her 8th Ghost Claw Beast, Han Sen finally heard the announcement he'd been hoping for. He didn't have time to check out the beast's soul right now, though. And neither could he dig up the bodies residing in the stone. They were all busy trying to run outside. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane looked behind them, and they saw Spell shooting the ghost claw beasts. She dropped each one with a single shot before their claws were even revealed. They had no clue how such a thing was possible. But they did not have time to ponder that. Spell killed many ghost claw beasts along the way, but there were still too many of them. The group was not escaping quickly. The Xianyuan dragon is here. Thousand Feather Crane screamed, his face going pale. As his scream echoed off the walls, a strange noise came from deeper in the cave. A black shadow stretched toward them, filling the air with the smell of blood. The creature's scales were as black as ink. Its head had no horns, but the ears were fixed with black wings. Its belly had talons, like those of an eagle. It was coming his way, and black smoke billowed around it. It looked very creepy. The Xianyuan dragon was too fast, and there were still the ghost claw beasts to fend off. Even if the ghost claw beasts hadn't been there, Han Sen's group still wouldn't have been able to outrun the dragon. In a second, the Xianyuan dragon was a mere 20 meters away from them. It opened its maw and fired a plume of black smoke in their direction. The smoke blackened the passage as it came toward them. The Xianyuan dragon's breath is toxic. Do not breathe it in. Thousand Feather Crane shouted, and then a cloud exploded from his body. The eye on his forehead opened up and shone. The shining light made him stronger. The sky and the clouds are invincible. The sword can kill the sky. Thousand Feather Crane shouted. A white sword air surrounded his ancient sword, and he swung it forward. The white sword air sliced open the black toxic smoke. The sword air continued on until it struck the dragon's head. Then, it was gone. You guys leave now. Thousand Feather Crane clutched his sword tight and ran for the dragon. His body was emitting clouds, and he flew forward like a fairy. Take Sui. Yun Sushang pushed Yun Sui to first day, then the eye on her forehead opened. A new sword air surrounded her ancient sword as well, and she went to fight beside Thousand Feather Crane. They lifted their swords and attacked together, breaking the Xianyuan dragon's breath. They stopped the advance of the Xianyuan dragon and fought it hard. The dragon could not do anything. So this is the power of the sky. When their third eyes are opened, they are far stronger. Han Sen watched in awe. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang's power could go up against a marquise creature, and it seemed likely that they could actually kill one. But the Xianyuan dragon was no ordinary marquise. Its scales were incredibly strong, and its power was just as impressive. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang broke through the breath, but they could not break the scales. The snow-white sword air swung down across the black scales, but it could only leave behind a white scratch mark. Han Sen let Spell fire a few bullets at the Xianyuan dragon, but when the bullets hit the target, they shattered into dust. So strong! Han Sen shouted in his heart. Mr. Han, please take Sui and leave this place, First Day said, as he proceeded to cast Truth Spell. The spells landed on the ground of the area, then surged forward to land on Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane. It helped buff their power and speed. Some of his spells hit the Xianyuan dragon, but those appeared to be futile. 3 elites were now in battle against the Xianyuan dragon, but that only seemed to make it angrier. A black light grew in the center of its black The black light became dragon wings, and they gave it speed. The Xianyuan dragon flapped its wings, and its 10-meter-long body performed a loop in the air. Catcha! Yun Susheng could not dodge it. The dragon bit down on her sword, and then, the sword broke. At the same time, the tail of the dragon was swinging towards First Day. First Day's body was glowing with white light. Truth's spell gave him a bubble shield, but the tail obliterated it with a single strike. It sent his body flying against the cavern walls like a meteor. He screamed as its body slammed into the wall and cracked it, then he coughed up blood. Oh no! It is a mutant xenogeniac. It has reinforced scales and a faster flying speed. Thousand Feather Crane moved like a cloud. He picked up Yun Susheng, waved a sword air, and broke the black smoke the dragon was exhaling. Spell, protect her. Han Sen told Spell, then pulled out Ghost Teeth Knife. The rabbit shoes appeared on his feet, and he gripped his knife with the red mink gloves. Han Sen moved like a shadow, moving right behind the Xianyuan dragon. Using Tusk, he swung at the back of the Xianyuan dragon's neck. His attack only produced a dong noise. Not even the Ghost Teeth Knife's teeth power could break through the Xianyuan dragon's scales. It could only leave a scratch mark on the scales. And although his knife possessed teeth power and emitted a dangerous purple smoke, it still seemed useless. That hard? Han Sen was shocked. Don't fight it. Run. It is a mutant xenogeniac, and its body far exceeds its actual level. Thousand Feather Crane slashed to draw the Xianyuan dragon's attention while he shouted. But the Xianyuan dragon was too fast. It flapped its wings and became a black horse directly in front of Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane's sword air collided with the horse, and the sword air shattered. Still, he could not hurt it. Seeing that the black horse was about to grab Thousand Feather Crane, he shouted. He held Yun Susheng tighter and took off in flight. He moved so fast that it looked like he teleported away from the attack. But Thousand Feather Crane's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he gave Yun Susheng to Yun Suyi. Susheng and Suyi, you guys leave with First Day. Han Sen and I have got this. Roar! The Xianyuan dragon's attack had missed. It turned around and went after First Day, who had just stood up from the rubble. First Day gritted his teeth. His legs shone, like he was stepping on a lotus. And he cast a spell, which left a glowing symbol behind with every step he took. Every symbol caused him to accelerate. But he still could not dodge the Xianyuan dragon's attacks, and the talons were in front of him. First Day held out his palm, and a true light came out of it to counter the talon. The gold light and the black light collided against each other. First Day was sent flying, though, all the way back into the stone. The true light was broken. The dragon was cruel, and it went for First Day once again. Thousand Feather Crane's sky eye shone. He was bleeding, but he summoned a cloud air. The sword air became a white dragon, and it roared. It went for Xianyuan dragon. A black dragon and a white dragon surged toward each other. Then the Xianyuan dragon flapped its wings to become a black horse and avoid the engagement. It was going for Yun Susheng and Yun Suyi. Careful, sister. Thousand Feather Crane's face went gray. This strike had cost all his power, and there was nothing he could do to save them. Yun Susheng knew that they weren't fast enough to dodge the attack. She summoned an ancient sword and her sky eye shone. She slashed a sword air up at the dragon. Han Sen was currently sprinting, and the rabbit shoes gave him the speed of a dragon. He went behind the dragon and slashed it on the side. Gong! Two noises sounded at the same time. Yun Susheng heaved blood as she was sent careening away. Han Sen slashed the dragon's stomach again. He left a mark, but he didn't see flesh. Chapter 1976 Slap Your Turtle. Sun. The Xianyuan dragon turned to Han Sen and breathed out smoke. Han Sen fell back and swung the ghost teeth knife, breaking the black smoke. Xianyuan dragon spun around and put its attention back on Yun Susheng. Thousand Feather Crane was coming, but he was not as fast as the dragon. First Day cast True Light, but his attack didn't reach the dragon. He screamed, "He's too fast." What First Day said gave Han Sen inspiration. He had just created Turtle, and he had almost forgotten that it specialized in bringing down a creature's speed. Xianyuan dragon was almost in front of Yun Susheng, and Han Sen's legs sent him leaping forward at incredible speed. He gathered up power in his hand and brought a slap towards the black horse. The rabbit shoe's speed was equal to that of the dragon. And in no time at all, a jade-white palm came pressing against the dragon's head. Thousand Feather Crane and the others did not think Han Sen's palm would achieve much. They knew Han Sen was wielding a king-class knife, and they knew he had practiced teeth knife. If those skills could not damage the dragon, what could a palm do? Thousand Feather Crane and First Day were out of range, and Spell kept firing her pistols ineffectually at the dragon. Yun Susheng obviously thought that she was about to die, so she pushed Yun Sui away. Then, her body exploded with a cloud. She was going to fight the dragon with everything she had remaining. Pang! Han Sen slapped the Xianyuan dragon's head. Then, the horse-looking dragon fell out of the air. It was like Han Sen had knocked him down to the floor. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all in shock. They looked at the Xianyuan dragon, that was now lying on the ground. And there, where Han Sen had delivered his strike, was the image of Turtle Spell. The Xianyuan dragon slammed into the ground and roared in rage. It flapped its wings as it tried to get back into the air, and that was what surprised Yun Susheng the most. No matter how much it flapped its wings, the Xianyuan dragon could not get airborne again. It was like a duck, attempting to take off. Ultimately, despite all its frantic flapping, it couldn't get off the ground. Yun Susheng's mouth dropped wide open as she stared at the dragon. This was too powerful, and they were all gobsmacked. What are you gawking at? Run! Han Sen yelled at them, snapping them out of their daze. Yun Susheng pulled Yun Sui away. First Day followed from behind, casting True Spell on the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane was attacking, too. But they were all drained by now, and their attacks lacked the vigor they possessed earlier. The dragon was really angry at Han Senator. It completely ignored First Day and Thousand Feather Crane's attacks. It tried coming for Han Senator. It did not fly to him, and instead it wriggled and crawled. It moved forward steadily, if much more slowly. Han Sen, seeing the Xianyuan dragon's speed, became very happy. With how slowly the dragon was now moving, and there was no need for Han Sen to feel threatened. There was another pang noise as the Xianyuan dragon broke Thousand Feather Crane's sword air and First Day's True Spell. It continued coming for Han Sen, venting smoke from its mouth. Han Sen moved. He dodged the thickest section of the smoke. He slashed with his knife and cut through the smoke. Then, he moved to the dragon's side and slapped the dragon's face. Another turtle spell manifested on the dragon's face, dropping its speed yet again. Han Sen moved like a shadow. He put away his ghost teeth knife, opened his hands, and repeatedly slapped the dragon in the face. The Xianyuan dragon was so slow. It couldn't catch up with Han Sen and his rabbit shoes, so there was nothing to keep Han Sen from continuing to be slap it in the face. Images of the turtle spell covered its face. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day watched Han Sen beating on the creature. The fleeing sisters stopped running. Their mouths opened wide, unable to quite fathom what they were seeing. The Xianyuan dragon was acting as if it was stupid. It stood where it was, allowing Han Sen to slap it non-stop. It was getting slower and slower, and the scene played out as if it was in slow motion. Han Sen felt very good hitting it, and as he did so, he thought to himself, "Slap your turtle, son. Fly." Slap your turtle, son. Run. First Day and the others could guess that Han Sen's slapping was some sort of Geno art that slowed down the speed of an opponent. First Day had a Geno art like that, but it hadn't worked on the Xianyuan dragon when he tried it. They were both earls, yet Han Sen's Geno art was far more effective on the Xianyuan dragon. It confused First Day. Han Sen did not think his turtle would be that great. It could stop a foe from flying, and it could slow an enemy down. Surprisingly, it worked on a dragon that was a marquise and a mutant. But the strangeness soon wore off. Turtle came from the Jade Turtle spell. The Jade Turtle was created from the remains of an old deified turtle shell. The power was deified. Han Sen also included his experience under the suppression of the deified Sky Palace leader, then threw in coin for good measure. With Han Sen's current power, Turtle might not have been able to subdue a king-class enemy, but it worked just fine on marquises or dukes. And Turtle could stack. Han Sen continued to slap the Xianyuan dragon, and in the end, the dragon was as slow as a snail. It was like a slow-motion scene on TV. The Xianyuan dragon was so angry that its eyes almost popped from their sockets. Its gaze was burning with hatred. If stares could kill, it would have murdered Han Sen a long time ago. The dragon might only have the speed of a turtle now, but its power had not been affected. It could still exhale toxic air, but it could not move and it could not hit the nimble Han Sen with the smoke. Han Sen kept using teeth knife to slash at the dragon's neck. He struck the beast hundreds of times, and knife lights were everywhere. Not long after, the dragon's neck started to bleed. The blood gleamed visibly in the knife light. Thousand Feather Crane and the others could tell the dragon was going to perish, so they didn't help out. They didn't want to steal the kill. They did, however, commit to clearing the ghost claw beasts that were still nearby. Yun Sui saw the knife light reflecting off the blood and stared, deep in thought. Pat-ong! The screams of the Xianyuan dragon suddenly cut off as ghost teeth knife severed the dragon's head. Xenogeneic Marquise mutant hunted. Xianyuan dragon, xenogeneic gene found. Obtained mutant Xianyuan dragon beast soul. Chapter 1977 Mutant gene. After killing the Xianyuan dragon, the crew left Xianyuan cave. Han Sen didn't feel very well, and First Day and Yun Sushang were injured. They couldn't keep going. They also had to carry out the dead bodies of the Xianyuan dragon and ghost claw beasts. The Xianyuan dragon's body was very useful, and it also had xenogeneic genes. They didn't want to waste it. Han Sen cut open the Xianyuan dragon's head under Thousand Feather Crane's supervision. He took out a brain orb, which was the xenogeneic gene of this creature. The brain orb was around the size of a fist. It looked like a black crystal. The strangest thing was that there was a Xianyuan dragon with wings inside it. When Han Sen obtained the brain orb, an announcement played. Obtained Marquise mutant xenogeneic gene. Insufficient Marquise genes. Cannot refine. Han Sen was surprised, and he thought, what does that mean? Will absorbing that mutant gene require other genes as some sort of base? Han Sen put away the brain orb for the moment. He gathered up the other spoils and left the cave alongside the others. Han Sen, which Geno art did you use on the Xianyuan dragon? You made it unable to move. That is something extremely powerful, Yun Sui said to Han Sen as they walked. It is a Geno art that is used to reduce the speed of enemies. It is called Turtle, Han Sen answered. Hearing that name, Yun Sui and the others looked surprised. Yun Sui smiled and said, this name is good. And you really did turn the Xianyuan dragon into a turtle. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They didn't expect a skill used to reduce speed could be that effective. It wasn't an ordinary Geno art, that was for sure. After a short discussion, Han Sen sold the Xianyuan dragon to Yun Sushang. Yun Susheng called her people over from the shop to come and claim it. Han Sen was only going to take the xenogeneic genes of the dragon and a few of the ghost claw beasts with him. Then, he rode his legless bird back to his island. On his way home, Han Sen looked at his new beast soul. Ghost claw beast, weapon. Han Sen summoned the ghost claw beast soul. It was indeed a weapon, and it looked very similar to the ghost claws. Ghost claw had a 3-foot-long handle with a claw-like blade on the end. He wasn't quite sure what kind of weapon it was. He put away the ghost claw blade and summoned the mutant Xianyuan beast soul. Mutant Xianyuan dragon, flying type. After Han Sen summoned it, he felt rather depressed. He had thought he would grow awesome wings behind him, but that wasn't the case. When he summoned it, it wasn't as intimidating as the black wings that had grown from the dragon's back. Instead, a small pair of Xianyuan wings spawned near Han Sen's ears. They weren't broad wings, they were just a pair of small ear wings. They looked beautiful, but Han Sen did not think they would be very useful at all. Han Sen tried flying with the wings, and it worked. They were very fast. They were almost as good as the rabbit shoes. The rabbit shoes only increased his movement speed on the ground. They did not improve his flying speed. The dragon wings would improve his speed in the air, so they were very suitable for Sky Palace. This beast's soul could turn out to be very useful. There might be times he would have to fight while in the air. He couldn't just use rabbit shoes to fight then, and so having the dragon wings would make things easier. But when he used the dragon wings, he did look rather funny. Han Sen melted the ghost claw beast genes, and then he drank the broth. He felt the power spread through his body. He felt cold, as if he was being washed in a rush of cold water. Earl xenogeneic genes +1. Han Sen had 9 xenogeneic materials in total, from the ghost claw beasts. After he ate them, he ended up with 9 xenogeneic gene points. Mutant Xianyuan dragon's xenogeneic gene, however, could not be melted. Thus, Han Sen couldn't eat it. It was just as the announcement had said, Han Sen did not have enough Marquise genes, so he couldn't refine the mutant xenogeneic gene. Han Sen rested for the night, and then there was nothing to do the next day, either. White Jade Jing had not opened yet, so there was no need to go there. As a result, he had nothing to do. So, he planned to go and kill xenogeneics inside Xianyuan Cave again, this time, alone. He wanted to fill up his Earl gene tallies so that his Geno arts would have an easier time breaking through. Han Sen rode the legless crane to Xianyuan Cave. He left it outside and entered the cave alone. Thousand Feather Crane and the others hadn't come, so Han Sen only had to worry about himself. He used his rabbit shoes to run deep into the cave at a speedy pace. Perhaps it was because the rabbit shoes were too fast, but the Xian Jade spirits did not make an appearance. He ran for 3 hours. He ran past where they killed the Xianyuan dragon, and there was still no sign of any xenogeneics. Han Sen didn't dare slow down, as he wanted to draw out whatever creatures he could. He met some people hunting xenogeneics, people from Sky Palace. They were in a group, and only Han Sen had entered alone. When the Sky Palace students saw Han Sen running around by himself, they were shocked. Xian Jade spirits could appear at random, so it was dangerous to venture inside alone. When students came there to hunt, they would always bring a partner. It was rare to see something like Han Sen venturing inside all alone. As Han Sen walked forward, he didn't see any Xian Jade spirits, but he heard a voice calling for help from deeper inside the cave. Han Sen looked in that direction and saw a sky man running toward him. There was an ant behind him with a head as big as a cat. Han Sen summoned spell. She lifted her sniper rifle and fired a bullet, blowing the xenogeneic's head off from a few hundred meters away. Xenogeneic Viscount hunted. Jade ant, xenogeneic gene found. Run! The sky man came running, shouting at Han Sen as he came. Why run? It's dead, Han Sen said. The Sky Man continued running, and he cried out, it's not just one. There are many. How many? Han Sen asked. Many. Many. Run. The Sky Man ran past Han. Senator Han Sen did not ask anything further, as he saw jade ants pouring out of the cavern behind the Sky Man. There were too many to count. That is a lot. Han Sen was not scared. Instead, he was happy. His eyes turned bright. Without Han Sen even needing to issue a command, Spell swapped her sniper rifle for an RPG. She placed the rocket launcher on her shoulder, put herself into position, and pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out and slammed into the center of the horde of ants. Chapter 1978 Ant Nest Boom. A white light exploded amidst the horde of ants. A mushroom cloud was generated, and it rocked the entire cavern. Announcements played in Han Sen's head, over and over, countless times. Han Sen heard himself receive 2 jade ant beast souls. They slid into his sea of soul. Awesome! Han Sen felt great. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. The Sky Fellow stopped and stared in shock. He was frozen by what he had just witnessed. Spell fired another rocket, and it landed amidst the jade ants. Countless more died, and roasted corpses were scattered all about. D*MN. Your gear is powerful. The man came running back. He looked at Spell as he spoke. It's all right. It's strong, but I'm also just lucky, Han Sen said smarmily. Spell required 3 seconds to generate a rocket after each use, but after firing 3 or 4 of them consecutively, the jade ants that were still alive retreated back into the tunnel and did not return. The guy didn't object to what Han Sen said. He thought it made fine sense. But he still looked at Spell with hefty interest, and said, my name is Yu Jing. What is yours? Han Sen said. You are the Han Sen that was carried into Sky Palace by Uncle Crane? Yu Jing asked in surprise. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. What could he say? You look different from the stories I've heard, and your geno armament is strong, Yu Jing said. I see you are an earl, so why are you calling Thousand Feather Crane an uncle? Han Sen asked. Yu Jing smiled. Uncle Crane is a student of the 10th leader. I am the 6th elder student. I'm more like a grandson, to be honest. At the very least, I should call him uncle. After that, Yu Jing went on to say, Han Sen, are you interested in cooperating with me? No, Han Sen said immediately. Yu Jing was disappointed. After a while, he said, don't you at least want to hear my proposal? No thanks, Han Sen said. Then he walked towards the jade ants that were killed. He was going to collect their xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing understood, but his face turned red. He couldn't keep himself from explaining, so he said, Brother Han, it isn't like that. I can deal with Viscount jade ants. The reason I ran was because there is an earl inside there, and it is a mutant ant queen. So, I had to run. A mutant ant queen. When Han Sen heard this, his eyes opened wide. Han Sen had received Xianyuan Dragon's xenogeneic gene, but he had been unable to absorb it. He wanted to understand what the difference between ordinary genes and mutated genes were. If he could get his hands on an Earl mutant gene, he might just be able to figure it out. Yeah, I was unlucky. I found a jade fruit tree, and just as I was about to claim some jade fruit for myself, I was started to see a jade ant nest right next to it. I was unable to collect the fruit, and I almost died. I used everything I had, every item I owned, to keep myself alive. I lost everything on this excursion. Yu Jing sighed. And then, Yu Jing suddenly smiled at Han's senior brother. I think you are so strong. You must be a hero. Why don't you and I go collect the jade fruit and split the haul between us? No offense, but why can't I just go there by myself right now? Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. Yu Jing smiled, but it quivered with a touch of nervousness. He responded, Brother Han, you have only been in Sky Palace for a few days. You don't know much about Xianyuan Cave, do you? Although Xianyuan Island does not look big from the outside, it is very large on the inside. Even if you were down here for a whole year, you wouldn't be able to explore every nook and cranny of this realm. The cave system is complex, too, so you'd likely find yourself lost. Without me, it is highly unlikely that you'll find the fruit within the next few months of searching. Do you really want to waste your time in such a fashion? That makes sense. Okay, we'll split the haul of fruit in half, Han Sen said as he dug through the corpses of the jade ants. The rocket had been too powerful, and the jade ants were only viscounts. Most had been blown to smithereens, to such an extent that the xenogeneic genes were utterly annihilated. When he was done, Han Sen had only been able to collect a dozen xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing was so happy to hear this, and he said, Brother Han, you won't regret cooperating with me. Can your geno-armament destroy an Earl Jade ant? Han Sen searched around for a few more jade ants that had not been destroyed, and then went in search for the jade fruit tree with Yu Jing. Truthfully, Han Sen's goal in this venture was not anything that rested on the boughs of the tree. Any fruit he collected would be a decent bonus. What he wanted to do the most was kill that jade ant queen. Yu Jing was not lying. The jade fruit tree's location was well hidden. They traversed a number of complex tunnels for over an hour before finding it. The tree was behind a hidden alcove and cave. Brother Han, do you see the rock beside the tree? That is the exit of the ant nest. If we get too close, the ants will come pouring out. I examined it earlier, and there were at least 8 Earl Jade ants. There was also an ant queen. What are you going to do? Yu Jing looked worried. He was afraid Han Sen would back out. We have a deal, don't we? We split the haul of fruit in half, and the jade ant xenogeneic genes are for me, Han Sen said. Yu Jing immediately said, yes. It does not matter who kills it, you can have the xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing said that, but inside he thought, the mutant jade ant queen. That thing is as strong as a marquise. With 7 or 8 earls alongside it, and the other ants too, I think you'll end up running off without laying claim to a single xenogeneic gene. Okay, that's the deal then. You go over there, Han Sen said coldly. I go? How? Yu Jing asked with shock. Walk there. You can fly or crawl, if you so prefer. Just go over and draw those ants out. Han Sen smiled. Draw them out. Your plan is to draw them out, kill them, and collect the fruit. Yu Jing looked at Han Sen queerly. Do you have a better idea? Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. It was easy for Han Sen to collect jade fruit. With Han Sen's rabbit shoes, he could pick the tree clean before the ants even emerged. But Han Sen wasn't there for just the fruit. Picking it and then leaving was not on the agenda. Chapter 1979 Crazy Killing. Brother Han, are you really confident in this? Yu Jing asked, staring at Han Sr. Yes, Han Sen answered with certainty. Yu Jing hesitated. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Han Sen's hands, and said, Brother Han, I place my life in these hands of yours. You have to be careful and see my safety is secured. Go. I will have spell fire when the time is right. Han Sen patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Yu Jing ran towards the jade fruit tree. Before he could get close, ants began to pour out from under the rock. It was like a black river headed for him. Yu Jing quickly came running back as Han Sen commanded spell to ready a rocket. Then, she fired behind the man. Boom! The white light exploded behind Yu Jing. It killed a lot of jade ants. Announcements kept running in Han Sen's head, declaring he had killed a Viscount jade ant. He also heard himself receive a bunch of beast souls. Han Sen had battled ants before, and he had always received armor beast souls. But these jade ants only gave him pet-type beast souls. That disappointed him quite a bit. That was because pet-type beast souls were annoying. If you wanted to use them effectively, you'd have to get them to combat mode. He had found himself in possession of many low-tier pets in the past. Jade ants could spit corrosive gas, but the range was short and the gas was slow. Before the ants could get to Han Sen, Spell had fired 2 rockets and laid waste to them. Suddenly, a few gold shadows emerged from the stone nest. These ants were twice as big as the ordinary ones. They had wings, and they glimmered with a golden light. They flew straight at Yu Jing like shadows. "Brother Han, help me!" Yu Jing shouted at Han Sen as he ran. Seeing that 7 or 8 Earl-class jade ants were about to catch up with Yu Jing, Han Sen realized that Spell's rockets were going to be too slow. She had killed many Viscount ants, but more and more of them were approaching. Spell. Han Sen took control of her, ditching the rocket launcher and pulling out the sniper rifle. Spell lifted the sniper, aimed it above Yu Jing's head, and pulled the trigger. A bullet of light was fired, and it struck one of the Earl ants. That power tore through the ant's wing and perforated its shell. It fell from the air. Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade ant, xenogenic gene found. The announcement played in Han Sen's head. Yu Jing was approaching excitedly, saying, "Sh*T, Brother Han. Your geno armament is strong. Hurry. Fire a few more shots and finish them all off." 1 second later, Spell raised the rifle again and fired. Unfortunately, she missed this time. She failed to hit the Earl Jade ant that was flying quickly towards her. Yu Jing's excited voice turned to one of crying. "Brother, can you aim better?" Seeing Yu Jing draw even closer, Spell swapped her sniper for a pair of pistols. Then, she fired them into the sky. A series of shots were heard. She missed a few times, but she still managed to hit 2 Earl Jade ants. The pistols were not as powerful as the sniper, though, and the bullets only punched holes in the shells of the creatures. They didn't kill the ants. "Spell!" Han Sen shouted. Spell ran towards Han Sen and turned into a pair of pistols that flew into Han Sen's own hands. Han Sen's left and right hands clutched the spell pistols. He fired them into the sky simultaneously. Each bullet came launching out with a stunning muzzle flash. And again, there was a pang-pang noise. Han Sen fired 7 bullets, and all 7 hit their desired target. 7 Earl ants were hit. Han Sen's bullets were as strong as Spell's. The only difference was that Spell's bullets were fueled by the raw power of the story of genes, while Han Sen could create bullets from any geno art he possessed. After the 7th shot, the 7 Earl Jade ants each had a bullet hole inside them. The wounds were not deadly, though, and the ants could still fight. But they spiraled like planes losing control. They crashed into the ground and could not get airborne again. Small turtle symbols were glazed across each of them. Han Sen's bullets were now powered by turtle. It stopped the ants from flying, and it reduced their speed. Han Sen kept firing his guns at the Earl ants on the floor. Their shells splintered and broke as their bodies oozed blood. Han Sen killed 1 ant immediately. Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade ant, xenogenic gene found. Shoot them. Shoot them. Yu Jing shouted with excitement. The Earl Jade ants had been robbed of their ability to fly, and they were slowed dramatically. They were no longer a threat to Yu Jing. Han Sen fell back, repeatedly squeezing the triggers. The joy of firing a gun was incomparable to the wielding of a knife. Han Sen killed another Earl Jade ant, and then there was a noise. A pure black ant flew out from under the stone, with a shell that was wreathed in golden symbols. This ant was smaller than the Earl's, but its presence was far scarier. It flapped its wings and flew towards Han Senator. Its claws were like blades, and they came swinging towards him. The gold light came past Han Sen like a knife light. Han Sen moved and evaded the gold lights. Han Sen then fired his guns, but the Jade Ant Queen was too fast. It was able to dodge every bullet. The Ant Queen rose into the air, shrieking. The gold symbols on the shell and wings glowed. Its speed and power were increasing, and it was going to attack Han Sen again. Run! This mutant Ant Queen is as strong as a marquise. We cannot fight it. Before Yu Jing could finish his warning, Han Sen had drawn another weapon and gone running towards the Ant Queen. The bullets could not catch up with the Ant Queen, but the rabbit shoes could. Han Sen rushed by the gold lights and used the ghost teeth knife on the Ant Queen, breaking its shell and leaving a big mark on it. Blood came out, as did a plume of purple smoke. Chapter 1980, Killing Ant Queen. There was no need for Han Sen to fight anymore. The purple smoke was spreading quickly across the Ant Queen, ripping its wounds apart and sending blood spewing out of it like a burst dam. Han Sen was too lazy to wait, though. He slashed again and cut the heavily injured Ant Queen's head clean off. Mutant Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade Ant Queen, Xenogeneic gene found. There was an announcement, and it made Han Sen very happy. It really is a mutant Xenogeneic. The Jade Ants did not back off just because the Ant Queen was killed. They all came rushing at Han Sen like kamikazes. Han Sen gave Spell back her body, and she quickly got to firing rockets at the droves. Meanwhile, Han Sen went on to finish off the rest of the Earls himself. After many more ants were killed, the rest decided to return to their abode below the stone. Han Sen did not seek to pursue the fight. He harvested the bodies of the Ant Queen and the 8 Earls. He also collected many Viscount Xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing saw Han Sen picking up all those Xenogeneic genes and felt depressed. He had to comfort himself by saying, "It is lucky I can at least get half of those jade fruits. This guy is scary, and he is nothing like the stories people tell about him. He doesn't seem like the sort of fellow who would need to be carried into Sky Palace. I should have totally fought for a greater share of this haul." There were 14 jade fruits on the tree. Han Sen and Yu Jing each took half. Han Sen received 7, and then he asked Yu Jing what benefit they could provide. "Brother Han, how about we cooperate in Xianyuan Cave and kill more Xenogeneics together? We can split the gatherings in your favor, 60-40. I guess I could settle for 70-30. 80-20 is a possibility, too. You should think about it." Han Sen did not continue his hunt in Xianyuan Cave. He took his spoils and left. He flew the legless crane back to his island. Right then, he wanted to find out the purpose of mutant Xenogeneic genes. He did not need to do any more hunting at this point. He gave a few Viscount Jade Ant bodies to the legless crane. He didn't collect the Xenogeneic genes inside the bodies either. The crane was able to gobble them all up. The legless crane happily swallowed the first, and it made a grateful noise to Han Sen as it ate. Han Sen went to the stone house and pulled the bodies out. He cut open the Ant Queen's body and picked up a piece of flesh that looked like jade. That meat was transparent, and not unlike shrimp. Something gold shone from it, and looking into the gold light, you could see it was the face of the Ant Queen. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant Xenogeneic genes. As Han Sen held the Ant Queen's Xenogeneic gene, he received the same announcement. "I have 9 Earl genes. And here there are 8 Earl-class Jade Ants. I don't know if that'll be enough." Han Sen cut open the 8 Earl Ants and picked up the Xenogeneic genes within. Han Sen gave the Ant Queen's body, and the bodies of the others, to the legless crane for food. Bubble was Han Sen's only other companion right now, so there was nothing else he could feed. Han Sen had an Earl pet beast soul and 7 Viscount beast souls, but he did not fancy feeding them at all. Having a pet in Sky Palace would not be something you could easily hide. If others discovered that he possessed one, explaining that might be difficult. Jade Ant's xenogeneic genes were like a fist-sized cut of meat. After Han Sen melted them down, it was like a barbecue. The oil sizzled, and he sprinkled it with salt and pepper. It tasted better than barbecued lamb. Earl genes +1. After eating a piece of the ant meat, Han Sen felt very alive. He was energized, and he felt as if he could have sex 10 times in one night. After eating 4 pieces of that meat, his belly was bloated. The meal was very filling. Han Sen did not want to wait before eating the rest, though, so he switched on consume and quickly digested the ants that were in his stomach. By the time he was done, he had finished all 8 slabs of ant meat. In total, Han Sen now had 17 Earl genes. But when he picked up the Ant Queen's mutant genes, it still said he did not have enough Earl genes. How many Earl genes do I need? I can't figure out the number. Han Sen felt depressed, but it was almost time for White Jade Jing to open again. He did not have time to venture into the cave just yet, so he'd think about what to do once he returned from White Jade Jing. Practicing in White Jade Jing was the most important thing he could do right now. He had 3 Geno arts that needed to play catch-up and reach Earl status, so White Jade Jing was very important. It was why Isha had sent him here, after all. Of course, Isha had sent him there only intending for him to level up the story of genes to Earl status. And that was something he had already accomplished. Han Sen, are you here? The day White Jade Jing opened, someone was calling for Han Sen before he had woken up. The voice was Yun Suyi's. Han Sen went to brush his teeth, then opened the door. Yun Suyi was wearing a white dress, and she was standing just outside the door. The cut of the dress showed off her attractive legs. White Jade Jing is opening today. Let's go. Yun Suyi blinked at Han Senator. Yeah, Han Sen answered. He turned to wake up the legless crane that was snoozing beneath the tree. Let's take my jade-winged tiger. It is faster, Yun Suyi said. Sure. Han Sen nodded, letting the legless crane continue to sleep. Han Sen sat behind her, and the jade-winged tiger flew towards White Jade Jing. Han Sen, you are a student of Knife Queen. You must surely know many knife skills. I've learned a few, but I fear there is something amiss. If you ever have the time, could you teach me a thing or two? Yun Suyi turned around and smiled at Han Sr. I can't teach you, but we can practice together, Han Sen said. Okay, then. After White Jade Jing closes, I will take you over to my place. Yun Suyi smiled in a flirty way. Han Sen and Yun Suyi went to the White Jade building, and they split up when they reached the 4th floor. Yun Suyi said she'd wait for Han Senator this time. Han Sen stopped on the 6th floor. He had decided to practice there this time. He had to practice his other Geno arts, and he did not know if his body could withstand the jade air of the 7th floor without using petrify. But the 6th floor was full of students. It filled up soon after, and people were everywhere. Brother Han, you are here. Yu Jing walked in and saw Han Sen, then went over to sit down beside him. Chapter 1981, Jade Building. Strange scene. Han Sen wanted to sit by himself, but he didn't seem to have that option. People were everywhere on the 6th floor. Fortunately, Yu Jing did not mention anything about them killing xenogeneics together. He quietly asked, Brother Han, will you participate in Sky Palace's exam? What exam? Han Sen asked. This wasn't high school, so what exam could there be? The exam is annual. There are no penalties to failing, but if you do well, the elders and the leaders might take notice of you. If you reach the top 3, you also earn a prize. If you receive a good score, the elder might take you as a student, even though you are an outsider. But of course, you are already Knife Queen's student, but the top 3 rewards are still great. What are the rewards? Han Sen asked. Treasure is granted to the top 3. If you are number 1, you will also have permission to enter the Holy House. There, you may select a Geno art. Such a thing would be of great benefit, Yu Jing said. Han Sen, hearing that, was quickly disinterested. He still had his own Geno arts to practice with. Even if the Sky Palace Geno arts were powerful, he doubted he'd find the time to learn one of them. Yu Jing noticed Han Sen was not interested, and so he looked around and whispered to Han Sen, Brother Han, if you have time, I would like to talk to you about the exam. Alone. Perhaps we can cooperate there. Han Sen looked at Yu Jing, and Yu Jing performed a gesture to be quiet. Han Sen realized that Yu Jing must be asking him to cheat in some way. Of course, no one else could hear that. And then Yu Jing spoke to Han Sen again. This time, he did not want to discuss the exam. White Jade Jing opened and jade air came out of the jade wall. When it did, everyone focused on refining it. Han Sen used jade skin to absorb the jade air. They both possessed the same jade word, so perhaps they might have some compatibility. When Han Sen used jade skin, the jade air moved quickly throughout his body. Jade skin absorbed the air quickly, much faster than the story of genes. D*MN. They really are connected. Han Sen thought. Han Sen changed to the Dongxian Sutra, then the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he noticed that they refined the jade air much more slowly than the story of genes did. And they were far inferior to jade skin. It looks like I need to practice jade skin first. Han Sen stopped wasting time and focused on practicing with jade skin. He wanted to evolve with that, first and foremost. Jade air was everywhere, but it wasn't dense enough. Han Sen's absorption speed was fast, but jade skin's evolution was not going great. He realized that the galaxy sand had been far superior. Before the second jade air erupted, Han Sen went up to the 7th floor. His jade skin was compatible with the jade air, so he knew he could survive on the 7th floor with it. But when he reached the 7th floor, he did not see Thousand Feather Crane or Yun Susheng. Not even First Day was there. There was a young, lonely guy there on the 7th floor, though. A jade sword rested on his knees. The man did not look at Han Senator, he just sat where he was, eyes closed, uncaring for the world around him. Han Sen was not a fan of talking either, so he found a corner to sit in and waited for the second wave. The jade air on the 7th floor was far purer than the jade air on the 6th floor. It was better for his jade skin. No others had come to the 7th floor, so the environment satisfied Han Sen a great deal. It was far better than the overcrowded 6th floor. He thought to himself, if I had known I could survive it, I would have come here the first time it erupted. Han Sen waited for the second eruption, and when it came, he cast jade skin and absorbed the jade air. The jade air on the 7th floor was far denser than the lower floors. Han Sen felt the jade air flow inside him, and it helped refine his jade skin and infuse it with his bones. It made Han Sen feel like jade himself. There were some amazing feelings going on in Han Sen's skeleton. Rather than giving him the chills, the scary jade air actually made him feel hot. It felt like he was inside an oven, and his bones were being baked. Han Sen knew that this was just an illusion, though. And that was because the jade air did not suppress him. It made him feel more alive. Han Sen practiced jade skin, and not long after, his jade skin began to feel strange. It became purer. This was exactly what Han Sen had hoped for. Without thinking, Han Sen cast jade skin. But on the 7th floor, an odd image appeared on the smooth jade wall. The sun and the moon appeared in the image, and white bones as well. Sword air cut through them. It was like a god appearing in the sky. Buildings rose up, like steps into the sky. Between the clouds was a mysterious city. It was very well hidden, and you could not see much. All those images appeared across the jade walls, and they made the jade air purer. The arrogant young sky man opened his eyes. His eyes shone as he looked upon the jade wall. He looked shocked. The jade wall's image started to change, and the city there grew closer. There was a king obeying the city. He took a step, then knelt. 10 steps, then he prostrated himself. It was like a believer, walking to a holy place. When the arrogant young man saw that the jade wall was showing the city, and the city was revealed from behind the clouds, his face changed. 5 cities. The arrogant young man's eyes looked bright. He stared at the 5 cities the wall displayed. Many kings bowed before the cities, but none dared to step in. It was not clear what happened after that, though. The kings that were nearest to the city were dying, and they soon disappeared. The gates of the 5 mysterious cities remained closed. It was like they had been closed since ancient times. Chapter 1982. Under the sky, Han Sen felt that the jade air had become very pure. It allowed his jade skin to ascend in level very quickly. But the jade air's time of eruption was far too short for satisfaction. When the jade air dispersed, Han Sen wanted more. What is your name? Han Sen opened his eyes and saw the arrogant man looking at him. His voice sounded cold. Han Senator, what is your name? And do you want something? Han Sen asked. Are you taking part in the exam this year? The man did not answer Han Sen's question, and just asked his own again. Han Sen thought the man was quite strange, so he willingly answered. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh. The man looked at Han Sen and then left, headed downstairs. Is he crazy? Han Sen shrugged his shoulders, then went downstairs as well. When Han Sen reached the 6th floor, the man had vanished. He saw Yu Jing looking around, however. Yu Jing approached Han Sen as soon as his eyes found him. Han Sen, are you free? Can we talk? Yu Jing said. I don't think so, I have something to do. Come over to my place tonight, Han Sen said, recalling that he was supposed to meet up with Yun Sui. Okay, Yu Jing agreed, then walked downstairs with Han Senator. When they reached the 4th floor, Yun Sui was waiting there for Han Senator. She smiled at him. Brother Han is meeting up with a woman. It is best that I leave. Yu Jing saw Yun Sui, smiled back, and then said goodbye. Why are you with him? Yun Sui asked, frowning. Why? Is there a problem? Han Sen asked with confusion. She looked as if matters with Yu Jing weren't so simple. That guy is greedy. He plays tricks, and he cheats. He does not have a very good reputation in Sky Palace. I recommend staying away from him, if you can. Yun Sui told Han Sen some stories about things he had done. Yun Sui then brought Han Sen over to her island. Her island was far bigger than his. She had a pavilion, and even a garden with a fountain. It was quite a comfy place, really. Here, then. Help me examine this skill. Which part of it is incorrect? I always feel as if there is something amiss with it. Yun Sui brought Han Sen into a pavilion in the garden. She invited Han Sen to sit down and drink some tea. Han Sen answered, show me the knife skill, and I'll see if I can identify the issue. Yun Sui nodded. Her beautiful body walked to the fields. She pulled out a knife and began her performance. Han Sen watched her and frowned. Yun Sui hadn't been practicing the skill for very long, so she wasn't experienced at all. If there was a problem, it would be because of her lack of practice. She could not even be considered a beginner with the skill. Han Sen realized that she had not used a knife before, so she did not have much in the way of knife skills. It was clear to him that she had only started practicing this as a way to talk to Han Senator. It was an excuse. Yun Sui had not just selected a random skill to trick Han Sen, though. It'd have been too obvious if she had done that. The knife skill she had selected was called Under the Sky. It was created by a Sky Palace swordsman. He wanted to create a knife skill for Sky Palace, but in the end, there were 7 problems he was unable to solve. That was why he called the knife skill Under the Sky, because it was not on the level expected of the sky. Many people wanted to modify Under the Sky. The 7 little issues had been fixed over the years by a series of genius students, but there was still one problem no one could overcome. Because of that, they were unable to make it a Sky Palace skill. Yun Sui selected this skill in the hope that Han Sen could identify the issue that was thus far unfixable. If she did that, it'd work as an icebreaker, allowing her to get closer to him. If she had to keep looking him up all the time, with no real reason, her feelings would be revealed. Han Sen could tell Sui had just started practicing with a knife, but he was still fascinated by the knife skill. It was amazing in its own right, and it was vastly different from teeth knife. Han Sen thought the knife skill had the same potential as teeth knife, but when Sui performed it, there was clearly a problem with it. And also, the power in the example was quite weak. It was just one little problem, but it detracted so much from the technique. The resolution of a battle between 2 elites rested on the smallest details, so the slightest edge could make the difference between life and death. Han Sen, can you tell that there is a problem with this skill? I feel as if something is wrong. After Yun Sui practiced, she returned to the pavilion and consulted Han Senator because Under the Sky was still not perfect. Sky Palace did not really allow its students to practice it. Only a select few had knowledge of the skill's existence. She knew Han Sen had never seen the skill before, and so that was why she chose to use it. But even if the skill was perfected, it wouldn't be made available to all students. Most people would only hear the name. Han Sen didn't think much about it. He just believed Yun Sui had yet to practice it right, and that was why there was an issue. He didn't think there was an issue with the knife skill itself. This technique is very complicated, so I don't understand it yet. Could you perform it again for me? Han Sen did not ask to see the scroll. The skill was teeth knife's equal, so it was unlikely many students had what it took to practice with it. He was just an outsider, so asking to read the actual Geno art could have been very rude. Yun Sui merrily agreed to perform Under the Sky again. There are some problems, certainly, but I don't really understand them. I'll think it over when I head back. Han Sen did not focus on the use of knives, so he wasn't a knife master. He could not promise that he would fix the problem. But there were some common aspects threading every skill, and Han Sen had a great deal of knowledge and experience. So, he planned on trying to solve it. Tackling the problem would be good for his own knife practice, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. After all, Han Sen used knives more than any other weapon these days. And he had ghost teeth knife, which was a king weapon. He wanted more knife skills. Yes, please. Yun Sui smiled and took Han Sen back. She planned to use this excuse to talk to Han Sen about knife skills again. She wanted to get closer to him. When Yun Sui returned home from taking Han Sen back to his island, Yun Sushang appeared in her garden. Sui, what have you done? Nothing. I had a problem with a skill, so I asked Han Sen for help. I took him home right after. Yun Sui acted as if she did not care. Yun Sushang looked at Yun Sui and said, the problem with Under the Sky cannot be fixed through simple observation. If he can do that, then the elders wasted their lives in what they have done. Yun Sui blushed, and she said, Sister, why are you spying on our conversations? Sui, do not forget your identity. You should know what you can do and what you cannot. There is a line. Han Sen is not of the sky. Wanting something impossible will just get someone hurt. Yun Susang sighed.